back in that 2021 World Final, whereas Furkin was eliminated by our friend Mini Minter. So here we go. That's enough of all the history. Let's get into our first match of the day. Furkin, bottom of your screen. Viper at the top. CRL's May monthly final kicks off right now with our first best of 3.
So excited. I can't believe we're already into it. Wow, that was fast. We have a Lumberjack from Furkin and Viper with Miner deck. Super solid picks here. Furkin, whenever I play against him on ladder, he's always playing something a little bit, I don't know, off meta, a little interesting, but I swear he beats me probably 90% of the time. He's one of those people that I can't really get him.
Yeah, and I was going to say, this looks like that fast cycle, usually with a Magic Archer or a Bomb Tower or Tesla. It usually doesn't have a big spell in the deck that Viper's running, but obviously at our monthly finals, things can change up just a bit. And Furkin going a lot heavier as we see Zappies and a Hog Rider. So Hog, Arrows. Is this the deck that usually has Giant Skeleton in it? I mean, again, it's monthly finals, it's duels, so it can be a little different.
Yeah,
or
I was thinking,
excuse me.
Yeah, I was just thinking it's got to be either Giant Skelly or Mega Knight in this Hog deck. It's kind of something that we've seen a lot recently is this kind of Mega Knight or Giant Skelly, I don't know, mid-tier. It's not exactly beat down, but it's just something like one of those big cards with a Hog Rider behind, and it's really good for actually sniping cycle decks. So I think Furkin might have exactly what he wants in this situation.
Very, very interesting. When you talk about this matchup, Juicy saying that it's good against cycle decks, it does seem like it's going to be difficult for Viper to get enough damage on these units. You know, Spirit Empress, one of the most difficult cards in the game to deal with when you don't have a lot of air attacking units, especially when the only thing in terms of strong DPS is your bats. You've got to deal with the arrows. Magic Archer obviously going to do some help, but while we love the Magic Archer, not the most powerful card in the game in terms of single target DPS.
Right. Okay, we're heading into double elixir. Miner coming through with some bats. No arrows and cycles. Zappy's gonna be forced out. Yeah, as soon as we're just gonna continue to see that. Okay, here's the Mega Knight, like you called out. We're just gonna continue to see this get more and more difficult for Viper, especially since he didn't get as much damage as he wanted in single. And Furkin's just gonna continue to make up these huge pushes, and it's really all on Viper to get good defense.
This is why I love having you in the booth. That's exactly what I was just going to call out was, you know, obviously in single target, or excuse me, in single elixir, you want to get a lot more DPS with the quick cycle deck, but not a lot of damage came in, and they're obviously only separated by about 500 HP at this point. EQ is going to be great work for that Bomb Tower as this matchup moves on. So Viper going to have to figure out a way to not only just stay ahead in damage, but create a lot of pressure as this matchup goes deeper into double and into triple elixir. And this is a great way to do it. Magic Archer at the bridge.
Magic Archer bridge, Mega Knight to respond. Magic Archer ability gets chip damage, but Arrows takes out the Evo Bats and the Marcher. And now here's the Evo Lumber.
This is a huge push.
Oh my goodness. Evo
Lumberjack on the tower. Evo Lumber on the tower. Gonna have to put something there to distract, but obviously the Lumberjack getting tanked for. And now the ground that's tower down.
Wow. And there you go. That's what this deck is all about. You make it to double elixir without taking too much damage. You get your Evo Lumberjack. You get your Evo Mega Knight all in one lane, and you just power through. And Viper just doesn't have the big spell. He doesn't have, like you said, the big DPS from like a Mini P.E.K.K.A. or an Inferno Drag to deal with this huge push. And he's just going to absolutely steamroll for the first victory of this best of 3.
Yeah, I mean, you talk about the pressure that that deck creates. You know, the Mega Knight or sometimes the Giant Skeleton gets in front, and we've seen that with Giant Skeleton, Battle Ram, Ram Rider a lot over the last couple of months. Is just you have that big tank up front, especially the Evo Mega Knight that's going to clear the path, and then cards like your Win Condition in the Hog Rider is going to come through, but then also that Evo Lumberjack. It is one of the most. I mean, when you talk about the scariest Evo when it's at its fullest power is the Inferno Dragon, probably, right? Every time a charged up Inferno comes down the lane, you're like, oh man, this is going to be difficult to deal with. But when you talk about the Evo Lumberjack, especially when it's got a tank in front of it, the single target DPS is insane, and then you have to basically sacrifice a unit to throw right in front of that tower if it breaks on through. And that's exactly what you saw Viper struggling with. Not a good matchup for game number 1 for Viper there, Juice. I mean, it just seemed like there was no way to create enough pressure. I mean, because sometimes with those quick cycle decks, you want to be able to distract in the opposite lane, but I don't think there's any way to create that much pressure with what he was going up against.
I do really like what you said about the ops lane. I think that from a macro perspective, like for anyone new watching or anyone that doesn't understand Clash Royale like a super high level, basically there's two like ways that you can kind of think about each game. You have a micro and a macro perspective. The micro is like the little nitty-gritty placements that are really important, especially for like defense, but macro is just big picture strategy. And Viper really messed up in that scenario because you're right, he's going same lane. You cannot go same lane against a Mega Knight, Spirit Empress, Lumberjack, Golden Knight deck. And that's where Firkin really kind of shined there. It's like the prediction, Golden Knight in the back, and the wall breakers come same lane. Golden Knight ability, Magic Archer's too aggressive at the bridge as well, and then he just steamrolls. But think about it. Imagine those wall breakers are in the other lane. Imagine the Golden Knight or a Lumberjack is forced down in the other lane, and then the Magic Archer's placed in the other lane. Then all of a sudden you have a Golden Knight on one side, maybe a Mega Knight in the right. It makes defense a little bit more manageable, and that's something Viper wasn't really able to lock down in that match.
Yeah, absolutely, because then when the Mega Knight is by itself, it's so much easier to kite around, maybe even get a King Tower activation in there. The biggest thing you don't want is exactly what Viper kind of painted himself into, which was just a single lane battle. In that lane, obviously, was the tower that he'd been attacking in single elixir, but the other thing with those quick cycle decks is they can create a lot of damage very, very quickly. So, you know, you'll see some of the newer players or less seasoned players be like, oh, well, I've got 1,000 damage in the left-hand lane. I really don't want to switch, but you have to be able to do that. Wall breakers can create so much damage. Miner plus Evil Bats can create so much damage. So game number one, as you can see, Viper at a 2.5 average elixir versus a 4.4, needed to get a little bit more out of single. So let's see if he can turn it around here in game number two. And I just got to say, Juice, it's great to have you back, man. I love to hear your analysis. I love to hear your breakdown. It's always so fun.
Oh man, Andrew, thanks so much. Like for real, like you're the guy for me, man. I think whenever we're on the desk together, I just feel I have no fear. Like I know that we're gonna always do a great job. But anyways,
chat absolutely losing it over Firkin, of course. So great to see that. Glad to see you guys in the chat. Remember, event.supercell.com, and that is a great value fireball. And that Rhinoceros barely gets stopped in time.
Yeah, I was gonna say another beautiful match. Okay, interesting. It's RG. Okay, Giant Skeleton, most likely Graveyard from Viper. Yeah. And then Firkin with Evo Cage, Royal Giant. And I really like this aggression, actually, from Firkin, because he's already back to Evo Cage since he started out with that. And that's kind of where you get... Like, this is where Evo Cage really shines. It's just almost free value, taking out the whole Giant Skelly.
Yeah, and I think, the Brawler, well, I guess with the bomb going off, it's going to be perfect, right? It's going to take the Cage off the board. Brawler will be at 100% health, creating a little bit of a counter push. How are you feeling about the Hero Dark Prince at the moment?
Man, Hero Dark Prince and Bowler, like, I got to give credit to the Clash Royale team and Valentina's team and the card creation team. I feel like the heroes this season, like, were perfectly balanced on release. Yes. I think that, both of them are getting a slight nerf in the upcoming season, but it's not too much. I think the Dark Prince is definitely really strong in certain scenarios. Like we already saw, the spawn damage on tower does so much. That's where, Firkin's really up a lot here. But I think that it's also, it's a 3 elixir ability. I think it's in a pretty good spot. Like, it costs a lot to make that happen.
Yeah, nice to see a little bit of a change there. The Bowler going to get a reduced time on its ability, which does feel a bit necessary as this poison comes down on the right-hand side. Juicy, you're a big Graveyard player. How do you feel about this? Usually you want to go same lane, but you're already down a lot of HP, and you're going against Royal Giant, and it looks like Viper goes, I'll answer that question for you. I want to switch lanes.
Man, this is so interesting, because I think that he should have played opposite lane in the last game. And in this game, I think as a Graveyard player, I pretty much always want to play same. So this is interesting. He does have a little bit more damage left side. So maybe he's like, wow, I've taken so much damage already. Like, I need to min-max every HP right now. But then you get in this situation where it's RG at the bridge, and you got to deal with it.
And RG coming through here, going to clear. That log does not clear the path quite in time for the RG to get back on tower. 1495 to 2231, and Firkin just really utilizing these heavy HP or difficult to deal with flying cards so far in this best of 3, using Spirit Empress in game 1, using Phoenix in game 2. Skeleton Dragons have gotten a huge tick in usage over the last couple of months. They've always been great, but they are just one of the more frustrating cards to deal with. They're just squishy enough They do just like a small enough amount of damage that you never really know exactly how you want to deal with them. You know, sometimes you're like, oh, I just need to let them through. Sometimes you need to spell them off the board. But they're just a card that kind of makes your opponent play a little uncomfortable.
No Fireball in cycle. Evo Furnace going to drop down. One of the strongest cards in Clash Royale right now.
Yeah.
But Firkin's back to his Evo Cage here, which is one of the best counters to Giant Skelly. Plays it early, though. Graveyard Darkman's other lane. Viper sees an opportunity here.
Yeah, going to use the Evo Snowball to move those Skelly Drags off the board. And that is a lot of damage on top of the tower there.
Wow.
And Evo Furnace also working on the right-hand side. 5:35 with the poison ticking in. 45 seconds remain. And while Firkin was able to open this up early on, Viper has thrown a huge uppercut to scream into the lead.
Fireball onto the hut. I think he can hit tower in that scenario, since Goblin Hut is a passive building, has a larger hitbox. But the Spear Goblin, the poison dropping down, maybe it just doesn't matter at this point.
Strong defense going to come through. Dark Prince going to try to clear the path. Although
the
Rhinoceros does break through for a little touch on that tower. RG still pretty healthy. 17 seconds remain.
Firkin's putting everything at the bridge right now. He knows the poison's going to drop down soon. There it is. 10 seconds. Fireball comes through, but the poison is faster. And Viper coming through with a 2-0. No, sorry. Now it's 1-1. I do that so often. 1-1 in the best of 3.
Yeah, evening things up is Viper there. It looked like it was going to be really rough goings for the Frenchman, starting off with a lot of damage coming in on that right-hand side. You know, we were talking about which lane to work through, and it seems like Viper was kind of feeling it out for a bit, and then all of a sudden a huge opening on that left-hand side. The Evo Snowball on top of the Skelly Drags, just doing a great job clearing the path there, and then all of a sudden you see Firkin kind of desperately trying to play defense while trying to create offense with that Royal Giant on the right-hand side, which, as we all know, very difficult to kind of split your attention when you're playing RG. You want to be able to support it. So great stuff there. And then when you talk about that Dark Prince hero ability, didn't really create much of a threat for Viper. Got very close a couple times. Got a little bit of damage on tower, but maybe not quite the layering that Firkin was looking for.
Yeah, I think that, I don't know. Viper's like playstyle, I feel like is always so interesting to me because his main deck is Hog Exinado, and Hog Exinado is just one of those decks kind of similar to RG where it's not really similar to anything else in the game. Like the way that you play it is so interesting, and that's what I love about Clash Royale, because I feel like most of the time a lot of pros will actually have one main deck that they start out with, like usually Logbait, or you know, Ian, it was X-Bow, Viper, it's Hog Exinado. You have like one deck that you get really good at, and by doing that, kind of like trains your mind to understand like cycle tracking and all these other things, but then it kind of also influences your playstyle in everything else that you do. So Viper, I thought he should go same lane in that matchup, but instead he kind of played this dual lane thing where he's like blocking the left side with Giant Skelly, then got the perfect opportunity with that Graveyard Dark Prince right lane, and then one misstep from Firkin at the end there to play the log on the Evo Furnace on the right, and not having that log for the Graveyard, along with the fact that the Evo Snowball was in cycle for Viper, it just like spelled the perfect storm for him in that situation.
Yeah, I mean, Viper, notoriously a Hog Exinado player. If you've ever played Hog Exinado, it is very, very different than 2.6 or Hog EQ. The way that you have to play it, the way that you have to track cycle, you know, the predictive plays that you have to play with your Rocket a lot of times. I mean, now we've seen it a little bit more with Lightning, but still, in general, it was always Rocket with him. And as you know, NATO, one of the best cards in the game, not really in the conversation in this matchup, but just the way that you have to play, put together your offenses, and again, break down exactly what is in cycle by your opponent. That's what we saw there in game number 2 from Viper. Just to get back to our conversation about heroes and the work in progress balance changes, just if anyone was wondering at home, the only change to the Dark Prince right now is just when that Rhino pops, they're getting rid of the damage from the drop there, which was, I thought, a pretty cool part of the ability.
Only on tower though. It's still going to do damage to troops, but like the tower damage will be removed, so you'll still be able to like use it to break through. But like in that last game, we saw that it dropped down for so much damage in the tower.
Yeah, exactly. And that's one of those things that feels like, all right, you've already got a tower-seeking troop coming out. I do agree. It's a great way. It's a great ability in terms of clearing, you know, troops on the ground, whether it's like a Skarmy is just like one of the easiest ones to look at and see it drop the drop damage come through. And then also one of the other changes to the heroes in the game, we talked about the Bowler, we talked about the Dark Prince. We're also going to deal with the Skeleton Trooper landing damage from the Hero Balloon, which was showing up quite a bit last month. So here we go. Looks like we're going to see Graveyard now out of Firkin.
Yeah. Graveyard Hero Bowler. There he is. Can I don't know. Can I call Bowler LeBron on broadcast? Can I do that? What do you think?
You just did, and you absolutely can, because it is one of the more fun things.
It is so fun.
For lack of a better term, that has been introduced into the game. I mean, everything about the Hero Bowler, the sound of the ability, just like the light show that happens when it uses its ability. I'm just a huge fan of the Hero Bowler's design.
All right, Hog coming through for Viper, coming back to a little bit of comfort, not Hog Exinado, but instead this Hog Mega Knight deck that we've seen kind of take over the CRL scene as of late. Not going to be the little bit of a heavier version, but still adding some cycle elements to this. And wow, so if you guys hate the Hero Bowler, this is how you do it. This is, watch the pros. Look at this. This Berserker, any high speed unit will just continue to distract every single shot. It's beautiful.
Perfect placement and timing there from Viper to make that ability completely useless as this Mega Knight clears the path for the Hog behind. Lightning going to also do some work there. Doesn't get on top of the hut, but doesn't really matter as it hits the other units in support. Bowler going to do a good job, but still one Hog hit comes through, and that Hog hit definitely hurts. Juicy, how do you feel about matchup? We have Evo Tesla here to deal with the Graveyard as well as the Berserker and the E-Spirit.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, wow. Never mind.
Yeah.
That changes the conversation quite a bit as the Bowler does get on tower.
Okay, Bowler's getting some damage. Mother Wish gets taken out. The nice thing about the Bowler is it does a good job of clearing out all those piggies. He's a little bit low in Elixir, though. He might have Evo Snowball, but the Hog's on tower.
Yeah, nothing to get on top of that Hog. No building. As the Mega Knight leaps too, and Firkin knows he is in a lot of trouble. 609 remains, and the pressure is relentless here from Viper at the bridge.
E-Spirit's going to connect. Another Bowler. Firkin's kind of smiling. I think he knows that he's just 2 lightnings away from losing this game now. And Viper's just playing stone cold. He's setting up another Evo Mega Knight. And wow, even the Tesla here, everything's going wrong for Firkin right now.
Yeah, Viper nodding his head going, yep, that is the Tesla that I wanted. Snipes that Furnace off the board. Hog in behind, no way to clear. Lightning comes down, and that is a beautiful come from behind 2-1 victory. Do not worry, fans from Turkey. Firkin is not eliminated yet. While his CRL monthly finals started very strong in game number 1 with a great matchup and great play, it is Viper who turns things around with a great 2-1 victory. Reverse sweep here from the Frenchman.
Unbelievable. Man, we're so blessed for this gameplay today. I don't know. I think that I'm just so impressed with Viper, as always. I think that he always just stays calm. He stays collected. I feel like he was a little bit shaky in that first match, but then he kind of, I don't know, it seems like he got rid of those nerves, locked down some really great gameplay. And then Firkin, on the other hand, just struggling there in this last matchup. I mean, you asked me, I didn't really have a chance nor a need to answer your question. I think that, you know, we all know that a Mother Witch for that Graveyard, I mean, that really just changes everything. It really shifts the tides, all those piggies coming through. And then, like you said, Evo Tesla as well. Evo Tesla, one of the best counters, not only for Graveyard, but it's actually really good versus Bowler too, because you can activate King Tower. It's really like got a solid amount of HP and DPS to DPS down that Bowler. Tough matchup for Firkin. Looking at the best of 3 in general, I think that, you know, first game, once again, Firkin definitely not only played fantastically, but really locked down that matchup. Game 2, I feel like this is kind of anyone's game here. I think that even Firkin has like a solid chance, especially with Evo Cage for Giant Skelly. But we just saw some big outplay from Viper, or maybe rather just a kind of a big mistake from Firkin. You either need E-Spirit or Log and Cycle for the Graveyard every single time, and the Log on the Furnace on the right hand, along with a couple questionable fireballs, put Firkin in a pretty tough scenario.
Yeah, that's a good call there. And honestly, when you just look at the matchup on paper, it seems like maybe there was a way to create a little bit more discomfort for Viper from the Phoenix and the Skeleton Dragons, really only having one air attacking unit in the furnace. Right. Obviously, the Goblins from the hut can do a little bit there, but, you know, it felt like it was just kind of poisons to deal with those units that I just mentioned. So I don't know if he could have created a lot more pressure for Viper there, but it just seemed like it was maybe just a little bit misplayed. And then you go into game number 3, not only a tough matchup, but just really, really well played there by Viper. I love that Viper also saved, you know, Hog Rider for his third great game. Not True. Hog Exinado, but obviously he understands the layering of how to break through with spells there. So as you guys can see, Viper moving on through to our quarterfinals in the upper bracket. Furkin still alive down in the lower bracket. 4 players will be eliminated by the end of our day. If you missed the top of the broadcast, we're going to get through all of our first round matches in the upper bracket, first round of lower bracket, and then the quarterfinals of our upper bracket. 16 players means more Clash Royale for you guys at home. And remember, event.supercell.com/Clash Royale. If you missed the ability or the opportunity to put in predictions for today, remember that you will have the opportunity to do that for tomorrow once our broadcast ends today. And of course, a lot of great rewards there, more rewards than we've given away in our previous monthly finals, including that exclusive emote. But now we move on through to Riley and Vitor. This is a very, very exciting matchup. When you talk about Vitor, a guy that has just been tried and true. He's been at 5 of the last 6 world finals. Highest finish, was back in 2022 where he got 8th place, I believe. And then you look at Riley, who did miss World Finals last year, but he got 2nd place in 2024 to his good friend, Mohammed Light. 2 very different personalities on camera as well. Riley is always kind of locked and loaded. Vitor, you'll definitely see him wear his emotions on his sleeve quite a bit, something that I feel like he's tried to contain a little bit more, as we've talked about as the years go on. The players that are the most stone cold on camera, the emotionless players, Juicy, are usually the best players in the world. Talk to me a little bit about both these guys. You know them well. Yeah,
I don't know. I think that Vitor, like you said, he's just so experienced. Riley, on the other hand, though, as well, just really impressive, like pretty much debut back a couple years ago, and he just gets 2nd place World Finals. Unbelievable. Last monthly finals, looks like, based on the points here, we have Riley actually did a little bit better than Vitor, which is kind of interesting. Prediction wise, I did pick Vitor to win this just based on the experience and based on also, I don't know, I'm going to talk about it probably too much, but Ismail, I've been really loving his work, and I think he's got a really good coach. Riley, on the other hand, also I think has a great coach. I think it's Alan, but I'll double check on that.
Yeah, I mean, we know how important coaching is at the highest level, and looks like Vitor here going to go with a faster cycle bait style deck. We've seen this combination, you know, in all different iterations over the years with Evo Bats, Miner, plus Spears. You know, the buildings have changed, the tank has changed, and right now at the Hero Dark Prince is just a great way to get another tower-seeking unit, as Riley fireballs that off the board right away. Wants nothing to do with that push. Both these guys made it to our monthly final last month. Riley lost to Tanjiro to throw him down to the lower bracket, which was a bit of a surprise there, and then was eliminated by Rafael Nadal. This month we have Novak Djokovic, also known as Asaf. So a lot of shout out to our tennis legends in CRL. And Vitor was thrown to the lower bracket last month by Ruben, and then was eliminated by OP Sam. So maybe just a little bit more well-known players. Obviously, Sam, notoriously with SK for a long time, also showed up in our World Finals in 2025. And, of course, Ruben, our former world champion with Team Queso, as Riley finally sets up that Lava Hound in the back. For you at home that might not know, a lot of times you have to sacrifice some damage to get that lava on the board, especially in single.
Yeah. And we see the Spear Emperor's Bridge as well. Evo Bats dropping down. Does he have the quick zap? Yes, he does. Double Elixir's hitting right now. Spear. Wow, what a defense from Vitor. 0 damage taken, and then continuing to pressure in with another mine. Wallbreaker stays alive. Man, oh my goodness. Wallbreakers are something else, dude.
Yeah, that is just so cleanly played there by Vitor. Great timing with the miner. Wallbreaker still connects.
Sorry, I was looking at the Dark Prince and it looked like the shield stayed on even after absorbing that hit. I don't know if that's a visual bug, But either way, big counter push from Riley here and a great defense as well. The question is, can he break through?
And you'll see that high bomb tower instead of being placed in the middle, in case anyone's wondering why, is you want to get that bomb damage in as well. Wall breakers going to do a little bit of damage, but now Vitor getting overwhelmed a bit, and I don't know how he's going to stop this. Spirit Empress getting tanked for, and he is in a lot of trouble. That Spirit Empress lava combo is an insane combination. For years it was just lava loon, but now the lava has replaced the loon with the Spirit Empress because Hero Loon has been a very strong win condition coupled with Giant Skeleton. That Spirit Empress behind the lava, especially with a deck like this, is very, very difficult to deal with, Juice.
Yeah, and I hate to say it again, and maybe I'm just wrong, but I just don't understand why we're not seeing dual or ops lane pressure once again in this sort of matchup. This is very similar to what we saw in the last set, where it's just, Vitor just continues to push down this lane. And once Double Elixir hits, it's just a huge, overwhelming push after that defense. And that's the thing about Goblin Cage as well, is you just defend with it, you drop it down, and then it is able to counter push. And then, like you said, with the hero, we don't see the balloon here, but we do see the hero Dark Prince. And the hero Dark Prince, it's kind of interesting because it's applying a lot of pressure, but then also for 3 elixir, you're just spawning in that Rhino. And when the lava's tanking for that and everything's pushing down the lane, it's so hard to stop if you don't have just like a solid amount of DPS.
Yeah, I really felt like after that first perfect defense came from Vitor, recognizing what Riley was doing, which lane he wanted to focus on. Would have been great to see a little bit of pressure opposite lane. The tough thing is you wonder how much damage Riley would have just taken on that right-hand side to then create a bigger push on the left. Defending lava with that deck and the spells that Riley had is just really, really tough when you're talking about bats plus spears, right? Like it's just cards that are very easily spelled off the board, or cards that again, since they have lower HP, if you do go opposite lane, it's just, you don't know. It's like, do I really want to get in a 2-tower game against Lava Hound? I don't know. And so Vitor having to make all those decisions, regardless of the matchup, it felt like maybe the incorrect decision was made. So a strong start for Vitor in game number 1, but then Riley playing nice and patient, puts together a huge push. Yeah, Juice, I don't know, man. It's a really... I really like those minor wall breaker decks as well.
Yeah.
Minor wall breakers with poison, with Dark Prince in there or not, Bomb Tower or Tesla. But I will say, Lava is a deck that I struggle with a lot.
Yeah. No, it's definitely a tough matchup, especially that zap just to clear out bats. And then, like you called out earlier, the Spirit Empress is so tough there because it's like, okay, I'm gonna drop bats onto the zap, and now what? Now there's an air mini P.E.K.K.A. flying towards my tower, taking out literally everything that I have on the map. And then we saw at the end there, just locks on tower. And once it locks on tower, it's kind of like a flying machine. It's so hard to get it off, but it has so much more HP too. So it's definitely just difficult to deal with there.
Yeah, that's a great call. I definitely, and that's why it's been coupled with, Lava Hound so much now instead of Loon, is you have that lava in front tanking, and then all of a sudden the Spirit Empress, which has a lot of HP, is tanking for the pups, which we saw at the end of that. And then finally, as a last-ditch effort, the Evo Bats, I think, came down. Riley already probably hovering the zap, waiting for it. Just perfectly played by him. Both these guys went through some great players to get here. Riley was able to beat Hasael, Ruben, and Codigo in his group. He lost to Furkin and EGW. As a hog comes down the lane here for Vitor. Vitor on the other side of it was able to take out Lucas, Sosa, Viper, and Pompeo in his group.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. I mean, once again, we just talk about how stacked this month has been. Not only in this monthly finals, but in the qualifiers. So, always impressive. Just getting to this point is impressive, but these players are not happy with it. That's the thing about Clash Royale players, man. They are never happy with any semblance of mediocrity, even though it's like, this is your top 16 in the entire world if you make it to this point. But they want that golden ticket. They want to make it to World Finals. They want to make a statement. Okay, so looking at the decks here a little bit, though. Vitor looks like he's playing probably another one of those Mega Knight Hog Rider decks. And then Riley with a minor exit. Maybe it's probably going to be a Loon deck. There it is.
Yeah. So our first hero Loon of the day as a barrel comes out early to catch that minor. but still will get a drop on tower here. Vitor just recognizing that he's going to have to eat that damage. Doesn't have a lot of air defense. You know, you talk about the Mother Witch not going to be huge on single target DPS. The cannon you're going to have to pull, you know, at least use to pull the balloon, but can't attack the skies. So Lightning, Mother Witch right now looking like the best options for Vitor, which is not great options.
Yeah. And it's so fascinating. Look how much elixir Riley's lead compared to Vitor. He's just waiting. He's just very patient. And this is a lot of the time what you do with these executioner decks, especially when your tank is a giant skeleton as well. He's just very patient, and he gets the giant skeleton down for defense. Big lightning for Vitor though, and the Mother Witch is starting to put in a little bit of work. And the oh my gosh, spirit. Wow, and the Mother Witch stays alive. Is this balloon a mistake?
And with the ability, maybe not.
Yeah.
Vitor gonna have to pull that back up top. And then the Skelly Trooper comes down, something that we were just talking about earlier. This balloon does not get a drop, but will get death damage. And Vitor cycles the Evo Mega Knight in the back.
Evo Mega Knight actually does pretty good versus the giant skeleton, just keeps knocking things back. But with the Executioner here, I think it's probably going to be enough to shut this thing down.
And cannon coming down here. Evo Cannon does miss the drop there on the balloon, and this is trouble for Vitor. Has to go defensive lightning again, and will stop the death damage this time.
Okay, nice stop with the death damage with the giant skelly. Sorry, the Mega Knight didn't get to the tower here. And
this just giant skeleton executioner combo just feels like Vitor cannot keep playing in the same lane, but I think he's kind of forced to. He doesn't have the option to go opposite here. All the elixir that he has to use defensively with the cannon plus the lightning, and that is just not what you want to have to do time and time again. As the MK does get to tower, though.
Wow, I was so focused on Vitor's defense and the balloon getting the tower. I did not see how he got this giant skelly to break through. But well done. And now the Evo Mega Knight. So now he's another great chance. And the longer this game goes on, Vitor with the lightning here is going to be able to even this up pretty quickly. Riley really needs to find a way to get this loon to the tower one more time.
Yeah, I love the patience here from Vitor to not use that lightning too early, maybe offensively. You see him use it time and time again here on defense. And now he's starting to clear these bridge battles quite a bit. Now he goes opposite lane with the MK Hog push. And there it is.
Hogs were going through. He has a tornado, of course.
Oh my goodness.
Can't believe I forgot about that. Lightning drops down once again, clearing out the Evo Exi, and Vitor does take the damage lead for the first time this game. It all comes down to really good defense for Vitor at this point.
Yeah, 30 seconds remaining. Riley does not have a way to break through these cannons. While he doesn't have a lot of single target DPS, he can clear the miner and use the lightning defensively. Ooh. Now he goes with the snowball to clear Hog to create some pressure.
Wait.
Death damage.
Does the balloon get death damage here? It does?
It does.
Close. 9 seconds, Andrew.
Zerker in. Snowball to clear the path. Can Vitor get another lightning down in time? He cannot. Oh, as you can see, he's off by a half of a second.
Oh, wow. Lightning's dropping down, but it's not there in time. It would have been enough to win the game. But now Riley takes the 2-0 sweep versus the 5-time world finalist.
Wow, and you could just see the look on Vitor's face a few seconds out, just recognizing where his elixir was at and how long it takes for that lightning to get on tower. So well played by both of these guys. I mean, Riley looking like he had a great matchup early on. It looked like Vitor had no way of continuing to defend against that balloon, but great cannon work, great lightning work, and then winning some bridge battles put him back in that conversation. But Riley stays true and is able to take the win by a lightnings away. That lightning was the lightning was in, the damage was not. Juice.
Wow. Okay, great best of 3. Looking at the decks here, first game, once again we saw this super quick cycle deck, but the big thing here I think to note is just the bomb tower, right? You know, maybe Vitor was kind of hoping for playing against Royal Hogs or something like that. But Riley, you know, once again, Alan being his coach, I mean, one of the best coaches in the game, coaching Muhammad Light to #1 last year. And yeah, I mean, the big thing here is we're not seeing a Tesla, right? If we have one other thing, one building that has a little bit more air defense, it's going to make dealing with these lava hounds a little bit better. but Riley just steamrolling through once they hit that double elixir mark. Game 2, man, this was a really interesting like battle of these decks.
Yeah.
Both players, like, it seemed pretty even. Obviously, Riley has really good hog counters though. He has the cannon, he has the NATO, he even has snowball to deal with hog pretty well. But Vitor, realizing that, really just switched from playing lots of hogs to playing lots of Mega Knights. He was just playing a Mega Knight whenever he had the chance on the board, and that's what really got him some damage, but also helped him really deal with these executioners, these giant skeletons. He kept getting that lightning value as well. The lightning was probably maybe even more played than Mega Knight, playing the lightning on offense a lot, on defense. But in the end, Riley gets that one death damage through, and the lightning not in time. Just a beautiful match there.
Yeah, crazy that death damage from the balloon was just enough. Riley doing a great job creating a ton of pressure. What Vitor would have given to have a Tesla in either of those games. As you said, shout out to Riley's team there, just putting together great matchups for him. We get our first sweep on the day, as we will see Riley versus Viper a little bit later on. And Vitor makes his way down to the elimination bracket. We'll see him again towards the end of our day, but not quite at the end of our day, as we are going to work through, as I said before, that quarter finals of our upper bracket. Furkan and Vitor. That will be a very, very interesting matchup to look at in just a little bit. But now we move over to the States, as you mentioned. Droy versus Ian. Ian is one of the few players that got a 100% win rate in our group stage. Ian, Ta, and Mohammed Light were the 3 players that all got 100% in our group stage last weekend. And you talk about, you know, a guy that also had a huge coming out party at World Finals at DreamHack in Atlanta was Ian. You know, he ended up getting 6th place, so not quite as high as Riley in his World Finals debut, but a guy that had a lot of fans and a lot of great stage presence there. As he gets older, he just gets more mature. Going up against a guy in Droy that is, you know, he's just less known. I mean, Juicy, is there anything, you talked about him a little bit at the top of the show. Is there anything that the fans at home should know about him? Have you played against him? Does he have, you know, I can take a look here at his decks that he played in the group stage, but anything that you have to add to the conversation about our newcomer to monthly finals?
Yeah, I mean, I have a lot of great things I could say about Droy. I think that he's just a grinder. I mean, I can see that he's been practicing a lot recently. Leading up to this monthly final, he's got hundreds of games under his belt. He's a very versatile player, and he's been in the competitive scene for a very long time. You're definitely right about him being a little bit less known from like maybe the public eye, but when it comes to the competitive scene, I think that Droy has a lot of respect from a lot of different players, and I would definitely be interested to see how this match goes. I think that I would personally say that Ian has like a small edge against Droy, but I think that Droy has been putting in a little bit more practice. And man, when it comes to anything in life, but especially in Clash Royale, I mean, the other day I saw Muhammad, like, I was just watching Mo's stream, and he was like, "Oh, I didn't play for a day. I'm washed now." Like, he's like, I'm. It's like, bro, there's no way. But yeah, I mean, every single game that you put in, every single day that you put work into, it's just so important, because in the end, Clash Royale, especially at the super high level, a lot of the time, with the help of your coaches, you're going to get that pretty 50-50 matchup. And at that point, it's just about every little micro, every little macro decision that you make. It really can all stack up, like we saw in that last game with that victory.
And this is a fun new addition that we're going to be using a little bit more on broadcast. Heat maps. And for those of you that aren't familiar with maybe heat maps in basketball, it's just showing where units are placed. You know, this is a fun one because it's every unit that was placed. As you guys can see, 400 then why not do it at your monthly final? You know, as they say, practice like you play. As we get into our game number 1 here, Ian bottom of the screen, Droy at the top. Ian had a strong group that he had to play through where he was able to beat Morton, Dominic, Kimchi, and Rockin'. And Droy on the other side of it, his group maybe a little bit less stacked, but he still had EGW, Tanjiro, and Pedro, where he got, excuse me, that was last month, where he was just barely missed our monthly finals. As you can see, EGW and Tanjiro and Pedro, 2 or 3 players that are very, very good. 2 of them showing up in our monthly final. And as I mentioned before, Ian going 7-0 this month in his group stage.
Yeah, you can see Droy a little bit, shaking his head a little bit. He knows that he mistimed that hard grinder by just seconds. It's honestly one of the things that I really struggle with as well is just, man, how do you get the perfect timing on that magic archer to make sure that you're able to distract it, but also it doesn't lock in your tower. And it's going to cost him a little bit of damage. But the thing that I do like about Droy is, like, you know, he has the little head shake. And he's like, I realize I made a mistake. I'm not going to commit more elixir to this magic archer. I'm going to take that damage and I'm going to continue to play my game. But now it's definitely up to Droy in this scenario to make some sort of play to get some damage through. And here he's going for it.
Going in with a pretty big push here as that Hog Rider should get 2 shots on tower, and it does. Golden Knight stopped at the bridge, and Droy pretty happy about that interaction as he evens things up 23-37 to 23-64. And Ian, a guy that has never shied away from emotes, also from calling good game very, very early on. It's kind of like his lock-in power when he calls good game. It's not necessary BM, and it's not necessarily saying that he thinks he's going to lose, but he does call good game and then win quite a bit. So do not be fooled if you are new to watching Ian.
Yeah, true. Miner comes through. Magic Archer actually locks on tower instead of the Skelly drags, and so much damage with the poison coming through to get some more chip. And the Evo Mega Knight opposite lane from Droid, maybe trying to get some sort of dual lane pressure going.
And Ian responds with an Evo Mega Knight in kind. Maybe a little bit of nerves here from Droid. Juicy just missing a couple interactions early on against that Magic Archer.
Definitely. Tesla going to drop down from Ian, just setting up this defense. Even a Miner coming through to try and deal with the Mother Witch. And then an Earthquake from Droid, seeing his last card. Golden Knights dashing around, and the Mega Knights continue to battle out on the left side, pretty much fully canceling out. The dust kind of settles here, and looks like Droid's actually up some solid elixir. He's going to reset with another Mega Knight in the back right away.
And Ian does the exact same here, recognizing that he has quite a good lead on that right side. Happy to move the conversation to the left-hand side just to play some good defense, which is really the smartest thing to do here. He knows he can get a Miner on tower. He knows he can get a poison on tower, so happy to just play wherever Droy is asking him to. And assuming he's going to do the exact same thing here on the right side as a Miner comes out, Hog behind, and an Evo Tesla.
Yeah, I really like that Miner placement that Ian used there. And I also like the general idea that Ian's kind of recognized that Droid has Earthquake. So now he's just spamming Magic Archers. Every single time the Magic Archer's in cycle, he's going to get that down because Earthquake Snowball does not take that out. So Ian's recognizing some great things here, but Droid does continue to get some damage through. I'd be interested to see if some more miners start coming out from from Ian to try to get some chip damage in.
And a nice hero Magic Archer ability there to get another shot on tower. Probably not going to be thirsting for much elixir as we're deep into double here. As a Mega Knight and a Mega Knight duke it out on the left-hand side, but no connection. And that's a great call that you make about the Magic Archer. The amount of times that I have lost the game and then been like, man, if I would have just played more Firecrackers or Magic Archers, recognizing the spell power from your opponent, I should have had like 6 of them on the board. But instead, I was just not thinking about the macro conversation there. And Ian recognizing that early, being able to stack these Magic Archers. Hog Rider does not get a hit, but damage getting a lot closer here in the final 40 seconds. 1524, the strongest tower on the board, to 1190, the weakest tower on the board for Droid.
Man, this is so fascinating how the Mega Knights keep dropping left side, and Droid just basically wants to keep kiting or forcing on the Mega Knight left side to try and get the Hog through. But these defenses are so good from Ian. He even uses the anti-Earthquake Tesla placement this time, and a Mega Knight. There's only like 15 seconds left, so Ian's looking pretty here.
And does not get the Magic Archer lineup at the top of the bridge here. Mega Knight leaps on top of tower, and Ian takes game number 1 And yeah, Juicy, a lot of really interesting macro decisions made here by Ian throughout the game, recognizing he's up early on, happy to play defense on the left-hand side.
Yeah.
As you called out, Mega Knight's being just kind of used as, are you going to make a mistake in the left-hand lane? As we both know, this game is going to be won on the right-hand side of the board. So fun to kind of see the mind games going on there between the two of them.
Man, that was really fun to watch. Honestly, that's one of those games where I just want to replay that after the broadcast in like 0.5 speed just to really figure out everything that's going on. Because when there's two Evo Mega Knights on one side just bouncing each other around, it's like just sheer chaos. And then the Evo Lumberjack on the right is definitely always scary. But Ian just locked down the defense so well. And like I called out before, just the fact that he's recognizing, okay, this Evo Lumberjack is a big threat. I'm going to play safe. I'm going to use my miner up top. He's baiting on my Mega Knight left side, but I'm going to use my win condition as a solid tank to make sure that that Evo Lumberjack stays as far away from my tower as possible. And then also just the Tesla recognition. Sometimes you use the Tesla in the low placement to try and get that full like pull from the hog. And sometimes he goes for that high placement to dodge the earthquake. And that's something that the best players in the world do so well. And it just seems simple, but just this idea of continuing to switch up the way that you defend on a very small level, just to keep your opponent guessing and prevent predictions while also getting as much value from your cards as possible. It's amazing to see every single time.
Yeah, that's a great call that you make, because the mind games of Clash Royale are absolutely massive in terms of competitive scene, right? You know, we've seen in the past the Knight at the bridge to make you think that they're going to play a graveyard to bait out your response, and this is another great example. You know, moving miner placement. Where are you going to play it early on? Where are you going to play it as the game goes on? And then exactly as you're calling out, the Tesla in the center of the board to get help from both the Princess Towers, maybe units on the other side, but then you're going to go up high to put it in the anti-earthquake spot, you know, giving it that little push, or if the hog's placed, you know, more towards the center of the map, just varying everything up so it makes your opponent have to respond just a second slower. Right? Because getting a pre-earthquake in on a building that's placed instantly is one of those things. You know, if he's going anti-earthquake spot throughout the entire game, then Droid goes, all right, I'm just going to drop an earthquake in the center of the board up high. Happy to not get the tower damage. I want the hog to break on through. But when you vary that up, that's when things get really tough. And as the years have gone on, we've talked a lot about playing miner poison control at the highest level. Sometimes it's a really dangerous thing to do because it allows for very, very few mistakes, if any mistakes. But as we saw in that first game, Ian just playing completely lights out. The last piece of that conversation as we hop into game number 2 is the nerves. It did feel like Droy had some nerves at the beginning of that game that allowed the Magic Archer to give Ian such a big lead, which then, as you mentioned, Juicy, it allows him to play his miner, which is the win condition, defensively more freely, because he already got so much damage early on from his secondary win condition.
Man, I just love how you broke that down. That's so true. But yeah, hopping into this next game, we'll see if Droy's able to shake off some of these nerves. Looks like he's got the Evo Furnace and a Hero Bowler with a Knight, so makes me think most likely Graveyard. And then Ian, on the other hand, going with this very popular and consistent Royal Hogs deck. And Ian's so good at these decks. Hog and Royal Hogs, both of those decks, he's able to play really well. So I like this idea from Ian, just to go to Comfort and try to break through to win this best of 3.
This is usually a deck that has lightning in it, if I'm not mistaken. So we'll see, you know, if that's the case with Ian, and probably going to be happy to have that to deal with, you know, Evo Furnaces or Bowler Furnace Knights at the bridge, maybe to clear Teslas if he wants to get hyper aggressive. But Ian actually known as an aggressive player, I think, as we even saw him talking about in his interviews. But as we saw in game number 1, a guy that does not shy away from playing defense, especially once he gets damage lead in. So lightning does come down on that left hand side, clear the path, to take that furnace off the board. And, you know, last month, a lot of players, you know, people love to be, they have the memory of a goldfish when it talks about the competitive scene, or in terms of the competitive scene. A lot of people wondering, oh, is Ian washed? He didn't make it last month. Oh, he had such a good 2025 World Finals. Now he's not here in our first monthly final. Well, Ian did go, as I mentioned, 7-0 in our group stage this month, one of 3 players to do it. But in his last month, he was 3rd in his group, behind Mo and Clown, or Kickash. Furkin and Adnan were also in his group. So when you talk about 5 players to deal with in your group stage, that is a very, very stacked lineup, and that explains a little bit why Ian may have missed our monthly final as he takes a lead here with that Fire Spirit hopping on tower. Great pressure there with that 1 elixir card.
Or is he going to drop down from Droy? Cannon up high from Ian. Just trying to basically prevent anything from crossing the bridge. That's what's really important when you're playing against Graveyard. Because if they can't get a Knight or a Boulder to cross that bridge, it's going to be a lot easier for your tower to help defend those Graveyard skeletons. And Ian just continuing to lightning out these furnaces, get extra damage. It's a -2 elixir trade. Before the damage, it's not so bad of a play, especially when your defense is as locked down as Ian's is right now.
So Juicy, talking about the overall matchup here, as Poison comes in to clear those Skeleton Dragons off the board, how are you feeling about the matchup for both these guys?
Yeah, I've played both of these decks a decent amount this season, and I think that in general, this Royal Hogs deck does pretty well, but that's also because it usually uses E-Spirit. I think that there's going to be a chance for Droid to get maybe a couple more skeleton connections than he might originally get, especially with the Boulder on defense for the Piggies. So honestly, I think it's pretty 50-50. Really depends on, it's really about who's going to play better, I would say. But I think that if it were me, I would be more comfortable playing the Graveyard side here.
As that Graveyard deck does get a nice shot on tower from Bowler, that is going to be easy cannon fodder for a Lightning to come down.
Man.
From Ian. 60 seconds remaining here. Droy has not yet played his win condition.
Wow, nice Tesla placement. Pulls all the pigs. Bowler's going to do a decent job, but these piggies are making the tower. And man, Ian just continues to use these skeleton dragons up high. And once again, look at this block of the bridge. Droid, you said it, he hasn't played his win condition yet, but it's for a reason. Ian's playing this so well to use the skeleton dragons into the lightning. Because like, if you lightning the furnace every time, and the skeleton drags are always placed up high as he continues to do, and the berserkers being used to block the Knight of the bridge, how is this Graveyard going to get a tank? And there's only 20 seconds left. We see one more Graveyard, and it's starting to get a little bit close, but I think that Ian's just in a commanding lead here.
Yeah, it's so... excuse me, it's so interesting when you talk about matchup. We've talked about this for years. As this Graveyard does come in and get some decent damage, but you know Ian has got a locked down defense. He knows he doesn't even need to use the lightning. As I'm sure we're going to get a flex. There it is. Gosh, look at that. Muscles popping out of places I didn't even know existed. Dude is yoked. What I was going to say, though, is when you talk about matchup, in the matchup conversation, you know, Royale API, Stats Royale, two sites that are great to look at that conversation maybe after. And there's the flex, of course, there as well. The boys flexing just all over the place with a nice 2-0 sweep. He has earned it. I swear I'm going to get through this sentence. It's just every time Ian flexes, I get flustered. But the matchup conversation, you know, it looks different on paper sometimes, especially when you're
Muhammad Light lose first round and see that huge lower bracket run. I think that this is something that Droy can pull off, but he's definitely going to really have to lock his mental, and he's also going to have to lock down his gameplay, because once again, I mean, these players are just on another level in this month's monthly final. I can't wait to continue to see some of these matches.
I mean, honestly, I think, you know, if not the most stacked, top 3 most stacked monthly finals that we've ever had. People were talking about it online, just relentlessly, just seeing, wow, whoever makes it through this monthly final and gets the golden ticket, that is a huge accomplishment in and of itself. And then we get to see what they can do at World Finals. And then, yeah, the other thing, you know, if you're talking about silver lining, when you get sent down to that lower bracket, you get the opportunity to play more if you're winning, right? If you're going to make it all the way through to that grand championship at the end of tomorrow, you have to play a lot more matches than someone that is just staying in that upper bracket. So while it does suck to lose, and while it is a more difficult path, sometimes that experience of playing on broadcast and playing against these players in a monthly final is really what you want out of it. Remember, there's a lot more months that are coming. There's a lot more leaderboard points to be given out. So, you know, maybe it doesn't happen for you this month specifically, as it won't for 4 players by the end of today. But the experience you get doing a lower bracket run, working on that mental fortitude that you talked about, is just something that is very, very important in and of itself. So as we move on to our next match, Taw versus Morten, you know, 2 guys that have actually become staples in the CRL scene. Morten, it goes without saying, you know, he's a guy that has been there since the team's era. He has showed up in many, many world finals, you know, from 2019 to 2023. He showed up in every single world finals. You know, I hate to say it, Morten is a man that I love. He's a guy that I've watched for years. Always a bridesmaid, never a bride. He's gotten second place at World Finals a couple times. And then obviously the famous 1 HP moment against Surgical Goblin, which even though SK Gaming got 4th place in that 2019 World Finals, it really did feel like whoever won that match between Liquid and SK was going to win the World Finals. Sometimes that just happens with bracketology. You know, one side does feel a lot more stacked than the other. And that was a moment for Morten, for all of us, that has been painted in Clash Royale League history. So happy to see him back. He had a very non-existent 2025 in terms of the competitive scene. You know, 2024, you know, he was still in it. He didn't make World Finals in 2024, but 2025, he didn't even show up in monthly finals. And then on the other side of it, a guy in Taw, who when he first showed up in our monthly finals, people were like, this is just a fluke. You know, who is this guy? And then he showed us. It was just crazy, right? Again, you know, you talk about the crowd here in CRL. While we love them, they are very critical of our best players in the world at times, especially on their journeys to becoming well known. And Taw's a guy that, you know, he showed up in World Finals in 2024, but it wasn't a great World Finals for him. You know, he ended up getting 0 wins, period, in games. You know, so he went 0-2 against Riley, and then 0-2 against Pedro. Riley and Pedro, 2 world number 2s, so very, very difficult in terms of where he was at in the bracket. But a guy that, you know, the first time we saw him was back in 2021, where he won that monthly final. Who is this guy? And then again, you know, he shows up in 2024. He gets 1st, 2nd, and 3rd, not respectively, but throughout the year in 2024 in terms of monthly finals. And then last year was kind of quiet for him. He showed up once, and he got 8th place in 2025. So, you know, as we've mentioned, very, very difficult to even make it to a monthly final for these guys that have been to world finals, have been close to holding that world championship trophy at the end of the year in Morten. So very happy to see both of them here. Morten went 5-2 in his group stage. Taw on the other side of it, the other of another of our 3 players that made a 7-0 run in the group stage, which was very impressive. I will say, slight caveat or small caveat here was that maybe you could argue that Taw's group in the group stage wasn't the most stacked, right? We talked about that group G with Samuel Basoto and OP Sam and Mo Light in it. Taw's group, he was able to beat Droy, Koffer Hubie, and Benzer Rydell, a guy that was actually at the 2019 World Cyber Games, which Juicy won. Just gonna throw that out there. But Benzer showed up in that teams format. He was a guy that people talked about a lot as being maybe the next big thing in Clash Royale League. Benzer Rydell obviously not maybe making it to be a household name, but if you've been following the competitive scene he's definitely a name that you've heard quite a bit. So Todd was able to take down those guys on his journey to a 7-0 run in the group stage. Juicy, I'm sure you, I don't know how much you watch Morton's streams, but I'm sure you play against him time and time again on ladder. Talk to me a little bit about our boy Morty.
Yeah, I have so many great things I could say about Morton. I did actually play against him in the Swiss stage for the qualifier. And I won one, I lost one, and then I ended up repeating cards accidentally in my third match. But
so
as
won.
I said,
you won the set. You would have won.
I don't know. So that brings me to the other thing I was gonna say about Morton, though, is like I talked about on stream the other day. It's just his tenacity. It's like he has so much experience, but I think the biggest thing, like his biggest strength, is that he never gives up like to the final second. And it's like he's just so aggressive too. You know, he loves those bait decks, those wall breaker decks, those mortar decks, those pressure decks, where he's just constantly applying pressure, and he's constantly like basically adjusting his gameplay throughout the match to how you're defending in order to make certain plays that's going to make him be able to break through. And I think that's his biggest strength, and that's going to be something that's going to be difficult for Ta to deal with. But Ta, as we've talked about, he's just such a great player. He's been practicing a lot this year, probably a little bit more than Morton. Morton, obviously, you know, has been leaning a little bit more into content the last 2 or 3 years, but he continues to just show up and show why he's one of the GOATs of this game.
Definitely. GOAT is a nickname that he's earned.
Yeah, he just has so much consistency. He's always putting in the work, and it'll be interesting to see like what decks they choose as well, because I think that another thing that I have been really realizing throughout, you know, kind of the evolution that is competitive Clash Royale is the fact that these players just continue to be more versatile. I think that back in the day when I was a pro, you know, you had like a couple decks that you were really good at and that you were always ready for your opponent to play, and then you had like kind of some auxiliary decks from there. But every single month, every single time that there's balance changes, the entire meta shifts in a big way. And from that, there's a wide variety of decks that show up. And for example, this season, we're seeing these kind of weird roll hogs test the lightning decks that weren't always a thing. We're seeing these Mega Knight Hog Rider decks. We're seeing a little bit less of RG with the Fisherman being gone. And it's wild to me how these players are able to not only adapt, but completely master these different decks and these different archetypes and these different metas within literally just days and weeks to be able to play in CRL at this super high level.
Yeah, and just to add on top of that conversation, you know, for Morton, he was the guy that took first place in our Mega Draft ladder that happened this year. So one of those things of being able to understand matchups, being able to understand macro, being able to understand and keep up with balance changes is that guy at the top of your screen. Morton, top of your screen, Ta at the bottom. Morton, also known as maybe the greatest 2v2 player of all time. Him and Sam also were first place in that 2v2 ladder that happened last year, I believe. Looking like, let's see, Royal Giant, bottom of our screen, question mark, and there it is.
Yeah, Royal Giant.
Graveyard, most likely.
Versus Graveyard. This is interesting. I think that most of the time when I'm playing Graveyard, it's versus RG, it's pretty 50-50, but this time, Morton's got a Giant Skeleton, even has Ice Spirit. But the Fisherman, that's the thing, is the Fisherman is so good versus this Giant Skeleton, and he does a great job of pairing it with that Hunter as well. But still, good counter push for Morton here.
And that Rhino should get on top of tower without the charge, but still some damage comes in as it gets a little shove there from the Monk. 2694 to 2745 on this opening battle.
Yeah, I think the nice thing for... Yeah, I'm just like really trying to still analyze this matchup. I think the nice thing for Morton is the fact that he has 2 tanks. Because, I mean, we talk about it a lot, but RG is kind of a tank bait deck. You know, sometimes you need a tank for the Monk. A lot of the time you need it for an RG for DPS. And a lot of the time you need it for the Fisherman. But Morton having the, basically the Dark Prince and the Giant Skelly, I think is pretty solid. On the other hand, Ta also has the Log. The Log is usually pretty good versus Godput. So he's going to be able to break through there. A lot of different dynamics here that I'll be interested to see who ends up winning this one.
That's a great fisherman pull to pull that giant skeleton out of Princess Tower range, so that tank for the graveyard is taken off of the board. Goblin Hut, not a bad defensive building to have. You know, Goblin Hut does have a decent amount of HP here, and you get some gobbies to pop out to create a counter push. So we'll see how that matches up against this Royal Giant as the game goes on. One thing that you were talking about the other day on your stream, Juicy, was that E-Spirit maybe not quite as good at cleaning up graveyards now that graveyards, skeleton population has changed a bit. The way that they populate the board, E-Spirit maybe not as effective as it has been in the past.
It's true. I think that, I don't know. The other thing is like these players. Oh wait, he's going for the king activation. This is a really risky play. But it does
play,
pull.
though, going up against Graveyard.
But look at the Dark Prince on the right side, Andrew.
Oh, my goodness. At what cost, we always say, for the King Tower activation. So now Morton does have a huge lead. And now maybe going to have to think a lot more about defense and poisons as this game goes on with that King Tower activated. Ta going for the macro win of activating King Tower against Graveyard. But again, as I said, at what cost, as that tower is down to 1100 HP on the right-hand side.
Yeah, and you see Morton already shifting here to just, okay, I'm going to get a poison on this tower. And it's really up to Ta now to try to break through. RG in the back, but once again, these giant skellies and these gob huts are going to continue to block the lanes pretty well.
This is that was a fascinating decision to make by Ta. We'll see if it pays off. This is why I love CRL, is, you know, those decisions that these great players make. They don't always work out, but maybe that was the killing blow for Ta. We're going to find out as this game goes on. A little bit of reflection there by the Monk as this Evo Snowball comes down to get that RG off the tower, but just
look
as
at this
quickly as that
left
RG... Oh, the skeleton! Oh,
my
wow,
goodness.
just enough kiting there, but the Dark Prince maybe connects. No, High Monk, as the RG does not get a shot on the right-hand side. 16-10, 9-18. Incredible plays by both these guys. Morton creating a ton of pressure in the opposite lane.
No, the fisherman doesn't pull in time. and the Dark Prince gets a hit. RG doesn't break through as well. Man, this is crazy. The log just keeps being forced down the Dark Prince, and he never has it as an opportunity on offense to break through the Gob Hut. Morton, once again, like I was saying before, his tenacity, his aggression, his best defense here is just keeping up pressure with these Dark Princes, with the giant skeletons, and here comes a final Graveyard Poison, and Todd knows it's over.
Wow, what a great play from Morty Boy. How many times did we see a Dark Prince followed by Spear Goblins, followed by a Furnace coming down the opposite lane? It was just, I mean, that's the thing that I've always commended Morton for, is he is always happy to switch lanes. No matter what is going on in the game, he is always the guy that can understand the macro maybe better than anyone. Just going, all right, I know exactly how I can win this. I know exactly how I can lose this. Now, it doesn't always work out, especially when you're going up against someone like Muhammad Light. But that being said, this was a very, very fun game to watch. Juicy, King Tower activation. Thoughts now that we've seen it play out?
Man, I like the idea. I love the play, but I don't know. Honestly, I think it might be less about Todd, just the fact that Morton's like, okay, he's going for the king activation. I'm going to Dark Prince the bridge. I'm going to apply the pressure. And I don't know. I think that Morton really kind of took advantage of the situation. Like, he knew what Ta was going for, and he applied the pressure when he knew that Ta was low on elixir. And wow, it really worked out for him. I mean, just leave it to Morton to make a graveyard deck into a dual lane pressure, like a bridge spam deck, you know?
Yeah, that's a great way to put it.
I love what you said also about like the Furnace though, because, you know, Ta having Fireball Log as his spells, you know, he doesn't have lightning to deal with the Furnace like we saw Ian do in the previous best of 3. So he kept dropping Fireball in this Furnace, but he doesn't take it out, and the Furnace continues to spawn those Fire Spirits, especially if it's Evo. So the log is forced out. And then you get in this weird situation, and it's like, okay, I've used my Fireball and my log in this Furnace, 6 elixir, and I don't have log to deal with this Gob Hut. And when you don't have log to deal with the Gob Hut, the Royal Giant just struggles to break through because the Gob Hut continues to spawn Spear Gobs. And man, just great plays from Morton once again. I love watching him play. It's just, I know, it's always an aggressive masterclass.
Yeah,
Sorry.
yeah, and I've never been shy about being such a fanboy for Morton. No matter what the matchup is, I'm always, I love all these players. I've been doing this for 9 years at this point, right? So I've seen all of their journeys through the competitive scene. Morton has always been one of my absolute favorites. Love to see him come back into the competitive scene, play that first game well, but he's got a tall order in getting the sweep against Ta here. Also, a great clippable moment for anyone watching when Juicy said Dark Prince no. That was one of my highlights of the day already.
I was looking at that fisherman, is like, that thing is not gonna pull in time. But yeah, the Dark Prince is so, it's such a versatile card because it's a tank, it's got a shield, it has that charge attack, it's just so good on defense and offense. But enough about the previous match. What do we have here in game number 2? Roll Hogs from Morton. There's a couple different kind of variations this Roll Hogs deck. There's a more quicker cycle lightning variation with the Tesla, and then there's this Evo Cage version, which is really good versus giant skeleton type decks. I think it's probably going to run Fireball and maybe even a Magic Archer hero as well for Morton here. And on the other hand, we have Ta with this hero balloon plus Eggsy NATO deck, which we've seen a little bit about. It's definitely one of those decks where it requires like a lot of patience and a lot of precision, because sometimes it can be difficult to break through. But as we saw Riley do earlier, that sometimes all you need is just consistent balloon death damage. So that's going to be something Ta will be going for here as well.
Someone saying in the chat that I sound like a proud dad. Absolutely, at this point. So Bomb Tower going to come out, going to miss the pull on one of those Royal Hogs, and the Tower activation comes through again. Morton with a little bit of smile on his face going, all right, man, you got the Bomb Tower, you got the NATO, you got the Executioner. This is going to be a little bit of a tough battle here. 2586, the lowest tower on the board for Morton on the top right-hand side, and then again, understanding the macro, Morton goes, okay, well, I think a lot of Magic Archers on the board could be a good way to deal with creating some pressure for Ta as it baits out that miner.
Yeah, bait out the miner, but then we see the ability to protect the Marcher. Knight on the right lane, gonna tank everything, and then, wait, the NATO slightly missed time though, so one of the Marchers stays alive, and Morton takes the opportunity to go straight in for the attack.
A nice zap plus Bomb Tower here to clear all that off the board. But as you guys can already see, the play style of Morton, which is understanding the macro and then making his opponent play uncomfortable. So we'll see how much more that happens as this game goes on. Skeleton Dragons and Magic Archers all cycled in one lane, knowing that spell power is not a problem. And we'll see this. Miner goes to the back, maybe thinking that the ability might come through, maybe just going to an awkward spot for Morton.
What a nice NATO.
Wow.
The
Executioner going to get even more shots on tower.
And it pushes that Brawler back and hits the Marcher, taking the tower down to 1157 as we continue here with just a minute and a half left of overtime.
Morton going hyper aggressive here. Piggies plus Marcher up high. Skeleton Dragons behind, just trying to create anything, any path. And you keep seeing that shake of the head from Morton. That is a signature move when he knows that he is in a very bad spot. This is not a great matchup for him, and Ta is also playing this very, very well.
Another balloon coming through. Good timing on the Royal Hogs, the pressure, but the Bomb Tower, especially with Fireball, that's the big thing here. Is like, how are you going to break through the Eggsy? How are you going to break through the Bomb Tower with this Fireball? The Fireball is almost completely useless in this matchup, other than maybe some sort of defensive capability.
Yeah.
So that being said, it really just comes down to, can Morton get a Magic Archer connection? I think that's what he really is going to need in this scenario.
And a NATO here as Morton decides to defend that Magic Archer with everything he's got. Royal Pigs Evo to the right-hand side. Marcher trying to connect, but a nicely placed Executioner there. And Ta's defense has just been exceptional in this game. His NATO play has been near perfect.
Yeah.
I'd give him a 99 out of 100 in terms of just barely missing that NATO early on, but he had the Bomb Tower to cover his tracks. So everything with the Executioner lineups has been excellent, and even the placement there as Morton has 25 seconds and needs a miracle.
NATO zap, cycling back to the Bomb Tower. Morton had one opportunity to outcycle both the Eggsy and the Bomb Tower there, but Ta just uses the triple elixir perfectly to get that cycle back. We also see Ta even predicting for the Magic Archer to the right-hand lane. The Eggsy NATO Zap just cleans up everything. And my goodness, like you said, just a defensive masterclass from Ta, really just locking everything down. I think Ta is like a perfect example of like the antithesis to the gameplay that Morten brings, of just solid, consistent defense, especially when you have the cards that he had here in this game too.
Yeah, I mean, that is just a great matchup, and a matchup that is played very, very well there by Ta. I saw a great question here in the chat, and Juicy, you can break this down. Someone was asking, and this is what we love about Clash Royale, is that these guys are playing from completely different parts of the world. How is there not an issue with ping? Well, we have something called drop delay, Juice. Yeah,
that's why Clash Royale, I think, is not only one of the, probably the best mobile game of all time, but it's just one of the best games of all time. Because every player, no matter where you are in the world, has a 1,000 millisecond ping. So what this means is that every time that you play a card, it's 1 second drop delay, which basically standardizes the ping so you can play against someone when you're in Japan and your opponent's in Germany. It just makes it really, I don't know. It just, it makes it so you can play against anyone. And it also doesn't affect gameplay too much because it's kind of a tower defense. Like Clash Royale just really just pulls together so many different genres and categories of games, because it's tower defense, but it's also kind of an RTS, but it's also kind of an auto battler, because once you place a card, they continue to, kind of go along by themselves. But, that's kind of explains that. If you have any other questions, you can drop in the chat. But Andrew, tell me a little bit about these locked cards and kind of what this means for this game 3 here between Morten and Ta.
Yeah, this is cool, man. This is another cool, great thing from our production team. Shout out to them and Stats Royale and that partnership and giving us all these new graphics. So this is, in the past, we've always seen the played decks, played cards. This is a great way to see all of it in one place with every card on the board. So everything with a blue X is something that Ta has played, and everything with a red X is something that Morten has played, and those are all cards that cannot be repeated. So as you kind of can look through here, and it's all broken down, obviously, as you can see, win conditions, spells, buildings, other cards, even though I know Juicy would have something to say about Mega Knight being in the win condition category, as I've heard that over the years many, many times. But this is a great way to kind of look at the grand scheme of all things available in the Clash Royale universe as we get into game number 3. So shout out to our producer there as we hop in to our third and final game of this best of 3. Good luck's coming out from both these players. A lot of respect from them to each other.
And I was going to say,
it feels like Morten is probably going to go something, again, a bit aggressive, because that has been his play style for the day today, as a bandit is cycled in the back.
And arrows as well. So most likely going to be Mega Knight from Morten. Especially since we're seeing arrows and zap, it's probably going to be some sort of Mega Knight Prince Wallbreaker deck, usually. This is like the one instance, it's funny you just brought it up, this is like the one instance where it really feels like Mega Knight is kind of a win condition, especially when paired with the Prince, the minions, and the Wallbreakers. And then Ta, on the other hand, with this Hog deck. And this is almost exactly what this Mega Knight deck is good for, so Morten's probably pretty happy with the deck pick here. It's really just good at shutting down Hog decks, because you drop the Mega Knight on the Hog, you counter push, and when you have that massive pressure with the Bandit, with the Prince, sometimes it's going to get difficult for Ta to get these defenses to happen.
Yeah, Morten already recognizing the matchup, just going immediately with the MK plus the minions, knowing that those minions are going to create a little bit of problem for Ta. Ta did a really good job of his placement and timing with that Magic Archer and his defense to make sure the minions didn't get much damage on tower. Morten behind by just a bit, 2780, the healthiest tower, or excuse me, the lowest tower on the board for Ta, 2735, the lowest tower on the board for Morten.
Wow, and a Spear Empress. He's got Spear Empress instead of Prince, and it looks like Morten is also bringing the Hog Rider as well, just to have a little bit more consistent of a win condition. And we saw it earlier with the Lava Spear Empress, and we saw a previous Mega Knight Spear Empress deck, and he even has Boulder. Wow, he has so many counters to the Hog Rider, and the Spear Empress once again is be so difficult for Ta to basically take out. I mean, you talked about it earlier about how Magic Archer, it's very versatile, has splash damage, it's kind of a secondary win condition, but at the same time, it doesn't have enough DPS to deal with the Empress sometimes. So it's really in Ta's court, like, to find a way to not only get damage, but I really don't know how he's going to be able to defend these big pushes as well.
Yeah, and Morten already starting that big push here as you see the Bar Barrel come out to defend against that Spirit Empress to protect the Magic Archer as a Hog goes down the left-hand side now. And this is a huge push on the left-hand side. Bandit should be able to connect on tower. No, Bar Barrel there just in time. Ta with the shake of the head. He knows he's in a ton of trouble. Minion's going to connect as well as Morten opens this thing up and is up for Elixir. And Morten, you can see kind of rocking in his chair going, oh yeah, this is exactly what I wanted.
Yeah, big push comes through, and Todd did not have Goblins or Ice Spirit or even Bar Barrel in cycle. That's kind of a situation you'll get with these Mega Knight Hog decks. Is I found that, you know, sometimes I'm used to just having a Knight or a Mighty Miner or some sort of cheap tank or maybe even Valkyrie to deal with the situations like that. But when you have Mega Knight and you're at 4 Elixir and you're trying to save up and there's a Bandit on your tower, it's all you can do is kind of just cry.
And that Bandit nicely placed. Going to have to defend the Tesla with the Magic Archer. And Morten also opting to eat damage on the right-hand side from that Hog so that the Spirit Empress can stay on the board. Todd delaying the inevitable at the moment as a second Mega Knight comes down and a Ground Empress. Todd just thirsting for a way to defend. And that is going to do it, most likely. Wow.
Yeah. I mean, I shouldn't laugh, but I feel so bad for Todd and just the desperation. Ice Spirit, Hog Rider trying to distract as 2 Mega Knights are on the board. The Ground Empress, the Hog Rider coming through. I mean, what a great deck pick from Morten and his team.
Yeah.
But also just great gameplay to back it up. Just applying insurmountable pressure at the bridge as Morten does. I think that the big thing that we haven't mentioned yet there is just the fact that, and we're going to be able to look at it a little bit here, is the fact this Bandit. I would love to actually see how many times the Bandit was played in that third game, and also maybe even a heat map of where it was played, because the Bandit just did such a great job of sniping out the Teslas, sniping out the Magic Archers, of providing so much pressure. You know, a lot of the times we think of like, okay, what card can I use to break my Hog Rider through a Tesla or through a building? A lot of time we think of like Lightning and Earthquake and lots of spells, but this Bandit is such a nice supporting card for this deck because it synergized so well with the Mega Knight with the jump plus dash combination to break through.
Yeah.
But we also seen the, I mean, you called it the end there. Like literally Todd was trying to protect his Tesla from the Bandit with a Magic Archer. I'm sure that was a misclick, but anyway, either way, just like the fact that it is able to dash over the river there is just wild to me.
Yeah, that's a great breakdown there, and an excellent pick from Morten's team. I mean, you just look at that matchup in game number 3 on paper, and you go, wow, there are so many responses to deal with that Hog Rider. No building, you know, you might say, but then when you think about what is going to be on the board and the counter push that is then going to ensue, Morten just really, really had Ta's number in game number 3. Game number 2, kind of a terrible matchup for Morten, also really well played by Ta. But one thing I got to say, and I mentioned it throughout that game, was just the beautiful understanding of macro from Morten. Even in game number 2 when he was struggling, he still was able to deal with the fact that, you know, oh, there's not the spell power to deal with the Magic Archers and the Skeleton Dragons. How can I create pressure here? He just couldn't figure out a way to break on through. So Viper and Riley are going to face off in the first matchup of our quarterfinals. Now Ian and Morten, the second matchup here in our quarterfinals. A little bit of old and new there when we talk about Morten versus Ian. You know, Ian, a name that we've seen a lot more over the last couple of years. Morten, a name that kind of paved the way for all the CRL competitors starting his foray off in 2018. Furkan and Vitor, Droy and Ta. So fun matchups there in our lower bracket, which we're going to get to obviously about 2/3 of the way through our day, as those guys have to sit back, wait, and watch to see, you know, how that meta develops throughout the day. And of course, 2 of those players that we're seeing on screen right now will be eliminated by the end of our broadcast as we move on to the next matchup. And that is going to be a fun one. This is going to be a little bit of, you know, experience versus someone that you actually just saw in the King of the Arena ladder style matchup in Cal Sub versus Airbache. Sub, a guy that got number 2 in the world last year at our World Finals. Very, very, I mean, you mentioned consistency is king. That is Sub to a T. A guy that is got ice running through his veins. He has been showing up time and time again in our monthly finals. not a guy for knowing, not known for kind of hitting, you know, knockout home run hits. Not really a guy that's known for winning a lot of monthly finals, but he is definitely a guy that is known for being very, very consistent. And Airbache taking a page out of Ian's book, playing from his bed here. Airbache got 5th/6th in that King of the Arena tournament that he just played in. But when you talk about his group stage, he was in that very, very tough group where he ended up with a 4-3 record. What's fascinating is, though, you know, the top 4 players in that group were Mo Light, Samuel Basoto, and OP Sam. Airbache had the exact same record as the 2 Sams at 4-3, but as I mentioned before, he had a better game win percentage. One of the players that he beat along the way was Saint Belican, but he actually lost to all 3 Basoto, Sam, and Mo Light. So we'll see how he can do here against our former, or actually not even former, our current world runner-up from our 2025 World Finals.
Man, yeah, let's just hop straight in the game. Can't wait to see what Sub brings out here. Looks like he's got the Wallbreaker Evo, Magic Archer, super quick cycle deck. I have been struggling to beat this deck recently. It's just so good at applying so much pressure, and the dual lane pressure, the Magic Archers are constantly annoying. What the? Yo, this Dark Prince just did a double leap. I don't know how that works. And then we do see ability as well. I'm flabbergasted.
And the Inferno comes out for the first time today. Sub obviously not super happy about that opening interaction there, as the double leap, as you mentioned, from the Dark Prince makes him spend a little bit more elixir. But luckily for Sub, they were all very cheap cards that were taken off the board.
Yeah, but his poor Magic Archer, I mean, I know this is something you mentioned already. It's just like the ice running through his veins. If that happened to me, I would be so tilted already. I'm like, are you kidding me? My Magic Archer just died. But it looks like I also got the deck wrong a little bit. It looks like this is actually going to be some Hypno Hyperbait with the Magic Archer variation. I played this deck yesterday in a grand challenge, and it's honestly ridiculous because on paper, you know, there's certain matchups that are just really difficult. What? And he uses the Fire Spirit to boost his Magic Archer to the tower. I feel like I don't know, I'm kind of ADHD squirreling right now with so many different things happening on the screen, but just, yeah, love this deck, and I can't wait to see Sub continue to make these wild plays with those 1 elixir spirits, tanking for the Goblin Barrel, pushing the Magic Archer forward, and also defensively speaking, it'll be really fun to watch.
Yeah, Sub is a guy that I feel like is always underrated. No matter what he pulls off, he is always underrated. So and it's because, again, consistency is one of those things that just isn't as flashy as winning monthly finals, but a very great player, as you guys can see, with some really good interactions. In the damage lead by just a hair at the moment, and as you guys can see, no spells really. I mean, obviously the delivery and the spirits combined can create that spell power, but an interesting deck here, as you mentioned, a bit of a hyper bait deck. And you talk about Sub's group stage, a guy that went 6-1 in groups. The only person he lost to was Remy Ellie, and a guy that's very respected in the community, but he was able to beat Capgun, Clown, and John, who is a guy that showed up in our monthly finals. He was also able to beat Soth, who was under the nomer Novak Djokovic.
Man, I am just hypnotized right now by Sub's defensive gameplay here. With the oh wait, he doesn't have enough elixir, but the Iceberg goes down in time. Still a little bit of damage from Airbache, and here comes the Evo Barrel though. But the thing that I'm like really impressed with right now is Sub's usage of the Magic Archer ability. He'll just play the ability seemingly randomly just to continue to... And there's just 3 Magic Archers on the board that they're getting geometry every single way. We see another perfect ability from Sub to continue to protect it. And this is the strength of this Magic Archer deck. My goodness.
I mean, that first Magic Archer gets a huge lineup. Then the second Magic Archer comes down for a lineup and the ability lineup, while the third Magic Archer is on the right-hand side of the board creating pressure. Absolutely insane pressure, and so much to be keeping track of for Airbache. This is a masterclass from Sub. Everything is just so clean at the moment.
So true. Another Magic Archer on the board yet again. Like, it seems like when one dies, there's always another one down. Well, before the first one is even gone, for that matter. Wallbreaker is going to connect as well. Inferno not really the thing that he wants for defense, but he's still making this Inferno look like it's the best building in the game right now, with the different ways
leaves
using
open the other more utilized buildings as he works his way through this set. So
true.
Ends up being a pretty dang good pick for Sub at the moment as he spams the Infernos. It's not often you see the SimCity with Inferno Tower. As he misses the lightning on the second one, does Air Bache, so not going to be able to break through very well.
See the Dark Prince ability, but another Inferno on the board yet again. 28 seconds left. And this is the power of these 1 elixir cards. I mean, they just do such a good job. Inferno is so tanky here. Ice Bear's gonna drop down. The continued pressure from the Evo Barrel on both sides getting damaged, while the wall breakers connect on the left as well. Magic Archers lined up. I mean, what else is there to say here? I mean, this is just beautiful. Beautiful game.
I am frustrated for Air Bache just thinking of even playing this game. He ends up actually making it a lot closer than maybe it felt. As you can see, Sub doing so much damage on both towers, only separated by 18 HP, both of them below 200. But if I'm Air Bache,
I'm still processing the fact that Air Bache almost came back and won that with the Evo Pigs Lightning at the end. But Sub just like, I don't know. Sub was just, am I the only one that's freaking out about that? Like, Sub is just so calm. He's just sitting there chilling like, I let him get that damage at the end on purpose. Just for like style points. Anyways, what really stood out to me was at the end, I loved Air Bache's once again tenacity, just keeping and never giving up, keeping up the pressure at the end. I also really just once again just have to talk about that Magic Archer usage. Like at one point in the game, you know, he had one Magic Archer on the going up on the right lane, and he just played the ability when he saw that how Air Bache played the Dark Prince in the back in the opposite lane. He was just already setting up the fact that you wanted to boost his Magic Archer backward. Then he plays another Magic Archer left side, then uses Spirits to kite the Dark Prince in the middle, and all of a sudden the Dark Prince is getting hit by both the Magic Archers. And then he's able to use the Magic Archer ability on the left side to bring that backward. In the meantime, he's cycling back to a third Magic Archer because they're just both continuing to stay on his side of the map. And he just gets the lines up. It's just wild. It was so fun to watch. That was amazing.
Yeah, I mean, and you weren't the only one. The chat was also talking a lot about the micro interactions and the ability usage of that Magic Archer. And I think, you know, just to add on to what you're saying, you know, people think about that Magic Archer ability as, oh, you know, maybe the Magic Archer is going to get taken off the board right away by something coming across the bridge, or, oh, I'm trying to get a lineup shot on the tower. But when you look at this deck and how fast it cycles and the damage from the Goblin Barrels is, you know, if there's only one layer of offense coming from Sub, it becomes a lot easier to deal with. But when you have that many Magic Archers on the board, or you keep that one Magic Archer alive longer, even if the ability doesn't get on tower, even if it seems like it might be a wasted ability, then maybe 10-20 seconds down the line, you're able to throw something in front of that Magic Archer and get a Goblin Barrel in, because there was a lot of times we saw the barrels tanking for the Magic Archer on either side of the board. So Sub just playing that long game of understanding this might look a little bit odd, and maybe it's 2 elixir in the hole at the moment, but in about 10-20 seconds, you're going to see exactly what my thought process was of just keeping these Magic Archers alive. As we all know, Firecrackers, Magic Archers, Princesses, the longer they stay on the board, the more elixir and the more discomfort you're going to force from your opponent. And that's just absolutely beautiful plays there from Sub. I do love the change in the Magic Archer ability from 1 to 2. I think it was incredibly necessary. But when you look at the way that Sub played it, it felt like it was just free. He was just using it all over the place.
So true.
It was so good. And then that quick cycle, you know, you have that heavy building in the Inferno Tower, but when you have 2 1 elixir cards on the board in the 2 spirits, you're able to get back around to it over and over. There was one moment when we literally saw basically 3 Infernos on the board. You know, there was the one that had been there, then the one placed up high at the bridge, and then almost immediately after the lightning came down, the 3rd Inferno Tower came in. So, you know, the micro placement from Sub, the ability usage from Sub, and the macro understanding of being able to use those buildings defensively, just so well played. And the other part of it that you just have to mention is he didn't have a spell, you know, but the Royal Delivery... What?
He must have repeated a card.
Yeah, yeah, and sub
That's
having
the most
same
surprised I've
reaction.
ever seen him.
Yeah, Airbache looks like he must have repeated a card as he almost immediately gets up and walks away from the camera.
Wow.
Hey,
I don't
it
know.
happens.
Yeah, I guess he repeated a card. It happened to me in the Switch. I mean, obviously, and I don't know. I just gotta say, I just feel bad for him. There's nothing else to say except I'm sorry, dude. That sucks.
And a very quick game number 2, maybe trying to keep up with the schedule is Airbache, as he must have had a repeated card there. We'll see if production has a shout to that. But that's the only thing that you can assume, and we can always look at the decks online to just see what happened. Definitely a bummer. We always hate seeing that. You know, you always want to see a set be played out. You always want to see a player be able to give it their best. But as you mentioned, Juicy, it happened to you. It just happened to Airbache. It's happened at World Finals before. It is just a part of the game. It's one of the reasons that we love duel mode, but also one of the constrictions and troubles of duel mode. So we might be able to see a Magic Archer heat map here from production in a moment, but as we can see,
Dark Prince repetition.
Yep,
that was it.
There it is. Yep, right there. Second card in on both decks there from Airbache. That's just tough. I mean, that's where having an analyst is so important, Juicy. That analyst sends you the deck that you can just copy paste right in analyst/coach. And whether Airbache's coach/analyst made a mistake or if he's working on his own, just a tough thing to see there. But in terms of game number 1, which is, you know, kind of all we can talk He is the standard in terms of
true.
Clash Royale competitive. Everyone in the world knows that he's the best that there is, the best there has been. The conversation between him and Mugi is still a fun one to have. We've been in the solo era for 5 years now. This is beginning our sixth, journey to our 6 world finals in the solo era. But only 2 guys have ever won. Mugi's won twice, the first ever person to win 2 world championships, but Mohamed Light, the first ever 3-time world champ and the first ever back-to-back world champion. So, a guy that was 7-0 in his group stage. Last month, he had the highest win percentage in the Swiss and group stage. He was able to come back and win that back-to-back best of 5 as Sandbox won the first best of 5, but you never, ever want to run into Mohamed Light with a life to give in our grand championship. We haven't talked about him much today, guys, so you're just gonna have to hear all the accolades because this is just how it is. He's also been someone that is known for just having the best team around him, which is why when you get in those best of 5s, it is so brutal. So, as we mentioned at the top of the show, Juicy, our format. Why don't you break us down to the format once again so that you guys can be here at our CRL monthly final?
Yeah, one of the biggest questions whenever we do these streams, whenever we do these broadcasts, is how do these players get there? Like, how can I play in this tournament? Huge prize pools, so much glory, so much going on. This is how it works, guys. First step is just to get top 1,500 in the world in Ultimate Champion, in Ranked, in Clash Royale. If you're able to do that, then you're able to qualify for that Swiss stage. Swiss stage just takes all of those 1,500 players, puts them in big Swiss. If you're able to get at least 6 and 3 out of your 9 best of 3s, or more likely 7 and 2 in your 9 best of 3s, you're going to be able to qualify for that group stage, those 64 players. Now, out of those 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 groups, there is going to be 2 players from each group that make it to this monthly finals. That's how we get to these 16 players. And once again, the winner of this monthly final is going to win that golden ticket. Last month, Mohamed Light did win the golden ticket, just kind of continuing to solidify himself as such a great player. And we'll see who's going to be able to make that golden ticket happen this time with this very stacked bracket. One other thing that I was going to talk to you guys about, talk to Andrew about this, about Mohamed Light, is just the fact that he keeps practicing. Man, it's just so wild to me, where it's like I said earlier, he didn't practice for 1 day and then he's like, oh, I'm washed, oh, I'm rusty. It's like ridiculous how he's so good, but he continues to put in insane amounts of games. I'm looking at this season in the last 23 days of how many games people put in. The number 1 was Sandbox at like over 900 or not over 800 games, which is crazy. But Mohamed Light is really high up there in the top 10. He's had over 400 games this season. And his win rate outpaces everyone, which is wild. So for reference, Sandbox, out of 879 games, won about 56%. And when it comes to like playing ladder and practices, this is pretty normal because matchups are a big deal. But Mo Light, his win rate is 74% of the last 400 games that he played this season, which is insane. 74%. You're winning 3 out of 4 games, no matter the matchup, no matter what game mode, no matter ladder or practice or whatever. He's just on another level. So it's definitely going to be
against
difficult.
The top 1% of players.
True.
Because he's always up there in the highest parts of Ultimate Champion. It's not like he's just working through the lower rungs of UC. And that's one of the things. There's a great speech out there that Roger Federer has, who's one of the greatest tennis players of all times, talking about how many matches he's won versus how many games he's won, and the amount of games he won was just barely over 50%. And again, one of the greatest tennis players of all time, arguably the greatest. And then you talk about that translating over to Mo Light's win percentage being in the 70s. It's just unheard of. And then when you look at the decks that he played in month 1, it's the same thing here in month number 2 in the group stage. His versatility is next to none. He's playing Evo Piggies, Dark Prince, he's playing Graveyard, he's playing Hyperbait, he's playing Lava, he's playing Balloon, he's playing Royal Giant, he's playing Hog Monk, he's playing Miner. This is a very interesting Miner control deck with Fireball. Hero, Musketeer, and Mighty Miner, which is a deck that I haven't even seen anyone play. So
Andrew, look
here
at
we go.
Mo's
Wow,
camera.
everyone's playing from bed today. So we've never. Mo's literally doing a crunch right now. He started to add in a workout.
There's no way that's comfortable. There's no way.
There's no way. But it is kind of sweet that you can see his screen. I like that.
Yeah. Okay.
Asaf, on the other hand, maybe needs a little bit of media help as we can only see his shoulder.
Okay. All right. I'm having too much fun. What do we got matchup wise? Looks like Molight's going to once again this consistent Royal Hogs deck. This is such a Molight deck pick. Just some sort of consistent damage with cycle cards and good defense. And that's what he set up. Now Asaf, on the other hand, he's got a really strong Mega Knight deck, which is honestly what you want versus this Royal Hogs deck. But honestly, I would not put it past Mo to win this matchup anyways, and he's already starting it off great with a King Tower activation versus the Mega Knight.
And he gets damage on tower here, so just kind of demoralizing. But we'll see if Asaf can turn things around. There's just no way that's comfortable, bro. There's no way. But if anyone can do it, it's Mo Light.
Man, at least get some like neck support, like a pillow behind, like.
Yeah.
Anyway, man, okay. Hog also from Asaf. I also am gonna be interested to see what Asaf's big spell is, because if you have an Earthquake or something for this Tesla, all of a sudden it really starts to be difficult to defend. Molai definitely, he has some solid opportunities, especially with the King activation. But once we see double and triple elixir come through, it might get a little bit difficult, even for the GOAT.
Someone's saying neck light in the chat, and that just absolutely killed me.
Bro, there's no way.
In the second game, he's going to be like in a plank playing. All right, that's enough of that. All right, here we go.
Okay.
So Molite in the lead here, not taking any damage yet. Looks like he has pretty much all the responses he'd like to have for that hog at the moment. And it is Earthquake, as we see that high Earthquake placement. So Asaf already thinking about anti-Earthquake placement, as he knows Molite is someone that can easily pull off that placement plus push when necessary. So we'll see how that kind of plays out throughout the rest of this game. No King Tower activation there from Asaf on the E-Spirit. Would have liked to see that, but you understand what he's doing here on the right-hand side, just trying to win this bridge battle.
Man, yeah, it's very similar to what we saw with Ian versus the Graveyard deck earlier. It's just this blocking the bridge with the Skeleton Dragons. And then as soon as he wins the bridge battle, he's like, all right, it's time for the Evo Pigs. And look how much damage comes through. And Asaf has not even had the opportunity to not only make a push and make an actual offensive attack, but he also hasn't even touched Mo's tower, which is insane.
And the great placement there from the Tesla just to distract the Evo Lumberjack, goes underground just in time to not take any damage, bait out the Earthquake, and stop the Evo Lumberjack. And yeah, as you mentioned, Juicy, not a lick of damage has come through from Asaf yet until that Earthquake.
And I think that this is also really important, this idea of like, okay, I'm going to take the negative elixir trade, technically, on hitting the Mega Knight and the Skelly Drags, but by doing so, once again, it's just shutting down Asaf completely. Like, he's doing everything he can to make this big push that would be necessary to win the game, but, I mean, Mo just continues to stack Teslas. And when you Earthquake the one Tesla, and Mo just plays like 3 more cards, and then he's back already. And there it is. Evo Tesla drops down. No Quake and Cycle. Distracts the Evo Mega Knight. Lumberjacks far away from the tower. And the Skeleton Dragons are being protected, staying alive. And that's the thing. It's like, yeah, you have Earthquake for Tesla, but the Skeleton Dragons get so much value. And the Ram, wow, I mean, it's just brutal.
Everything is just so perfect. It's just crazy. I mean, people always complain that all we do is hype up Mo Light, but you watch this gameplay and it's just exceptional. I mean, I've always said that Mo Light, I think, is the greatest Tesla player that we've ever seen, which is like one of the odd things to talk about. But you look at how often his Tesla's in cycle and how regularly the Evo Tesla comes in exactly when he needs it, and that's not a mistake. It's just that is the way that he plays this game. And honestly, even just from watching him play more, since he has been creating more content this year, Evo Lumberjack is on tower.
Evil Lumber, Earthquake down.
I mean, not
Skelly
going to be
Drag
enough.
Splash.
Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh!
Asaf! Oh my goodness! The greatest comeback we've seen this year in CRL. Down thousands of damage and breaks through from one mistake from Mo.
Wow. And even the chat is still talking about how Mo has not taken any damage, and then boom, just like us, you see the change in the conversation. That, I don't know if that was the worst caster curse of all time. The Tesla's up too high, just gets completely taken off the board. The Evo Lumberjack, as we talked about at the top of the show, one of the more threatening cards in the game, especially once it breaks through. Everyone is losing their minds just as we are. I mean, you talk about tenacity. I mean, the namesake is perfect for it, Novak Djokovic that he played with. But, like, Asaf did not give up, ever. I mean, that could have been the most demoralizing 5 minutes of his life in terms of Clash Royale competitive. And he goes, no, I'm not going to give up, not going to give up. And he gets a great breakthrough at the end of the game. I'm shook, man. That was, what happened? What happened?
Wow. Yeah, that's the thing about Evo Lumber, man. It's like, it's just so fast. Okay, we get a replay. Let's go. Let me break this down.
Please.
Okay, so Hog comes through. Lumberjack Rage drops. And then another Tesla for Mo. The defense looks good at this point. He's literally up 2,000 damage.
17 seconds.
Yeah, 17 seconds left. Skelly Drag set up for defense, and the E-Spirit up high. The Dark Prince here, but here's the Mega Knight. You see the Mega Knight?
Oh!
It pushes the Dark Prince into the sky. Then the Lumberjack is no longer able to target the Dark Prince. And then the Dark Prince also gets pushed to the other lane by the Evo Mega Knight. And the Hog Rider raged up along with the Evo Lumber, along with the Skelly Drag splash on tower. Just breaks through for just enough damage with literally seconds on the clock.
17 seconds and basically 0 damage in, and the Evo MK knocks the Dark Prince away. That's everything. And then the barrel is too late. Lumberjack targets the tower, and that's GG, well played. I mean, Mo even sees it happening. That's why the bar barrel comes out to kite the Lumberjack away, but it's just maybe a tile or two too high. That is such an insane breakthrough. And even with the change of the Mega Knight coming in, that's not going to change how far it hits away the Dark Prince, I don't think. It's only on the heaviest units in the game, like Giants, Royal Giants, other Mega Knights, things like that. So that still is going to happen even after the change. I'm speechless,
it's actually,
man.
Yeah, it's actually one of my least favorite interactions is the Evo Mega Knight when it's paired with a Prince specifically. Because whenever Evo Mega Knight hits something in the air, in the game code, that card becomes an air card for a second. Yeah. It's similar to like a Hog Rider or a Prince or Dark Prince when they jump over the river, like in an Expo targeting. Like in this situation, the Evo Mega Knight, as soon as it hits that Dark Prince into the air, that Lumberjack says, actually now the closest thing that I can target is the tower. So he runs there and he's so fast. That Lumberjack, he's so fast. He's such a unique card in the way of sometimes he's just a Hog Rider, it feels like. Sometimes he's just a tower targeter because he just runs straight there. And Modolite is able to deal with the base form. But that's the problem, is that Evo Lumberjack, when it's in cycle, especially when paired with the Mega Knight in this scenario, is like if you get close to the tower, then that Ghost Lumber just starts hammering. And then all of a sudden, you're starting to spend a lot of elixir to try and get the ghost off the tower. But that's when the Skeleton Dragon and the Hog Rider comes through. And all of a sudden, when everything's raged up, I mean, it's crazy how much damage can come through all at once.
That was absolutely crazy. And then when you talk about Mo's ability to distract the Evo Lumberjack, he can't play skeletons to start off because then the Skellies are going to get taken off by the Rage. So then he has to play the E-Spirit. Then the Skelly's late, but that's obviously not going to be enough. Then because the Dark Prince is out of cycle, the Bar Barrel was played too high. There's just nothing to stop that Evo Lumberjack. And then, like you said, the Skelly Dragons plus the Earthquake plus the Hog Rider, it all just piles on. 17 seconds is sometimes all you need to win a game of Clash Royale. We've all been there before. Mohamed Light now is sent there by Asaf. And that was an I mean, that game was 100% perfect by Mo Light until that final 17 seconds. I am so excited to see what happens here in game number 2. That was absolutely insane. Shout out to our production team for giving us that replay. Great job breaking it down, Juicy, because in real time, no idea how that happened. That was just absolutely crazy. But as you mentioned, that Evo Mega Knight turns that Dark Prince into a flying card. Nothing for the Lumberjack to attack. And here we go. Game number 2 coming your way in just a moment. Mo Light down a game against Asaf after playing basically a perfect you know, a no-hitter until 17 seconds remaining. So absolutely crazy. We're going to have to see how Mo bounces back. Man, that was something, dude.
Yeah. And you saw in Mo's face the final moment, he's like, dang, man. Like, he knew that he played a perfect game. But I also I know, once again, if that was me, I'd probably be pissed off throwing my iPad. But he's just like, you know what? 2 freaking very strong Evos, like Evo Mega Knight, Evo Lumber coming down the lane at one time. Like, even on paper, once again, I feel like this matchup is actually pretty dang good for Asaf. Yeah. And he's got to be proud of himself of like how he really played it just phenomenally until the very final moments. And I like how he's not being hard on himself. He's still got a little smile on his face, and he's ready for game 2, and he knows he can come back.
Here we go, game number 2 after one of the craziest come-from-behind victories I have ever seen. And this is my 9th season of doing CRL. Asaf giving us something for the highlight reel. Here we go, game number 2.
Okay. So Asaf going with the Hyperbait deck with the Spirits and the Berserker. And Mo with the most Mo-like deck I can think of. Minor Magic Archer. Mega Knight, a little different, but maybe he's like, no, that last game was crazy. I need some of that.
Yeah. Yeah, MK, just kind of notoriously called the mid-ladder king, has now become the CRL king, as it has shown up maybe almost more than any other card in this month and last month, as Asaf can get another connection here.
Oh man, Mo Light's in an awkward cycle here. He's gonna kind of sacrifice a Gob Hut here to prevent the Valk from hitting tower. He does cycle back the log for the barrel. This is pretty common. Don't count Mo out yet. This Hyperbait deck does a really good job of just applying insane pressure with those wall breakers, the Goblin Barrels, and single elixir. If Mo can really survive to double and get some Mega Knight Magic Archer pushes, there's definitely a comeback that's very possible here.
Yeah, Asaf doing the correct thing and creating dual lane pressure here so that he's not kind of painted into one corner of just attacking one side as we get into double elixir, but Mo Light also doing the correct thing and taking the damage that he needs to keep the towers even and to conserve that elixir.
Mega Knight drops down. Does a great job of defending. Asaf does have that Tesla preset for defense. Magic Archer going to try to snipe through, and Berserker to prevent that jump. Mega Knight's going to keep knocking that back, though. And it synergized pretty well with the Marcher, because as it pushes stuff back, it's going to help that Magic Archer try to line up on tower. But Asaf does a good job as well of dealing with the opposing Magic Archer with his own.
Ooh, that's a really nice high Evo Ice Spirit there to clean up those wall breakers and to stop the Magic Archer. Will get a shot, though, on tower as this double barrel push comes in. Or I should say Evo barrel push.
Nice Magic Archer to deal, and then Ice Spirit to deal with the opposing Marcher. And you see Mo's kind of starting to make a little bit of a comeback, and as well just applying pressure. And his defense is starting to shape up a little bit more in double elixir as well, as he has kind of more elixir to deal with.
And there's that Magic Archer you were talking about, JC. Yeah. Magic Archer in, Miner in as well. Tesla up high, but get taken off the board by this Spear plus that MK. 1860 now, as Mo Light is in the lead, which is what you do not want to see if you are Asaf with this deck.
It's so true. Yeah, the later it gets into this game, the more difficult it will be for Asaf to get damage, and the easier it will be for Mo to get damage, as he will start to incorporate some poisons with his offensive plays as well. Magic Archer from Asaf, definitely the main way he's going to be able to break through, but Mo isn't too concerned. He's just making his own attack.
Yeah, it's interesting to see how much damage Mo's eating to just create a lot of offensive pressure. Nice Evo Wallbreaker's Kite here, though, from Asaf. That's almost a double connection. Baits the Goblin Hut out of Mo and doesn't get the light up on the left-hand side. So 1529, Mo's still in the lead, but only by a bit. His lowest tower is 1669.
Yeah, another big thing here is just the fact that, Mo has that big spell. Oh my goodness. That's something I don't know if I'll ever be able to master in Clash Royale. It's just to perfectly see the fact that the Goblin Barrel's in the back and using the Ice Spirit, same log for something else. But then here we see the out cycle, though. This is a lot of barrel damage for Asaf.
Yeah. And the Valkyrie plus the Berserker on the left-hand side. Only 60 seconds remaining, and now Mo Light behind again.
He's going to go in for the Miner. We'll probably see a Poison as well, dropping down the Tesla. Wallbreakers come through. He's going to force out a Gob Hut since they're evoed. Miner is really struggling to get damage. The Berserker does such a great job of picking it up every single time.
Light gonna have to stay on top of this cycle. Evo Ice Spirit again, gonna clean that up. Really, really nice placement there from Mo Light. Is he gonna have to go back on offense with a Miner plus MK push? Goes to the safe spot or the one spot as the Berserker does pick it up. Poison's gonna come in, but there's a Magic Archer lineup on the other side, and that might be enough for a Soft with 20 seconds remaining. Can Mo Light get a lineup or enough Miner Poison damage? Log comes out, but now he might not have the log for the barrel. Berserker! The Berserker!
Goblin Barrel in with Evo Wall Breakers. Wow. No log in cycle.
A Soft with the 2-0 sweep over the goated one. Mohamed Light having a rough go of it to start his day here in May.
I'm speechless. I'm speechless. We talked Mo up so much. One mistake in the first game after a perfect game, and then just a couple situations. I think, man, I mean, just a Soft with the out cycle twice there, basically. You know, not having the log for the Goblin Barrel was just really difficult for Mo. I think that, you know, maybe if you can find another way. Here's the big problem, though. Because if you find another way to deal with the wall breakers, like Berserker or Mega Knight, then that's a Magic Archer lineup potential. And
yes, exactly.
Sometimes you just don't have a Goblet and cycle for it either. So Asaf just played super well, and also macro-wise, he also did a great job just pressuring other lane. You cannot go same lane versus the Mega Knight there. Looking at the bracket, we do have Soft moving forward to play against Sub in the next upper bracket. And then Molite is going to be dropping down to the losers bracket, which we've seen it before. We've seen Molite time and time again, even at World Finals, literally lose first round and then make that lower bracket run. It's something that something he's probably at this point actually pretty comfortable with. But yeah, I mean, what are your thoughts, Andrew?
I mean, that was just an insane game 2 and game 1 from Asaf. I mean, talk about mental fortitude for him to stick with it in that game number 1, and then in game number 2, he was just so on top of Molite's cycle. I mean, being a drill player, you know, a fast cycle drill player, that's just one of those things that you're going to learn. Keeping track of elixir, keeping track of cycle, and yeah, Molite was just outcycled numerous times, as you talked about that lineup. Potential when you're trying to defend with something other than a log, so that you do have the log for the Goblin Barrel, then allows you for the Magic Archer to line up. And that was something that, you know, Molite had great predictive Ice Spirits and Evo Ice Spirits at the bridge time and time again. But the problem is that there's just too much coming too fast in terms of that cycle, and the Goblin Barrels coupled with the Magic Archer. It was just really, really well played by Asaf. And now Airbache finds himself in a tough spot going up against Molite. So we have Furkin and Vitor, Droy and Ta, Airbache and Mo Light in our lower bracket, and then at the top you saw there that it's going to be Sub going up against Asaf after Asaf takes that big time 2-0 sweep over our defending defending 3-time back-to-back world champion in Mo Light. But now we're going to move on. You know, the conversation with those two is going to be put to bed for just a moment in Mo Light and Asaf. We'll see if Mo Light can bounce back after a tilting game 1 loss, a shocking game 1 loss, and then a very, very well played game 2 win by Asaf. As we move on to Wallace versus Niuzi. And Juice, you were talking a little bit about Niuzi at the top of the day. Anything that you want to mention again to the people that might not be as familiar with him as we hop into game number 1?
That's just what I was pulling up here. So Ian's coach Ismail told me a little bit about him the other day. Apparently Niuzi beat Adriel and Sandbox in groups this month, and last month he beat Ian and Cloud. So he's just got a really solid track record against some really strong players. Other than that, I know almost nothing about him. I'm just excited to learn more about him right now as we hop into game 1 of this best of 3.
Yeah, you look at his group stage, able to beat Sandbox and Adriel also, which is just very, very impressive. We talk about both those guys. Played a little bit of everything. One of the few players that we saw play Golem in the group stage. Also coming out with a Tombstone here is Wallace, which we haven't seen any Tombstone. Hero Tombstone announced, so that'll be exciting in our next update.
Yeah, I'm still pumped for that.
A good amount of Royal Giant. So kind of all over the place. Looks like he definitely played a bit heavier, though, in general, with his play style. As we see Wallace come out with a Graveyard Freeze deck. This is not a sudden death challenge, but Wallace happy to play Graveyard Freeze.
Man, but based on the information you just gave us, it does make a lot of sense. If Noeezy's kind of used to or likes playing these heavier type decks, it makes a lot of sense that Wallace would bring an Executioner and a Bowler and a Tornado Freeze combo to really lock down these defenses. I think specifically this is like just a Golem snipe. If you play against Golem with this deck, you win 100% of the time. On the other hand, here in this situation, these cards are still pretty valuable because Nuizi has a pretty heavy deck, but the Mother Witch for the Graveyard is definitely going to be something that Wallace is going to have to deal with. But the freeze helped out a little bit. Nuizi is going to have to kind of pivot the placement that he might use. Ideally, you want to play behind the King Tower to prevent the freeze from dropping down right away.
Wallace had a great group stage, beating Pedro, Jors, Boss, Surgical Goblin, and Igor there, two people that were on that Team Liquid World Championship team. So very impressive group stage for Wallace.
Giant Silly dropping down. Bowler as well. And yeah, Nuizi just doing his best to kind of control the chaos here. That's kind of what you have to do with these heavier type bridge spam decks, is just keep cycling your giant skeletons and keep playing your cards, keep defending the best you can while getting as much value from your higher elixir cards as you can. And then once you have that Evo Battle Ram in cycle, that's when you make your move to attack.
Yeah, man, that Evo Battle Ram has ruined me so many times. One of the more difficult cards to deal with, especially when you're caught out of cycle or when they have, like you said, that giant skeleton in front. And also one of the very, very few archetypes or decks that is played with the Vines. Vine's not very popular, but works well with that Evo Battle Ram plus the giant skeleton. As this freeze comes in.
Yeah. Seemed like he thought the freeze. I think he thought the freeze was going to take out the Mother Witch, but then when it didn't, he realized that he had to play Tornado as well. But now, like you're saying, he's down a lot of elixir, and Nuizi's going to get some pretty solid damage through. Now Wallace is in a situation where he can't just keep defending like he wants to. He's going to have to try and get another Graveyard through. Wait, the Wizard ability just lets the... Okay, it retargets, though.
Because of the NATO-ish, you know, the hero wizard abilities. So Nuizi had that kind of figured out, even though at first it might have looked like a bit of a mistake, as Wallace tries to get this Golden Knight on tower, and it does. So that's a really, really important dash here from Wallace, who is a former world finalist. Last time we saw him in the solos era was in 2023, where he got 12th place. Previously, he was in the 2021 world finals, where he got 16th, or was in that round of 16 that got eliminated. But he was not shy to the competitive scene last year, as he did get 3rd place in our LCQ in 2025. So definitely a guy that has what it takes and has been around since that team's era. Freeze comes in. Mother Witch, though, spawning some piggies. Wallace down by just a bit here with 30 seconds remaining. And that huge Golden Knight NATO connection. Wow. Absolutely beautiful there.
Wow. Insane. 24 seconds left. Battle Ram coming through. Tombstone's going to drop on defense. Wizard's trying to snipe over the river. At this point, Wallace just needs to lock down this defense. He may play this Bowler ability just to try and keep it on his side of the map for a little bit longer. Nuizi's ready. But the Golden Knight dash really locks down these zappies, and now there's just not enough time. Wallace is going to be coming through for a very solid first game win.
Yeah, wow. Wallace there just showing why he's been a tried and true competitor in the World Finals, in the CRL scene. You know, taking that 4th place back in 2020, and as I mentioned in the solos era, also having a decent amount of success. I thought he did a great job of figuring out, you know, early on, okay, I get the freeze in, kind of surprise my opponent. I'm going to get some good damage in. Let me play defense. Okay, maybe the defense doesn't go as well as I want, but Graveyard isn't really exactly going to be great against this Mother Witch. So then maybe I can get a Bowler connection. He gets the Hero Bowler connection when that Hero Wizard ability is used by Nuizi. And then also there we saw some great Golden Knight connections. One where the Golden Knight was just a sliver of HP, and Nuizi decided to not play anything, which is a bit of a mistake there. And then later on, of course, that great Golden Knight NATO ability combination, which you know all about, Juicy. Being a great NATO player yourself, and obviously being the Golden Knight yourself.
Yeah, Golden Knight's one of the favorite cards, and it does a great job of connecting the tower if you know what you're doing. And that's the other thing, is Wallace, this is one of his really big comfort decks. He's really good at Graveyard. He's great with Tornado. He's one of those, maybe the best splasher player currently in the world. But the other thing is, I think that, I don't know, like how does Noisy actually break through in this matchup? You know, you have the Evo Exy. Whenever that's in cycle, it's like you have 2 bowlers. And it's like, okay, he's got 2 bowlers. Where am I going to place this battle ram? So just the fact that
the placement from the bowler stopping the battle ram, when you talk about that giant skeleton battle ram combo, when you have a building and that bowler there and the XE, it just becomes very, very difficult.
Yeah,
as
true.
you mentioned, those lineups is something that Wallace is going to be on top of with the experience he has.
Right. And I think that the Mother Witch is probably the best thing that he has. And that's where he was actually to get that damage through, is when Wallace froze the Mother Witch, but didn't take it out. Ended up being down Elixir, continued to attack. But it's just not enough. So game 2 coming up soon. We have Tornado out from Wallace and Freeze. What kind of decks do you think like we might see from Noisy? You were talking about how he likes to use Golem, E-Giant. I mean, at this point, I don't know. It seems like Wallace kind of has a number.
Yeah, it's always so tough to pick decks these days with just how deep things are.
True.
But yeah, when you talk about the deck pool from Noisy, we saw him play a decent amount of Evo Pigs plus Marcher, but he had that couple with Giant Skeleton. Obviously, Giant Skeleton no longer in. I don't think you go Golem in game number 2 here. I think it's just too much of a risk. I think you want to go for something that has a little bit more outplayability. He did enjoy playing Graveyard a little bit. So maybe he goes back to that really strong Graveyard deck, even though we haven't really seen the exact version of the most popular one, I don't think, with Tesla and Knight. I think we've seen other buildings in there maybe saving Tesla. Also, we saw Noisy play a handful of different Royal Giant decks. So curious if he goes to, I mean, again, he's definitely a guy that likes to play heavier decks. So I think, like you said, Wallace did a great job picking there in that first game. And then when you talk about just the matchup, it's always fun to just look at the matchup a little bit, even though, as we've mentioned before, the matchup does change a little bit at the highest level because of the macro understanding of things. But just on paper, that matchup was heavily in favor of well, I mean, there's not really any aggregate data. That's the other problem with duels mode. It says 100 to 0 in terms of Wallace, but there's only 2 examples of that. But when you look at 6 or more matching cards with almost 400 examples, it showed that he had the matchup 60-30 or 66-33. But again, that's with only 6 or more matching cards, which those final 2 cards can change that conversation up quite a bit.
So true.
So here we go. Game number 2. Wallace playing a very, very nice game number 1. Obviously, he has the experience on his side, probably a lot less nervous than Noisy is, especially going into game number 2. Hero Bowler decks that Noisy played. We saw him play it with Golem. Looks like I think we saw it with Royal Giant as well.
Bowler, E-Spirit, and there is the Royal Giant, as you said. And we see Wallace with the Tesla, most likely, honestly, almost 100% chance it's going to be a Drill deck here.
Yes.
Drill just synergized so well, as well as the Goblin Demolisher. Just synergized so well with the Goblin Demolisher and Snowball here.
Yeah, so, very rare to see Goblin Demolisher with much of anything else.
True.
You see that Evo Snowball, as you mentioned, Juicy, and it's basically a sure thing, as Wallace gives a little shake of the head as he takes a shot there from the Royal Giant. Noisy has more than enough Elixir to defend.
Okay, Skelly Giant gets some chip damage from Wallace, though, so he's probably pretty happy with that. But once again, the Bowler, best counter in the game to Drill. It's going to be tough to break through, especially, you know, like the idea with the Evo Snowball and Drill, right, is you go Drill, you use the Evo Snowball to take out anything that are trying to play onto it to get those goblins to the tower. Problem is that just doesn't really work with a Bowler, because the Bowler just, it's like an infinite log guy. You just keep spamming logs at your Drill, and you can't really take it out even with the Snowball.
Yeah, it'll be really interesting to see how Wallace breaks through, maybe looking for some damage from the Demolisher, the Demolisher death damage, you know, it turns into wall breakers, but there's definitely a lot of ways to stop that Demolisher in terms of defensive capabilities with the E-Spirit, with the barrel, with the cage if necessary.
Skydragon comes back. What a beautiful split placement from Wallace. Bowler does get a couple shots, though. Man, that's really bad, because once again, it's so hard for Wallace to get damage. So his actual best, way to win this game is just to take as little damage possible and defend. But now this is looking very difficult for him.
And that lightning goes to just the Demolisher and the Princess Tower, but damage is done as this bowler is on the board and trying to clear off that Dark Prince, but the Skeleton Dragons will help out.
Yeah.
Phoenix also going to be a big problem in this matchup, Juicy, is there's just not a great way to get on top of that Phoenix. Skeleton Dragons, you know, not a lot of DPS, and the targeting can be a little iffy. And then
so
that
right.
Tesla you want to save for the Royal Giants, so we'll see how Nuizi punishes Wallace with that.
I'm trying to think right now of how or like what Wallace could possibly do in order to win at this point, because it's really hard. I mean, I think this Tesla placement is solid. Like, you definitely want to stack Teslas. You want anti-lightning Teslas. And I don't know, maybe you need to, maybe it is the Dark Prince. Maybe Wallace is onto something with the Dark Prince here. It's like, okay, maybe I can bait out a bowler the Dark Prince ability and then go drill left side. But the problem is that costs a lot of elixir.
Yeah, that's a great call that you make there, and that might be what we're seeing here from Wallace, who has yet to play his drill as that lightning comes down. RG gets another shot on tower.
Yikes.
Wallace not wanting to play the Tesla and give too much lightning value, but then ends up taking a shot from the Royal Giant instead. And also, as you mentioned before, great response to the Giant Skeleton. Well, that's going to be that Evo Cage.
Yeah, literally the best. Wait, it's a hog!
Oh, it's
this
a
whole time
hog!
it was a hog! Surprise hog comes through, gets a hit. I mean, that's something. But it's not quite enough.
Should it have been played sooner then, or is it basically the same conversation when you talk about the bowler in the cage? Maybe even a more difficult one.
Yeah, true. Bowler and cage for the hog is definitely makes things very difficult. But I kind of agree. I think that maybe you play it whenever the cage has been used on the Giant Skelly or something like this. Okay, big push.
Yeah, Skellies take that E-Spirit off the board, so Dark Prince is able to get on top of that bowler. Now a hog comes through behind the Giant Skeleton, coupled with that Evo Snowball, and a hog hit comes in, but with only 20 seconds remaining and a Royal Giant coming in on offense, it looks like Nuizi might have this sewn up. That's lightning fodder for sure.
Yeah, Tesla drops low to try and dodge a prediction lightning. Pretty successful defense. Hogs come through, but wait, the misclick! Wait, what's going on?
That's a misclick! Oh, the push!
Pushes the hog rider.
Wow!
And that's enough.
And guys, that is why you never, ever, ever give up until the game is over. We saw it in the last matchup between Asaf and Mo Light. I would have wanted to throw in the towel like 3 minutes into that game, but Asaf ends up coming from behind and winning in 17 seconds. Right there, your opponent, the pressure, the stage, the lights, all that, even though he's at home, you can still feel it. He makes the mistake, misplaces the cage, but the bowler does push the hog and saves the day. We are at 1-1. Juicy, let's go back to the conversation about is there a way for Wallace to really break through earlier than he did? Is there a way for him to get the Hog Rider out earlier than he did, or was he just too busy defending?
Honestly, it's just so weird, right? It's like the reason why we're talking about how it must be drill is because of the spells combination.
Yeah.
Like, that's the big thing, right? Because if you have poison and snowball, it's really good with the drill because you're able to like slowly take stuff out whenever they place something on the drill. You're able to use that snowball to try and break through. But with the hog, these spells have lacking a lot of synergy, because if you go hog and play a poison on a building, it's just ticking very slowly. You're not able to actually break through that building like you would with like a lightning or an earthquake with quick damage. Now, going back to your question of like, could Wallace play this differently in order to break through sooner? I think that there's gotta be some sort of opportunity. Maybe like whenever the cage was used on the Giant Skeleton, or when the boulder was used onto the Dark Prince. But I don't know, maybe the other strategy from Wallace is like, okay, I'm going to play for 4 minutes with what looks exactly like a drill deck, and then at the perfect moment, I'm going to send in the Hog Rider behind a Giant Skeleton and surprise the crap out of him.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think that he kind of did something weird in between those two strategies. He just kind of played the hog randomly by itself when there was like a minute left. It's like, oh yeah, I guess that's kind of surprising, but I'm just going to play my bowler, you know?
Yeah. I mean, we've seen the surprise hog idea before. It hasn't really worked out much, but the idea is still there. I think the point that you make about the spells is probably the most impactful part of the conversation. Fireball with 2.6, Hog EQ, Hog Lightning, Hog Rocket. All these things do exactly what you're talking about, which is clear whatever that building is off the board, or the defensive unit sometimes with the Rocket off the board or Lightning, instantaneously. Poison and Hog just don't really ever work together well because of exactly what you're saying. You need that Poison to come in early to clear the path and then send in the Hog, but then that Poison's not there to help with the units around the building. It also kind of forecasts what you're about to do if you're just going to poison and then just like wait and then send in the Hog. It's pretty obvious once your opponent figures it out. I mean, you and I, first of all, you're obviously much better than I am at this game. You play at the highest level. I've been sitting in this analyst chair for a very, very long time. I do like what happened there with Wallace in terms of, look at what I have, these first few cards. You know it's Drill. You are 100% sure it's Drill, and I can get a sneaky Hog through later, but I think also your point of being kind of caught between two decisions for Wallace throughout that game just really put him in a rough spot. Ends up making it kind of a close game at the end of it, but Nuizi doing a great job there. Now what we have to think about is that Nuizi has played, I believe, is his strongest win condition in that Royal Giant. It did seem like he played it the most and had the most success with it in the group stage. So where does he go next? He also played Graveyard. He also played a Ram Rider Evo Lumberjack P.E.K.K.A. Zappies deck. That had Mother Witch in it, though. Yeah. Mother Witch can be easily switched out. Ram Rider P.E.K.K.A. is something that he did a couple times. He also played a Ram Rider Evo Battle Ram. I always, when I look at the picture of them, I don't know why for all these years, he didn't play Ram Rider. He played Evo Battle Ram. Let me just correct that really quickly. But Evo Battle Ram with P.E.K.K.A. and Evo Lumberjack with Spirit Empress and Golden Knight and Heal Spirit, he did lose that game, but it does seem like that is another direction he likes to lean in, is the Evo Battle Ram plus the P.E.K.K.A. He played Mortar once, didn't win with it. So his deck pool is starting to shrink just a little bit in terms of where he can go next, whereas Wallace on the other side, I believe, had a little bit more of a deep deck pool. Wallace ended up going 5-2 in his group stage. He was able to take out, as I mentioned before, Team Liquid in its World Championship form with Surgical Goblin and Igor. He also beat Jors and Pedro. But looking at the decks that Wallace ran, looks like they could both just maybe be going... Oh no, Wallace doesn't have Graveyard, so it looks like we could be seeing Graveyard from Nuizi. Okay, Mega Knight from Wallace. Mega Knight, Furnace, potentially Graveyard. Nuizi with the Mega Knight, Furnace, Evo Lumber. Who knows what win condition? Could be Battle Ram, could be Ram Rider. I guess, man, there's so many. Okay, so like this is the first impression I have from Nuizi. He seems like he's a guy who's very good at heavy type bridge spam, RG type Graveyard decks, like these heavy mid-tier type decks. But it doesn't seem like he's locked into specific versions of this deck. It's not like the classic P.E.K.K.A. bridge spam you normally see. It seems like he's very comfortable mixing and matching and playing, okay, I'm gonna play Mother Witch this time because he's gonna play Graveyard with me this time. Use Poison already. Let me get the Furnace. And then the win condition to pair with these cards, like usually has that heavy tank, right? Like the Monk or the Giant Skelly or the P.E.K.K.A. or in this case, the Mega Knight or the Golem. But then he has just a wide variety of different support units or win conditions like Ram Rider, Battle Ram. So I that's like the scary part of playing this guy, or like that's why I would be scared to play against this guy, because yeah, he's really good at this one type of play, but he also has a lot of different ways that he can make it happen at the same time. And I was going to say, it looks like we might be seeing Rams in both directions as we see the Ram Rider come out here from Wallace. Nice defense there with the E-Spirit plus the mini P.E.K.K.A. And then I still feel like it could be Battle Ram here from Nuizi. Definitely. But he doesn't have the Evo option because he's used the Hero Goblins and 2 Evos already on the board. So not quite sure where he's going. Could be a weird Loon deck. I have no idea. This is just odd. Yeah, I think you're right. It's like definitely going to I guess it could also be Hog too. Because he's used that's a good call, just regular Hog. He's used Battle Ram actually previously, I just realized. Oh yeah, game number 1. Wow. So it has to be Ram Rider or Hog for sure. Now looking at Wallace,
you know, he has great counters for those two options, right? He has the Mini P.E.K.K.A, and he has the Mega Knight, and he even brought Elect-Wizard, which I think is interesting and also underrated, because if it is Ram Rider, that E-Wiz stun does a great job. And then when we talk about
E-Wiz makes sense for what we've seen Nuizi run in the group stage. Go ahead, Juice.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, like, I talked about Nuizi and this kind of idea of this kind of play style that I've seen, but like as I said all that, I kind of realized Wallace is actually very similar in the way that he's played this. So if there's anyone that's like really ready for something like that, it's definitely Wallace, and you can see that in the Mini P.E.K.K.A here, because the Mini P.E.K.K.A is not only good versus a potential win condition, but versus the Mega Knight really helps out.
And a lot of fireball value given there by Wallace. A bit of a mistake.
Yeah.
As these two towers are very close. Wallace's lowest tower is at 2092. Nuizi's lowest tower, 2140. Now that Fire Spirit jump is going to actually make it 1960, giving Nuizi the lead on both sides.
I'm calling it right now. That Fire Spirit jump right there at the very end is going to cost him this game. I think that this game is going to end up being very close, and that 200 or so damage could be everything.
And there's the Ram Rider. E-Wiz out of cycle, but MK comes down. Now the Evo Lumberjack opposite lane. Mega Knight. Another Fire Spirit jump. Evo Lumberjack on the tower on the left-hand side. Mini P.E.K.K.A comes down late. There's the Fireball to clear the path. Mini P.E.K.K.A runs away. Evo Lumberjack stays on the tower, and that is gonna do it. Nuizi with the come from behind victory. Great dual lane pressure. We see the smile come out from him here, feeling, I'm sure, the pressure of coming onto this monthly finals stage and going up against a seasoned vet in Wallace.
Yeah.
Wow, I mean, so well played down the stretch by Nuizi. Juicy, I was going to say this, but the game kind of turned up to the next level before I was able to get to it, but I don't know about Wallace's off-meta deck choices. I don't know if he was just trying a little, as Josh would say, a little too cute, maybe.
Yeah, wow, I couldn't have been more wrong with the end of that game. It was, as soon as I said it was be close and that one Fire Spirit was going to change everything, it was Evo Lumberjack one side, Evo Mega Knight the other. And I think you're right about, like, the Wallace's deck picks here is, like, sometimes, you know, it worked really well in that first game. It's like, wow, I got your number right now. I'm clocking the types of decks that you use, and I'm ready to go. And this last one, though, he's trying to counter, you know, with the Mega Knight and with the Mini P.E.K.K.A, but his cycle's so awkward, and the Zap isn't very valuable, and the Furnace is getting a lot of value from Nuizi, and that's going to put him into the next round, and it's also going to send Wallace into the lower bracket as well. The lower bracket's really kind of starting to take shape here. We have one more best of 3 to finish out our first round of the upper bracket. We're also going to be going through the first round of the lower bracket and even the second round of the upper bracket today. If you guys do want to get some predictions in, you do want to earn some rewards, make sure you go to event.supercell.com and put in those predictions if you haven't already. But so far, my predictions are doing terribly, let me tell you.
Yeah, I think mine are pretty bad, too. The Caster Curse has definitely come in a few times for us today as well. Event.supercell.com/Clash Royale. If you can't get involved today, make sure that you are ready to go at the end of the broadcast today for tomorrow's culmination of our May monthly finals. You know, it's wild when you look at some of the upsets that have happened here in the upper bracket. You look at Nuizi, you look at Asaf, but then when you talk about the level of competition that we have this month, the lower bracket is absolutely insane. It's a stacked lower bracket when you look at who we have there. We have Vitor, we have Wallace, we have Mo Light, we have Ta, and then maybe guys that are a little bit less seen but well known in the community, the competitive community. We have Furkin, we have Droy, we have Airbache, and now one of these guys. I mean, this is as good as it gets when you talk about a round one
no
matchup.
Kidding.
You have a two-time world champion in Muigi. Wow, Nuizi, Muigi. In Mugi on the left-hand side. And then you have Pedro, a guy that has been no stranger to World Finals and no stranger to the end of World Finals, just not able to take that championship home, but definitely got very close as he got second place in World Finals just a couple years ago. This is going to be really exciting. Every single year we always talk about what Mugi are we going to see this year. Sometimes he doesn't show up much in monthly finals. Sometimes he dominates them. Other times he's, you know, gotten a good amount of points. How much is he practicing? But according to him, as of late, he's been a little bit more locked in than maybe we've seen him in the past couple years. Pedro is a guy that is known as one of the best micro players in the game, one of the best minor control players in the game. Very excited to see what these gentlemen bring in our final matchup here in the upper bracket round 1.
Looks like Pedro has played around 400 games this season with about a 60% win rate. And Mugi's at 270 games with also about a 60% win rate total, which is interesting because I feel like Mugi's usually that guy who doesn't practice at all, shows up and wins everything. But, you know, he's actually, you know, in the top 25 of pros of like amount of games practiced and amount of time put in. And for him, that's a really solid amount. And we all know that Mugi, a practiced Mugi, who's taking something seriously, is a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, a very, very scary Mugi. Our world champion in 2023 and in 2021. He was at World Finals last year getting 8th place, and he also just took #1 on ladder last month, 2 months ago in March. So a guy that's definitely putting in the work, and as Juicy said, that is a scary, scary man when he's committing. I mean, he even said last year that he was going through a lot of personal issues over the last couple of years, and that he's ready to get dialed back in. And we saw a little bit of a nod from him just a moment ago, looking like he's also very happy with the matchup that he has at hand. While he is down a little bit of HP, this is the type of deck that you're going to go down in single elixir and then ideally take over in double and in triple.
Man, that is the thing about this Roll Hogs deck is it's one of the most used decks in CRL right now because of how consistent it is. Like on paper here, like he's literally going up against a bomb tower, a roll delivery, and even a magic archer that he doesn't have too much for. But even then, he still has so many opportunities here if he plays this well. And he still has a chance because he has the Dark Prince, he has the Lightning for good damage, and the E-Spirit for the bats. There's always something that you can make happen here. Especially if your name's Mugi.
Yeah, I was going to say. Pedro getting 2nd place in his group. His losses were to Wallace and Surgical Goblin, but he was able to take out Jors, Rainbow, Igor, and Boss along the way. Mugi on the other side of that conversation, first in his group, going 6-1 in games, only losing to Adriel. Which we all know Adriel is a force to be reckoned with.
It's true.
Looked like he might just be the guy last month, but things kind of changed halfway through day 2 as we tick into double elixir here.
So now that we're in double elixir, as you said, I think, yeah, there you go. We're going to start seeing more lightnings drop down. And that's his like real win condition right now because these Roll Hogs are going to be a struggle to get the tower. But another thing to always talk about and mention is the Evo Roll Hogs. Once you get the Evo Roll Hogs plus lightning in hand, anything can happen. There can be damage that comes through. The other thing that Mugi's doing a great job of is continuing to play Teslas. Teslas. That's the main name of the game because Pedro does not have a big spell. So the more Teslas and Skelly Drags you can stack on the board, the more chance you have to really make some plays. Oh, wow.
And those Evo Bats play just on top of those Evo Royal Hogs. A bit of a unfortunate situation for Mugi to be in as he picks up this Dark Prince to pick up the Magic Archer on top of the Tesla, but still gets the lineup, does Pedro, who is ahead by 900 HP at the moment.
Okay, ability. Baits out the bomb tower. I'm sure we'll see Roll Hogs very soon, but he doesn't slow roll. He doesn't want to go straight into another prediction. But now that gives Pedro an opportunity for 2 more Magic Archer, 3 more Magic Archer hits, and it's not looking great.
No, and exactly like you talked about, Juice, it looks like Mugi is already recognizing his main win condition is just the Lightning. And, you know, for what looked like a happy situation for Mugi to start this, where he was, you know, he kind of had that nod like he was happy with his matchup. Pedro showing him maybe that was not the case. Rhino does touch the tower. And a nice E-Spirit here to clean up, so it's doesn't have to worry about the Magic Archer lineup.
25 seconds. Barbro coming through. Lightning drops down. Delivery's there. We do see the Battle Ram ability trying to bait out the bomb tower and then maybe go for Royal
He's trying
Hogs
to get those
after.
Evo pigs, but I don't think he has time.
Yeah, exactly. The second stick off. 4 seconds. Skelly Drag's dropping down. He's just defending the final moment. And Pedro with just a very clean victory. Showing up with the bomb tower, the roll delivery for those Royal Hogs. But most importantly, honestly, was those Evo bats. Because E-Spirit's Gravers bats until those Evos come in cycle. And then all of a sudden, you know, those, like, especially on his side of the map, those Evo bats are just really nice DPS. They're kind of unkillable. And especially if you protect them from the Skelly Drags. And then the Magic Archer, man, it was just a constant attack from that Archer as well. Really well played all around from Pedro.
Yeah, sometimes the best defense is just straight up offense, and that's something that Pedro recognized time and time again. He got lucky, maybe. I mean, you might ask him, and he's like, I knew the Royal Hogs were going to come in, but it felt more like a bit of luck there when the Evo Bats were played right on top of those Evo Royal Hogs. We did not really see Evo Royal Hogs be a part of that conversation at all in game number 1. You know, as you mentioned, Juicy, just looking at the difficulty to break through with the bomb tower, with the delivery, so many ways to make sure those Royal Hogs were not part of the conversation. Then you add in the Dark Prince hero ability from Mugi. You know, we saw him try to maybe clear the path with that Dark Prince hero ability to take the bomb tower out, and then maybe he could get in the Royal Hogs. But that was also another thing that Pedro recognized and goes, look, I can turn up the offense. I can make this very, very difficult for you to ever put together the push that you need, which is, as we all know, when you're playing Royal Hogs, especially against the bomb tower, you have to have that layered offense where you're able to get the pigs in, get the lightning down, you know, ideally support if bats do come down that aren't Evo with the E-Spirit. There's so many parts of it that need to come together. It makes sense that Mugi would play it, being, in my opinion, maybe the best Royal Giant player of all time. He really understands sequencing, he really understands cycle, but Pedro is just a guy that, you know, the macro understanding and his defensive capabilities is almost second to none. We saw that a lot back when he was, you know, second in the world on that world final stage in 2023. He was just really, his defense was lights out. You knew what he was going to play. Everyone knew in that best of 3 set what was coming, and they just could not stop it, you know? And similarly to this, it looked like Mugi maybe liked the matchup that he had, unless it was a kind of one of those like, oh man, he's got my number. But I don't think that's what that nod smile was at the beginning of that game. I think Mugi thought he had a better chance than maybe he ended up having toward, you know, as that game 1 played out. Yeah,
I'm just like running through the game in my head here, and I think like if there's one thing that really gives Mugi a chance is just those Skelly Dragons. But even then, it's like as roll delivery drops down on the Skelly Drags, it seems so hard to break through. Maybe, I don't know, maybe Mugi needs some sort of more like dual lane pressure there. Maybe he needs like Dark Prince one side, you know, split Skelly Drags, Dark Prince one side, Royal Hogs the other. It seemed like he did play a lot of same lane there, and whenever you do that versus a roll delivery deck, it always ends up being a problem. Because that roll delivery drops down and gets so much value no matter what deck you're playing. Usually, even if you're playing Golem versus a roll delivery, you usually want some sort of dual lane kind of pressure there.
Yeah, and then, you know, I wonder if Mugi was thinking about that dual lane pressure and then just thinking, I guess if he plays a bomb tower in the middle, and then he gets that delivery over everything, the Skelly Drags over the bridge, the units that are going towards all of it, it's just a tough spot. And Pedro played that really, really well as we're getting ready for game number 2 here. And just to give everyone a little bit of history on Pedro, he was number 3 in the world last year. It was a great year for Brazil last year. And as I mentioned before, number 2 back in 2023. And in 2024, he was number 6 at World Finals. So no stranger to that World Finals stage as he comes out with what looks like Hog EQ already, as he gets a nice firecracker lineup.
And it looks like Mugi with Zappies and Goldenite. My guess would be probably the Giant Skeleton, like Ram Rider or Battle Ram type deck. But I feel like Mugi really likes... Oh, interesting. I don't know. Honestly, we'll just have to see what he's got here. Because now I'm thinking maybe it's some sort of probably Graveyard with Inferno Drag, Graveyard Freeze. See if he plays the Freeze here.
He did not play any Evo Inferno Drag, and he only played Graveyard twice. One Graveyard Freeze deck with Bowler and Exy, and another one with Bowler and Evo Furnace.
It's such a nice bowler placement. Just takes out everything. Gets the King activation versus the Firecracker. and takes out the firecracker. Not quite, but the tower will get the job done. Yeah, Pedro's already recognizing the fact that the Tesla is the most valuable card in this matchup, and it's so true. Whenever you play against these Graveyard Freeze type decks, you want to stack as many Teslas as possible, but you also want to cycle that Evo, because you always want to match your Evo Tesla with the Evo Inferno Drag just to make sure there's nothing Wait, what?
And a dual lane pressure here puts Pedro in a tough spot, and this Golden Knight just going to absolute town on that left-hand tower. Berserker just played a second late. Didn't want to, maybe just didn't have the elixir to defend both lanes with two separate cards, so tries to get the Berserker to do both. And now Mugi just adding insult to injury as this bowler's going to get some damage on the right-hand side as well. Now a NATO to King Tower, and King Tower is activated.
Man, this is crazy. I don't know if he lagged or what. I'm certain that he had enough elixir to play that Berserker quicker.
Yeah,
Pedro
maybe
trying
it was
to...
just the timing of both lanes' pressure. I'm not sure either.
Man, and then the ability into... Oh my goodness, the freeze on the Tesla. eSpear does a great job though. Wow, okay. Great defense from Pedro there, despite a little bit over aggression. And then we see a dual lane pressure. He's really trying to make something happen here. Difficult.
Pulls that hog to King. Zappy's going to be a very difficult... I mean, when you don't have the right response to Zappies, which feels like almost all the time because there's something else that you need to play your spells on than the Zappies, they still are just one of the best cards in the game.
I couldn't agree more. Especially in this scenario with Pedro most likely having either Earthquake or Lightning. It's so difficult to take those things out. And same thing on Pedro's end though. These firecrackers, look at this.
Yeah.
I mean, okay, nice NATO there. Evo Inferno Drag actually gets kind of back pretty well. Boulder ability plus Graveyard, we gotta watch out for freeze as well, is Pedro, which is why he's gonna defend with Earthquake and E-Spirit. But once again, he needs damage. He needs it bad. It's just very unusual to be down this much elixir versus this deck.
Yeah, the synergy between the Evo bowler, excuse me, the Hero bowler and the Graveyard is just so fascinating because, you know, you have to defend up high and down low. You know, you don't want your unit to run back towards the skeletons so that the bowler gets splash damage on tower. It's just kind of a fun synergy that has just been introduced in the game. And wow, that bowler does connect on tower again. And it does, and we're going to a game number 3. I'm calling it right now.
Yeah.
131 HP remains, but that bowler is still there.
Inferno Drag trying to lock on. Hog Rider trying to sneak through. Firecracker try and get some good chip. He does keep the Firecracker alive. I think that Pedro might have the slimmest chance ever if the Firecracker is... Okay, never mind.
And and quickly as you say it, the Firecracker's taken off the board. The Hog jumps over the river, so the bowler targets the tower, and that is definitely something for you guys at home to think about. That river, any Hog unit that is jumping gives right away a chance for that Hero bowler to connect on top of tower. It's just a new interaction in the game, so it's something that you have to be very cognizant of. Obviously, Pedro knows about that, but just put in a tough spot. Great snipe there from the Hero bowler a few times in that matchup.
Man, I'd love to like talk to Pedro to see like what was going through his head, if there was an internet connection issue there, because you know this matchup is actually pretty good for Pedro because of the Evo Tesla being great counter to Graveyard. The Tesla is just actually the number one thing because you can activate King Tower versus Boulder. You can deal with the Inferno Drag well. He's got a quick cycle. He's got Earthquake for Graveyard. And the Firecracker especially. We don't really see much Hog Firecracker anymore, but Firecracker is so good versus these Boulder Graveyard decks. But that Golden Knight connecting early game, it cost him like 2,000 damage, and he just wasn't able to come back from there.
Yeah, I'm looking at it on replay. And as the Golden Knight crosses the bridge, Pedro's at 7 elixir. He drops a Dark Prince on the right side to deal with the Executioner plus... Sorry, the Executioner plus the Inferno Dragon, and then the Golden Knight dash comes in. You know what I think it is? It's just that drop delay that we were talking about before, is because he played the Dark Prince at the same time that the Golden Knight starts to dash, it just takes that 1 second for the Berserker to come down too. And it's just late.
Maybe,
you know, trying to pull everything towards the center.
Yeah. Well, looking at the, now that we were at game 3, we're looking at the locked card. So once again, ladies and gentlemen, this is duels best of 3s. So you cannot repeat any cards in any of the whole best of 3. So it kind of gets to these game 3s and it's like, wow, look at all the spells that they're not able to play anymore. The blue X's means that Mugi is not able to play, for example, Barb Barrel, Tornado, Freeze, and Lightning. And the red X's show the cards that Pedro is no longer able to play for this last game of the best of 3. And the spells, I like that there's different categories for win condition spells. Those are the main things you guys want to focus on, because the win conditions are very important, especially, you know, throughout different metas. Some win conditions are stronger. For example, like Pedro has the opportunity to play Graveyard now, while Mugi doesn't. And spell-wise, you know, since Mugi's played the Lightning already, you know, maybe Pedro will say, okay, now I'm going to go to something like an Evo Witch, or I'm going to go to something, for example, like Furnace, or, you know, these are just the different things, all of the little different things that you have to be paying attention to. And it's why, like, coaches and analysts are so important for trying to figure out, okay, what is the most optimal 8 cards that I can play in this next game to give me the best chance of victory.
Looking at some of the decks that Mugi played during the group stage that are still available, he had that Evo Wallbreakers plus Evo Barrel Magic Archer. He played some Mortar. He actually did play Barrel quite a bit, a Goblin Barrel. You know, only a handful of times, but when you talk about the deck pool, he's played, it looks like 7 times almost throughout the group stage. And then he also played some Graveyard. Both players have Poison available, though, as we just saw in that graphic. He played some Hero.
Right.
So less repeats. Played Golem a couple times. I don't know if going Golem is what you want. Mugi, also known as a Royal Giant player, but has kind of shied away from it over the last couple years. Could be a good time for him to come out with that, but decides to go quick and fast with the Evil Wallbreakers right out the gates.
Evil Wallbreakers, maybe it is going to be that log bait deck. After seeing the Berserker, looks like that's the case. Marcher, Hyperbait, Fireball, though. Pedro with the Fireball Rollhogs variation is going to really change how this is, because, you know, we saw previously Sub running circles around his opponent in a very similar matchup here with just stacking multiple Magic Archers. But Pedro with the Fireball this time is going to make this a much different story.
Yeah, Mugi ran a deck that looked very similar to this, though. It had Valkyrie and Tesla and Ice Spirit, whereas, you know, we could still see Valkyrie. But Tesla is out, and we see the Heal Spirit, the Fire Spirit already, and he's going to go Evo Bats.
Wow. It's the Miner, not the Goblin Barrel. I kind of like that idea. Maybe the Goblin Barrel could have been a good idea, especially since Pedro had already used Log and the Fire Spirit and the E-Spirit, but he does have the Barb Barrel as well. And then interesting thing from Pedro is also these Evo Archers. I feel like we don't see much of that, but I also really like the idea. I think Evo Archer is actually insanely underrated, and especially when you split them. Like, and look at Mugi's deck as well. Like, if he splits Evo Archers, Mugi's basically going to be forced to defend for the entire time that they stay on the board, since he doesn't have a great way of taking them out.
And that's a great call, Juicy, as those Evo Archers are, well, they were split, but they're going to walk towards... That's the thing with the Archers is even if you split them, if they don't move too far apart and then they're automatically on offense, they will walk towards that lane a lot of the time. Evo Archers definitely getting an uptick in usage, kind of famously only used in Expo, you know, for a very long time. But now we see it in those Mortar decks, and we're seeing right here, does not get the lineup with the Magic Archer, that barrel on top of it.
But the Wallbreaker does connect.
Yeah.
Marcher ability going to try to protect delivery as well. Monk is going to deflect those Marcher shots into Mugi's own tower. So Pedro getting some damage here. Another round of roll hogs as well.
Beautiful fire spirit there from Mugi to clean up that Monk and the Skeleton Dragon as we see him go right back on offense. Does bait out the archers, and the archers are there to snipe after the magic archer gets a shot in. So thinking 2 and 3 steps ahead are both these gentlemen.
Yeah, love the Evo Archer prediction there, but the Marcher still gets one hit, and he doesn't really counter push with them much either. So, you know, who really did get the better opportunity there? We do see a really nice Evo Royal Hogs push coming through with the Monk ability tanking. Fireball on the Magic Archer, everything coming down the lane. Delivery is enough to stay in the game, but my goodness, this match is all of a sudden pretty much tied up.
Yeah, and the dual lane pressure conversation is not quite out the window, but it does feel like Mugi is pretty committed, and there we go. As soon as that Monk comes down, you have to go opposite lane. You need to bait out some elixir there, gets the Goblin Hut out, and now a nice delivery to clean everything up at the bridge. That delivery is kind of the saving grace here when you talk about defensive ability in terms of ignoring that Monk.
Trying to protect the Magic Archer on left side with the Berserker doesn't work, but another minor wall breaker's in. Nonetheless, you're right.
Oh, wow.
You're right. Outcycle on the Barbell. The Goblin barely gets back in cycle, but a lot of elixir. And I think you're right. I think this switch to the opposite lane is so important and really, really solid play here from Mugi. I mean, I don't know. I think that, once again, we talked about it so many times how important it is with this deck.
That Monk just kind of stacking chip damage as time goes on here, trying to defend his Magic Archer. And a fireball. Wow, that is so much fireball value for Pedro.
Nice. Unbelievable. 45 seconds left. Spirits counter spirits. Magic Archer continuing to try to bait out elixir and fireballs in the left lane. But this time, Skelly Drag prediction onto the bats. Fire Spirit delivery does still take out Skelly Drags, and Miner's trying to get chip damage. But Pedro's just trying to hold on this damage lead. It's not really working.
He missed the fireball.
Oh my gosh.
879, 1050, 23 seconds remain. Another Miner's going to come in anytime here. Now gets the high Monk. Monk has to focus on the left-hand side, so the chip damage cannot come through, as he knows, Pedro knows he has the spell conversation with the fireball. 12 seconds remain. Another Miner comes down. Pedro knows if he can hold on to this lead, the fireball will be enough. Can Mugi get damage in? It doesn't look like it. You can see the look on his face.
Oh my goodness. Pedro with a huge celebration. He's taken down the 2-time world champion in Mugi. Great defensive sequences. And once again, those archers at the end. Those archers, they did so good at putting out DPS, but also they're one of those only cards where it's like, man, how am I going to get this Magic Archer to connect on tower? Because there's 2 of them. The targeting's kind of weird. But also, since they're a range unit, he's able to position them in spots where the Magic Archer doesn't actually have the geometry to make it to the tower.
Yeah, the Monk is also a great call there. The Monk almost ended up becoming the win condition when you talk about the small chip damage and then the reflect from that Magic Archer. So really great stuff there. As we finally have our brackets flushed out, Viper and Riley, Ian and Morton, Sub and Asaf, and Nuizi and Pedro with 2 huge upsets here from Asaf and Nuizi. And as we get to the lower bracket, Furkan and Vitor, Droy and Ta, Erbache versus Mohammed, Light, Wallace, and Mugi. That'll be another great end to our lower bracket. 4 of those players will be sent home very soon as we are going to work through the first round of our lower bracket and through the second round of our upper bracket. And before we get into the next stage or the next level of our competition, we're going to take a short break with some fun interviews here from our players.
Cycle. Long.
Good work.
Evolutions.
Yo. Chat, how's CRL so far? How's it going? Loving it? Quick break? What great games, truly. Crushing and Juicy, thanks, man. It's been a while since I cast official matches. Trying to get back into the groove. Riley won his match, I'm pretty sure, actually. You'll love you too, Amir. Loot drop? No way, what? You're killing it, bro. You'll think you're imperfect. Drew talks a lot. He's a professional. We are not watching the stream. Oh, sorry. Did you want to watch the... Anyways, we'll probably start up soon. But I just want to say hi to you guys real quick. We got lower bracket up next. I'll see you guys. I'll see you guys soon.
Are you guys ready?
I'm ready. Are we starting in the lower bracket?
Yes.
In a pretty, it was a good set, but, you know, dominant on paper.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that match in particular really seemed like a battle of the coaches. And it seemed like Allen got a bit of a edge against Ismail there. Got some great matchups for his player, Riley. And of course, we all know Riley's going to take that home. Looking at this one, Furkan versus Vitor. I would say Vitor, in my book, is a pretty strong favorite. Furkan's got a lot of people behind him rooting him on. And he's got a lot of people. I don't know. I think that means something, though. I feel like something we don't talk about. I mean, look at Ian at World Finals last year. You know, he did very well. And it's because there's so many people, so many fans there really cheering him on, pushing him forward. So much motivation. I guess part of it, like, could also be, you know, detrimental, though. Because if you have so many people looking up to you and so many people believing that you will win, you know, there's a lot of pressure there of like, man, I don't want to let these guys down.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of pressure there. And you look at here what Vitor ran in his 2 games against Riley. We had that Hog Mega Knight deck with Mother Witch, and then we had him run to a, you know, minor poison control deck with Hero Dark Prince and Wall Breakers, Evo Bats. Furkan on the other side of it, he wins game number 1 with the Evo MK Lumberjack Hog Rider deck. Evo Lumberjack has just kind of been the guy today. He has done a lot of stuff for a few of our players, but then drops games 2 and 3 running RG and Graveyard. So we'll see if he's able to turn things around here. As you mentioned, Juicy, you know, there's a lot of weight that comes with that fame, if you will, the pressure, right? The pressure to perform. As we're about to hop into game number 1 here between these 2 guys. Remember, one of them will be sent home. I actually haven't looked at my predictions yet. I need to take a look at them again. I don't know if I want to, but remember, guys, event.supercell.com/Clash Royale for you guys to get involved in the action. An exclusive bowler emote given away, along with other rewards that you can use in game for progress, not just the fun emotes. But you got to say, it's like a handsome Squidward bowler emote hybrid, yeah, I believe, is what it looks like, and I'm a fan of it, so hopefully I can also get it. Huh?
Yeah, I said I need that emote.
Yeah.
How many predictions do I need to get right to get the emote? Because I'm not doing so great right now. A lot of upsets, a lot of wild stuff going on.
Luckily, we have a whole another day of competition, and like I said, we're only like halfway through our day today. And then talking about what Riley was playing against Vitor, talking about your analysis, Vitor in game number 1, as I mentioned, running that Evo Wallbreakers, Evo Bats deck, minor poison control, goes into Lava Hound, Lava Hound plus Spirit Empress from Riley. We saw that was, you know, one incredible, immaculate defense, and then from there it was kind of downhill for Vitor.
Yeah.
Was the lane change conversation even part of it? I don't know. That is just a really tough spot to be in. You know, looking at aggregate data online, the best matchup is a 70-30 with 6 or more. You go to 7 or more matching carbs, it becomes an 80-20. You go to the exact matchup, it becomes an 85-15. And then in game number 2, very little aggregate data, but all of them 100-0 matchups for Riley's. So yeah, we'll see if Vitor can bounce back here with a little bit better. Vitor top of your screen, Furkan at the bottom.
We see a Furnace from Furkan. Makes sense. Very strong. And then Hero Dark Prince as well. I think it's very common just to play your strong cards. Get your Evos in cycle. You know, use that hero. I think the thing with the hero, it's not exactly the same as an Evo, like getting your Evos in cycle, but it's just the flexibility that you have. Like, okay, I'm going to play this card, and depending on the situation, you know, you never know. Even in the first minute of the game, you never know if one Hero Dark Prince ability could change everything. So it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, that's a great point that you make, just talking about, you know, evolutions changing how we saw the game played. I think most specifically with Royal Giant. Royal Giant was a card that we almost never saw in single elixir back in the day, but once the Evo RG came into play, we see it used a lot more aggressively and a lot more often in single elixir. And yeah, I agree with the strength of heroes. You know, and there we go. RG coming down here at the bridge, opposite lane. With the strength of heroes, also you never know if you can quote-unquote starting hand your opponent. As, wow, a lot of damage coming in here from Furkan. He does play that Goblin Hunt late. Didn't have the elixir early on, but you see the idea of getting those spears out to create a little bit of DPS on top of that Royal Giant. But damage already done.
My goodness. I'm trying to figure out what happened. What went wrong for Furkan here? Because look how much damage is coming through. He does have an Evo Furnace for some sort of semblance of a counter push. Will he play the Graveyard here or not is the question. He just lets it go.
Yeah,
Brutal.
He opts not to.
Brutal start.
Yeah, just recognizing the situation, maybe, you know, not wanting to spend more elixir and find himself flat-footed as he did earlier. And his cycle now a little bit more on track. But Vitor, blood in the water, just going hyper-aggressive here. Probably going to pop that ability, and he does.
Yeah, he does. 3 elixir abilities, spawn the Rhino, forcing out an entire Evo snowball. But I also like the way that Furkan's taking this. Like, he's just, you know, I'm down damage. It's okay. I'm going to do whatever it takes to make sure I don't take more. And then maybe somewhere down the line, I'll have the opportunity I need to win and make that push and get that damage through.
And lightning going to come in, and this is just absolutely brutal. And to answer your question from earlier, Juicy, it was a cycled Furnace on the right-hand side, followed by a cycled Giant Skeleton towards the right-hand side behind King Tower. And Vitor just goes, that's way too much elixir to be spending in single. And I'm going to go ahead and punish opposite lane.
Makes a lot of sense. Graveyard comes through for
good damage.
A wild amount of damage. RG from Vitor at the bridge. Giant Skelly plus Berserker. Does he get the Goblin Hunt down in time? He does not. The shake of the head. Lightning's down. RG connects. And like you said, that is it. That's going to be first game going to Vitor 75.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's so tough in this game when you talk about trying to get your cycle right, feeling out the first few moments of the game. Sometimes just a miscycled card can do it for you. I do think that's just a lot to spend, though. That's 10 elixir on one side of the board without a lot of information out there yet. So you understand Furkan maybe trying to build a push the conversation to the right-hand side. But conversely, you know, we talked about it with Mega Knight before. We've talked about it with P.E.K.K.A for a long time. When that much elixir comes down on the board and your opponent goes opposite lane, all of a sudden that card becomes a lot less threatening. The P.E.K.K.A, the MK, the Giant Skeleton, because you need to support that card. So Vitor doing the correct thing, goes hyper-aggressive opposite lane, pulls out a ton of elixir, and then that Giant Skeleton plus Furnace cycle push on the right-hand side becomes a non-factor because it's very easily controlled and contained.
Yeah. And I think I remember also the Phoenix ended up respawning, which is also like part of the reason why it was so easy for him to control, because he plays the Phoenix, he gets the tanking value, gets the DPS value, it dies on his side of the map while Furkan is doing everything in his power to defend left lane. it respawns, and then that same Phoenix that respawns ended up taking out the entire Giant Skeleton. So you're right, that Giant Skeleton ended up basically becoming not only a non-factor, but also forced out even more defense from Firkin, because now all of a sudden you have a Dark Prince and a full HP Phoenix right side you have to deal with. That ends up putting him in a situation where his trump card, the Evo Furnace, is pretty much completely countered by a Log and an E-Spirit. And he did get one good Graveyard push in there, but at a macro level, Vitor did a great job playing opposite lane, you know, preventing his opponent from having that defense plus counter push capability.
Yeah, I would have loved to see that game played back again if we didn't see that early cycle Giant Skeleton, and then maybe as the game progresses more, you know, like you said, that insane amount of damage coming in from that graveyard. Had Firkin maybe been a little more patient, maybe leaked a little bit of Elixir early on, which it's always tough to do, he could have just found himself in a better spot defensively. And like you said, that cycle all of a sudden becomes a detriment, you know. Not only is it wasted, but it's also detrimental towards your success. So these are the used cards in game number 1. Still everything pretty much available out there in the world. That's the other thing with the evolution of duels and the evolution of Clash Royale. And one of the reasons why we don't try to pick decks as much as we used to is because there's just so many more options and combinations out there. As the turkey spam in the chat goes wild, trying to cheer their guy on here in an elimination game. Firkin now, if he loses another game, is eliminated from the competition this month. Vitor with a life to give as a barrel comes out from him. And I like this, going with something that is going to, you know, keep your opponent on their toes, an outplayability deck that Vitor is running.
Yeah.
And one that also, when you feel the nerves, is one that can create some mistakes.
That's just two perfect calls, like two things that exactly I was going to say, is like the power of this bait deck. I mean, we saw earlier, I forget actually which best of 3 it was now, but I mean, I think it was, oh man, I'm not going to try and remember. I think it was sub, but anyways, the point is that this log bait deck on paper should have no chance versus Firkin's deck. He's going to have a log, he has E-Spear, he has a quick cycle, but we saw a very similar thing earlier where the magic archers and the quick cycle and the outplayability this deck has ended up spelling a very nice win anyways. So it's all going to come down to how Firkin is able to deal with the pressure, and if Vitor is going to be able to stack these the pressure while also having good defense.
And that Fire Spirit clears the Skellies off the board, so the Evo Tesla has to come out. Vitor's also done a good job of making Firkin spend his Evos where he doesn't want to. We saw that Evo Snowball being used defensively on the other side. Now this Hero Marcher is going to line up a Hero Marcher of Vitor's, taking it off the board and getting tanked for by the fake goblins. So just an insane amount of damage. This is exactly what we were just talking about, Juicy, is just, you know, making you make mistakes because of the pressure and the quick cycle of the insane offense. But Firkin gets a little bit of damage back. Hog Rider in 2101, the lowest tower for Vitor. 1666, the lowest tower for Firkin.
Yeah, I was just laughing a little bit there because Firkin on purpose is taking some damage in order to save up the elixir, go for the hog, while the Inferno is not enough elixir for Vitor. And the delivery Fire Spirit stops it to 1 hit, and there was just this very slight twitch of Firkin's eyebrows after that. He's like, are you kidding me? You're defending my hog with a Fire Spirit and a delivery, and there's only 1 hit coming through. It's definitely not what he wanted there.
Yeah, Adriel has one of my favorite reactions where he just does like a millisecond raise of the eyebrows when something does not go the way he wants, or when something goes perfectly for him. And that was kind of what we saw there from Firkin as he gets this Mega Knight to almost tank for that hog, but the lightning going to reset the tower on top of the hog. But this game is already a lot closer than it was just moments ago. And now Firkin with the the hero shot from the Magic Archer, now very close. Oh, the lineup.
A good Tesla, though, to stun and reset. We have E-Spear on the right side, trying to conserve elixir once again. Maybe wants to make another hog lightning push, but going to opt to reset in the back. Not going to be a King Tar activation from Vitor, trying to make it happen. But this is where Firkin's deck really starts to shine here, where he's going to start just making these Mega Knight, hog, lightning, Magic Archer pushes. Let's see what Vitor's got here.
And the delivery to take that Mega Knight, the Inferno to catch the Hog. Vitor does have the opposite lane to think about as well, only being separated by 400 HP, but ahead by 400 in total on the left-hand side.
Wow, that was beautiful. That was a really nice defense there of the anti-lightning Inferno placement with the pushover on the Hog while spreading out his Magic Archer. But now that we're in double and especially triple elixir here with 3 seconds left in double, we're really going to see it's going to become more and more difficult for Vitor to actually do something here because of the Tesla stack, because of the log cycle, because of the Mega Knights on the board.
And a very nice lineup here for Furkin. Vitor focused on the Magic Archer, or excuse me, on the Mega Knight, so the Magic Archer does a nice lineup there, and now Vitor can tell things are starting to fall off the wheels very, very quickly, now within lightning range, and Furkin evens things up. Vitor and Furkin both with no lives to give. We are going to a best of 1 to see who is going to be eliminated, and you can see Vitor already getting in his head a little bit about how that game kind of fell off the rails. Juicy, you were talking about it as the game went on, where Furkin's deck was going to get just stronger and stronger. It almost felt like Vitor was too distracted by playing defense to keep up that pressure offensively, which we've talked about before. Sometimes the best defense can be some offense. Any thoughts on how this went wrong for Vitor, or was he just outplayed by Furkin?
Man, these are some great questions, and I was thinking on a similar line because I think that Vitor has to apply more pressure. I'm just trying to figure out exactly how, because you're right. Furkin actually played quite well of really good Tesla placements. He had his log, he had his E-Spirit. He knew when to take damage. That might be the thing that Furkin did the best in that game right there, is he knew when to allow some damage on both sides. Because that's what that deck struggles with the most. I feel like the situation that you get in, or the problem situation you get in with that deck, like if you're trying to defend against that Hyperbait deck, is, you know, I'm going to really try to fully defend everything that he does. And when you do that, that's when the Magic Archer locks in your tower for 1,000 damage. That's when the Wall Breakers come through. That's when you get out-cycled and the Goblin Barrel ends up, you know, putting in an insane amount of work. But he was able to really just continue to let some damage happen on both sides and stay in the damage lead and just keep up the pace, while also making sure that he never got out-cycled and continuing to have the log and the Tesla ready for any sort of situation.
So looking here back at our group stage, Furkin first place in his group with the decks that he ran. He was a fan of Graveyard, Royal Hogs. We saw some Hog MK. We saw some Piggies, a little bit of Drill. We did not see... Oh, we did see a very little bit of Lava. And we saw a little bit of Mortar. So Furkin still has, as you guys look over with those win cons, still quite a few available. And in terms of buildings, that Mortar is still available. Haven't seen any Mortar yet today, guys. Come on. Gonna need to see a little bit more Mortar to make me happy. And then in terms of Vitor, when we're looking at him in his group stage, first place in his group, and he played a good amount of Lava. He was 4-0 with Lava. It looks like, at least these versions of Lava. So on the day, he was actually 4-1 with Lava Hound. So we could see him maybe going to the skies. And a good look out from both players, both of them recognizing that this could be, I mean, it is going to be one of their final games. Both of them not wanting that to be the case, as we see a bit of a pause here. Maybe Furkin going Royal Giant, maybe Vitor going to the skies. And there it is. Vitor heard me. He's watching the broadcast.
And we do see a Mortar from Vitor. Bowler to counter.
Mortar in both directions.
Yeah, it's actually a good call. Oh, you're right. It might be a mirror matchup of Boulder Mortar. Insta ability from Vitor. And there is the Rascals, looking more and more like a Mortar deck. Wow, what a nice Rascal placement, actually. That was insane.
Yeah, saving the girls, the boy taking all the tankage there, and Rascal's getting a slight nerf, at least a work in progress nerf right now, or they're going to lower the boy's HP from 1940 to 1868, so not huge, but definitely something worth noting, as we are seeing a very similar look on both sides from these guys, as a Mortar Skelly Barrel combo with Hero Bowler.
Man, I've been playing against this deck recently, and it's so annoying, and it's so good because you just have so much pressure. You have the Mortar and Skelly Barrel Evo combo, which on their own, that is really hard to deal with because, you know, a lot of the time, you know, you want to use your building or you want to use your spells on one or the other. Or you want to use them both, but you can only do one or the other. But then you put the bowler on top of that, where it's like, okay, now there's a LeBron shooting freaking rocks at my tower from like a mile away while there's a mortar on one side. It's really going to be about who can control the chaos the best here.
Yeah, it almost feels like there's always a quote-unquote mortar on the board with this said deck, and then you have to think about defending low and high with that skeleton barrel. And you know, the Dart Goblin is a great way to take the Skelly Barrel out of the skies for cheap.
I think another big thing to mention here is these minions, because Vitor has minions compared to Furkin's guards right now.
Yeah.
And I think the minions are really good for sniping out the mortars over the river, sniping out the bowlers over the river, but also just the fact that, you know, neither of these players have very good spells or any way to deal with the minions. And we're already seeing how the minions are showing up for Vitor right now.
And Dart Goblin comes down as that mortar is focused on the bowler for a second, and then Dart Goblin here to create a little bit more pressure on the opposite side as those minions that you were talking about, Juicy, have to get kited away by the guards.
Yeah.
I agree. I feel like the minions are going to be a lot more frustrating to deal with than the guards.
Evo Mortar from Vitor already forced Furkin use his Evo Mortar on defense. This might be the situation that Vitor has been working towards to get a big damage connection. But looks like Furkin's doing a pretty good job of, once again, just controlling the chaos. Can you hold on for dear life as all of these units start dropping down?
Nice fireball there. One skeleton should get on tower. No, it's actually a goblin that gets on tower, which is worse for Furkin.
True. Another mortar from Vitor, just trying to keep up the pressure. And then once again, we see these minions. And with Fireball being out of cycle right now, these minions just really shred the bowler. Really nice bowler from Furkin, though. It actually hits the Dark Ob and the mortar there.
Wow.
And he actually, off of that beautiful defense, is going to try and put together his own offense for the first time in what seems like 2 minutes.
Yeah, and the skeleton barrel not getting pulled by the mortar, and the mortar of Vitor distracted initially by the barbarian, so ends up not. I mean, it's kind of still a straight across trade there for Furkin and Vitor. 24-35, 27-82, respectively for Furkin and Vitor in terms of their tower health and the lowest tower on the board. Nice fireball value there.
Nice Dark Ob as well, kind of predicting some minions. Vitor just saying, but defensive Evo Mortar just saying, I'm in the lead. I'm going to hold on to this lead no matter what it takes.
Yeah, you never really want to have to use your Evo Mortar defensively, but sometimes you have to. And then also other times, like you just mentioned, Juice. Oh, and that mortar should get a shot. Does it? Oh my gosh, there it is. Okay, wow. Just taking forever.
Yeah. Fireball's going to drop down. All of a sudden, we have a very close game. Wait a second.
This pile up at the bridge. Oh, the bowler, the great equalizer in all of this. Now the minions behind, and that should be enough to stop any death damage through. But does he have... Yes, he hits his own mortar on the board. Now fireball's out in each direction again. He needs to play a unit. He needs to play a unit.
Wait, the mortar logs.
That mortar should get a shot. The mortar gets a shot, and Vitor knows it's over.
Oh my gosh. And Vitor, Furkin is laughing. He calls the good game, and he knows it's over. That is it. Wow. I take it over. I don't know what to say. I'm speechless.
Man, the pressure from Vitor, or for Vitor, from Furkin was so clean at the end of that game. It looked like it was going to be a fireball race between the two of them, that Vitor would win. But then the pile up at the bridge, okay, pile up at the bridge, no problem. Vitor's got the bowler there to kind of equalize everything, but there's just so much DPS from the Dark Goblin, from the Rascal Girls, everything there takes the bowler out of play, so then a mortar has to come down. Now Vitor has no elixir, can't fireball the tower and defend at the same time, and just gets straight overwhelmed. Man. Great play there by Furkin, and I have to say, it does feel like on paper that Furkin had the worst matchup. I do feel like those minions were more difficult to deal with, especially when you talk about the bowler being able to deal with the guards and the rascals so easily. But Furkin just plays lights out as the pressure mounts at the end, and a beautiful reverse sweep from the Turk.
Man, looking at these decks, looking at game number one, Furkin really struggled here with this Graveyard deck. I mean, we talked about it, maybe a little bit of nerves, maybe just not sure what the right play is. Didn't want to leak Elixir, played Giant Skelly the back. Vitor took a big opportunity to get some damage in early, and that ended up spelling a victory here for game one in Vitor. Second game, though, Furkin really brings it around. He has a really solid matchup. He's got E-Spirit. He's got Evo Tesla. He's got even the Magic Archer and the Log. Just all the things that you might want. Not to mention the Lightning even for the Inferno Tower to really shut down this Hyperbait deck from Vitor. And then third game. You know, it's pretty much the same deck. I do agree with you. I think you're very right about these minions being stronger. And that's what Vitor really relied on throughout the entire mid, early, and even towards the late game, when he just got so much value from these minions, taking out mortars, bowlers, forcing out fireballs, and different things. But it got to the very end here, and I think you called it perfectly. You never really want to use your Evo mortar on defense. And I've played around with a little mortar myself. I feel like whenever you get into these siege mirror matchups, whoever is ended up being more aggressive usually ends up winning, especially towards the end here. And it really seemed like Vitor was happy with his damage lead. He was just trying to lock down his defense, and he was doing that. But all of a sudden, he got in a situation where the continued piled up of aggression from Furkan got that one mortar lock, and then the panic from Vitor to go for the defensive fireball rather than going on and trying to hit the tower.
Yeah,
wild ending.
So well played, and yeah, that point that you make about the mortars is really interesting, especially with the sudden death ladder out right now. The person that plays the mortars defensively more often, at least in my case, in mirror matchups, because I only play mortar these days and have for the last 9 years, is usually the person that struggles more. Now, especially in a matchup like that. Now, if it's a minor poison mortar deck or a minor fireball deck, it can be a little bit different with mortar. But that was just so well played. So enough about that as we're hopping right in, trying to move through the day. Shout out to production for keeping us on track. Sorry that we're yip-yapping, as everyone in the chat is always complaining about. But here we go. Ta, top of your screen. Droy at the bottom of your screen. Both these guys taking L's earlier on the day. Ta, obviously the more successful of the two in terms of the competitive scene. But Droy is someone that has been around, I should say in terms of the CRL scene for Ta, but Droy has been around in the competitive scene for a long time. Here we go. Graveyard in early. Hyper aggressive, but easily cleaned up by Ta with the Berserker plus the Knight.
Can we just stop and talk 1 second about whatever Ta is wearing right now? Because I need one. It looks so comfortable. My goodness.
Yeah.
Sorry.
That does look like the most comfortable. People are playing from their bed for comfort. That is a bed. He's just wearing a bed right now.
He's wearing a bed right now. Okay, matchup-wise, though, sorry, chat. I'll lock in. Okay, seriously, this looks really solid for Droy. Whenever I have 2 air defenses and a snowball with a spirit to freeze a balloon, I'm feeling pretty good. Ta does have pretty solid defenses to Graveyard, though. Berserker does great. Exe also is pretty underrated. But over time, Droy should be able to get more damage on tower than Ta in this situation.
Yeah, that Executioner is definitely going to be annoying to deal with for Droy, but I'm sure he'll show us what his plans are. Looks like Droy was playing on some ladder in between his matchup with Ian before, where he was 0-2'd, 2-0'd, I should say. And that's exactly what you're talking about right there, Juicy. Just a lot of responses for the balloon. Takes just the death damage and now is able to get right back on offense. The Giant Skeleton tanking for this Graveyard.
Man.
Oh, the reset with the zap. That's smart.
Wait, can you explain that to me? I missed it.
Oh, no, excuse me. Sorry. That was a zap actually from Ta, not a zap from Droy.
Okay, so what I was going to say... What I was going to say, though, I was really thinking about it. Like, I really love the change that they made to Graveyard. Because now, like, honestly, I would be so down to see a heat map of Graveyard maybe after this. Because there's so many different, like, places you can play it now. It's almost like minor. And you can see this very unique placement that Droy is using. There's, like, a lot of skeletons that'll spawn, like, on towards the front of the tower that don't usually get there, but towards the end of the Graveyard cycle, there's like 3 or 4 skeletons that spawn directly on top on the back side of the Graveyard. And you can see that's how Droy's really getting solid amounts of damage here.
Yeah, that's a great call out there. Graveyard used to basically only be played in one position, and now it has changed just a little bit with the set placement as this Rhino gets to King Tower, and you see the reaction there from Droy going, oh man, this is going to make my Graveyards a lot less impactful as the game goes on, but maybe enough damage is already done with only 90 seconds remaining. We'll see.
It's true. There's a lot of damage that's been done so far. You can see the King Tower already helping a lot. There goes those skeletons in the back trying to get a connection. And a big counter push from Todd. This is his one chance to really mark himself as a chance to win this game. He needs damage badly.
Evo Snowball comes in. Now the Furnace Plus.
Ooh.
Ooh,
Oh,
I
it
don't
didn't
love
work.
that NATO.
Oh my goodness. He tries the NATO plus ability combo, which is really good, but one of the spear gobs got pulled all the way to the side, and it kind of really prevented what Todd was trying to do.
Another NATO comes in. Snowball late. Push it back, but gonna need a little bit more damage on top of that balloon. Balloon
Oh my
almost gets
goodness.
the drop,
Yeah.
but does not. And now another graveyard comes in. No, just this Evo XE gonna sew everything up. Now a late graveyard.
Wow, that Eggsy's just getting knocked around. Snowball takes it out. Rhino's going in. Evo Furnace is still a threat. Now skeletons are starting to spawn
Wow.
on tower, and the Evo
Rhino
Furnace
gets on
connects.
tower.
Wow. 23 seconds left. Another Rhino ability, and Taw is already getting up from his chair. And it's the classic Taw, bro. It's like, I just lost the game, but I'm going to take a drink of something. I'm going to grab a snack, and I'm going to prepare for the next one, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, is that just strictly a matchup conversation there, Juicy, when you talk about like, all the things that you said? You have the Snowball, the Evo Snowball when necessary. You have the Ice Spirit. You have the Furnace. You have the Goblin Hut, which is also spawning units that also attack air. Is that just a great matchup for Droy? Is there anything that Taw could have done differently?
Man, I think that Todd did the best he could, really. Like, he got the King activation. There's a lot of damage that came early. Maybe there's like a better way to defend the graveyard, because he kept playing the Berserker in the back, right? Because he knows that those 3 skeletons towards the end of the graveyard cycle are going to spawn there. The problem is that he's playing the Berserker in the back right away. So as we kind of look at the heat map here, there's a lot of different placements that can be used, but with this specific placement that Droy is using, I think that Todd needs to actually place the Berserker somewhere else at the start and then place something in the back later. Or maybe save the Berserker towards the back later and place something else in the middle in the start, because those skeletons continue to connect. And looking at this heat map here, like, we have the biggest standardized placement is that red spot. This basically is just one edge of the graveyard directly on tower. But the one that Droy was using is the one on the bottom corner of the tower, the corner that's closest to us from our perspective. And this just really makes it so that one edge of the graveyard, it's like very unique, just makes those late skeletons to start connecting there.
So you're saying that bottom right hand corner, which is traditionally maybe the minor number 1 spot area, that is where you're getting late skellies that spawn directly on top of the tower, which was one of the issues with the previous RNG graveyard. Was there was no way to detect where the skellies were going to be, so sometimes they would just pop on tower no matter what. Droy kind of forcing that issue and making it so that it's going to happen every single time, which then makes the defense more difficult for Taw.
Yeah. Okay, next game, Droy going with most likely the Roll Hogs deck that we've seen a lot of in Taw. Okay, wait, Monk though, that'll be interesting. Taw with a Mortar deck here. Assuming that Droy has Lightning as a Mortar connoisseur. You complimented me earlier on my gameplay, but you shouldn't make a light of the fact that you are insane at this game as well, especially with Mortar. Tell me about like this matchup, like how difficult is it going to be here for Taw to play against this Hog deck?
I mean, you can kind of see the frustration on Taw's face already. That Monk is always just frustrating to run into with Mortar. It's so tanky. You get the ability to reflect the Mortar shots while going opposite lane. Adding in the Earthquake, really annoying. You add in the Wizard to deal with the minions. This is just a tough spot to be in. This is a great deck pick by Droy, and you can already see the frustration on Taw's face. And then last thing to mention too is just the ability to deal with the regular barrels now with the E-Spirit if you want to just take the damage and save your log for something else. So there's just a lot of options here for Droy to make Taw's life very, very uncomfortable. And literally, the Dark Goblin, the Rascal Girls,
what is happening?
Minions,
Oh my, sorry, what just happened? I'm so confused. You just let a Dargob, like, I mean, I could totally agree with all the things you're saying. I think that even in this situation, Droy could probably come back based on like how good this matchup is, but I swear he just sold like 1,000 damage. I'm so confused.
No, 100%, and it wasn't a lag situation. His camera was 100% fine. It just looked like he didn't know what he wanted to play and opted to just play nothing. So we'll see. We'll see.
Earthquake
Defensive
drops
Earthquake.
down.
Now this is a moment where you got to get the mortar out on the opposite lane. You got to go mortar right-hand side if you're Ta, I think, because the Monk's out and the Earthquake's out.
Tried to pre-bar barrel to get the Dark Gob connection again. Sneaky plays from Ta, trying to min-max everything. Skelly Barrel ops a lane, trying to apply pressure. Wild Droid's trying to make an offense. Big Hog, big Monk ability. Monk is not actually deflecting the Rascal Girls, though, so the Hog gets taken out.
Evil
Great defense.
Mortar out of cycle now for Ta, which is going to take him about a minute to get back around to another one.
Another Monk, minions right lane, forcing out the Wizard. Skelly Barrel death damage is always a threat. Yeah, tell me.
This is so tough, Juice. I mean, you know, we were just talking about how good of a matchup this is for Ta. I mean, for Droy, and you can see the frustration on Ta's face. But as you said, that brain glitch of selling that 1,000 HP on the left-hand side all of a sudden makes this a much different conversation. Now Ta doesn't really even need to use his mortars for anything other than defense.
It's true. Monk really not going to deflect this Barbarian Barrel. Monk is deflecting the tower a little bit. Earthquake will drop down, but I mean, yeah, I think that no matter who you are, no matter what deck, no matter how bad the matchup, if you're up this much damage at this high level of a game, it's always going to be hard to come back. But Droy, once again, he has the combo to do it. The combo is Monk, Evo Wizard, Hog Rider with a Earthquake on the mortar. Though if he gets that combo together, it's still possible for this comeback to happen.
And great placement here with all of his high DPS units. Gets the Monk up high, mortar low, Dark Goblin opposite lane. Now he can go Dark Goblin plus barrel left-hand side. And he goes even with the with the bar barrel on top of the Tesla, so now the log has to come out. So Ta doing a great job with the situation he was given. And also, I love that Ta is fireballing that Wizard as soon as possible every single time.
Yep.
No push there from the Monk either. So this is going to be a game number 2 win for Ta off of a...
This game's close, though. This game's really close.
Yeah, it's still close. 13 seconds remaining. That's right. The log does come in.
I don't know where the damage came from, but this game is close. Hog EQ, minions are dropping down. I think you're right, though. I think this Hog can't make it, and Hog just sneaks through to make it 1-1 with all of the odds against him. Unbelievable victory.
That is wild.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, I'm so glad that the cameras, we have the player cams, because sometimes when you'll see a glitch in game or lag in game, you'll also see that happen on camera. And I didn't see that on Droy's camera. It just looked like he didn't know what he wanted to do in that moment and just took so much damage, because we were talking, or at least you set me up to talk relentlessly about how that's such a great matchup for Droy.
Yep.
And as the game went on, we saw that. As you said at the end, you're like, I don't really know where all this damage came from. I don't actually really know where it came from either. But, you know, it felt like that was Droy's game to lose, and that's exactly what he did. So Ta may be getting a slight blessing there from the Clash Royale gods as we're going to make our way into game number 3. And this becomes, you know, there's a lot of layers to this conversation now, because Ta, obviously the more experienced player, maybe Droy feeling a little tilted from what happened there. You know, this is also a momentum game, as we've said for years. Momentum heavily in favor of Ta now, as we take a look here at the cards that have been used already and the win conditions that are out. This is a best of 1 for an elimination game, just like we previously saw with Furkan and Vitor.
Yeah. I'm just trying to like think in my head, like what could my cycle have been that would have been so bad? Like the worst possible cycle is like Log, Earthquake, Hog Rider, and maybe Wizard. But even Wizard, just play the Wizard down. If you have Tesla cycle, play that. If you have a cycle card, play that to stop the Dark Goblin. Like, I don't know. Yeah. Obviously, the only one who really actually knows what happened and why all that damage came through is Droy. Maybe there's lag. Maybe he just thought that he could get really good log value, and he didn't expect the Dark Goblin to do as much damage. But I'm pretty sure he was just sitting at 10 elixir as well. That was fascinating. The game is not over, though.
No.
Tell me.
Yeah, I feel like looking back at the replay, it must have been lag. Because he's just straight leaking elixir for a while. He's at 10 even before... he's at 10 as Taw's skeleton barrel passes Taw's own princess tower. He's at 10. So he leaks like 5-6 elixir in that moment. Excuse me, 3-4 elixir in that moment for no reason. So I feel like it had to be lagged. Even though it looked like his camera was okay, he's also not moving a lot. So maybe there was actually lag there. But that's that happens sometimes. Unfortunately for Droy, it happened in a very, very pivotal moment. Taw gets away with one there, and now we're going to go to a best of one for an elimination game. Here we go. Taw top of your screen, Droy at the bottom.
Here we go. You're absolutely right. Taw feeling a little confident, which he probably should be after that last win. And Skelly's Ice Spirit got a cycle deck. Droy with the Tombstone. Most likely lava, but looks like it's going to be something else. Probably some sort of graveyard, giant skelly type of deck with the Tombstone here.
Yeah, Droy did not play Tombstone at all in the
Oh, he's already played graveyard and giant skelly, though. Sorry,
maybe Golem.
I guess,
with
yeah.
Witch?
Yeah, that makes sense. We'll have to just see.
Question mark? Yeah.
Interesting.
Oh, wow. Okay, now I just have no idea what I'm talking about.
I don't know. Maybe
I
it's
don't
just
think anyone
like,
knows what Droy's talking about right now.
maybe it's just some sort of like lava miner deck with a Mother Witch to try to snipe graveyard. But either way, this is like we talked about earlier. Josh says a little too cute with the matchup here. Like sometimes if you try to over snipe something, it just puts you in a tough situation. And what is the purpose of these Goblin Barrel placements? I've been playing this game for 10 years and I'm just so confused right now, Andrew. Can you tell me what's going on?
Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, you've already seen Zap out as the small spell, so just play a regular barrel.
Yeah,
You
right.
know, the worst thing that happens is you find out he has arrows or bar barrel or something, and then you can start varying up your placements based off of a bar barrel, or if it's arrows, then you can start stacking, your magic archers or something. So, yeah, I don't know.
Oh, that's why he's been doing it. I see.
Okay, all right. Dang it.
I'm an idiot. He's a genius. What is going on? Now we're heading into Double Elixir in this fever dream that is whatever matchup this is. And ties up a solid amount of damage. We have a Mega Knight.
Is this Loon? Is this Mega Knight Miner Loon or something?
It's gotta be. It's gotta be. That makes sense. There it is.
There it is.
You're a genius.
I'm a genius. Redemption. Miner goes to Tesla. Hero ability probably not going to be used as it feels like a bit of an over expenditure. Trying to get on top of... I mean, honestly, the Magic Archer or the Tesla, that Miner is, is a good idea. And there we go. Regular placement because he knows that his opponent doesn't have a good spell to deal with the barrel. NATO comes in, but still a Goblin Stab comes down.
Okay. Another Mega Knight in the back. This is definitely another one of those situations where it's like the later this game goes on for Droid, the better chance he has, especially if you can put together an Evo Mega Knight plus Evo Baby Dragon plus Hero Balloon push. We've seen the double Evo Hero pushes work before, and it's definitely something that could work again. The
Valkyrie
here.
Oh, never mind.
The difference is also like the fact that Droid doesn't have that great of Goblin Barrel damage though, or sorry, counter. So these Goblin Barrels are going to continue to be a threat. Oh my goodness.
Wow, massive connection on that left-hand side, and now the pressure is starting to amp up here for Droid.
Oh boy, is he going to pull it off? He does have the perfect placements.
But Baby Dragon's on tower. That is a completely healthy Baby Dragon that is getting tanked for by the Mega Knight. Now that Miner's going to tank for the Baby Dragon as well.
Wow.
And that is huge. I mean, this Baby Dragon is still untouched. Finally gets the retarget with the Ice Spirit, but that doesn't matter. Wow.
Tower down to 528. Doesn't have a big spell, but he does have Minor Chip. Now it's on the Taw to really get some damage in here. It's like a race at this point. Magic Archer ability does hit tower a little bit, and Mega Knight continues to be a threat. Nice Tornado pulling in the other Magic Archer, but a quick ability. Once again,
but now the MK is going to leap. The MK's on tower. Now Miner opposite lane.
Miner going off the lane. Does get chipped with the help of the Zap, and this is Taw's big chance here. Will he connect?
Yeah, Goblin should get some stabs in for sure. He needs another barrel. He needs another Goblin Barrel stat. Magic Archer tries to line up, doesn't get it.
Ice Spirit,
Recycled Ice
lane.
Spirit for the Miner. And
Another
there's the double barrel
inbound.
push.
Now we have a balloon on
Nothing.
the left side. Zap.
11 HP.
No spell from Ta. It's not over till it's over. What's going to happen? 30 seconds left.
Miner into the left-hand side instead of the right. And now a barrel should come in. What does he have for the barrel? He needs a NATO plus.
The NATO.
And he's got it. No!
Oh my gosh. 15 seconds. Evo Baby
11
Dragon.
HP. Baby Dragon at the bridge. Miner to the back. Zap maybe going to come in. No. And there's the barrel. Nothing for the barrel. Magic Archer lines up. And my goodness. I feel like Droy was robbed in game number 2. And then an insane back and forth in game number 3 to give Ta the victory. Wow, that took an insane amount of grit from Ta, and you can see the frustration on Droy's face. Should have maybe ended it in 2, but you go to game 3, anything can happen. Ta stays alive. And that was a crazy, crazy game.
Yeah, big celebration from Ta there, knowing that I know, that took a lot of perseverance. He had a lot of adversity to break through to end up winning this best of 3. Looking at the matchups once again, game 1, it's just a solid matchup for Droy. He's got great air defense, and he's got a Snowball. He's got the Ice Spirit, and Graveyard, one of the most, if not the most consistent damage-dealing win conditions in the meta right now. Game 2, Droy. Man, I want to talk to him. I want to see what went through his head. I want to see if he lagged. The world may never know. A fantastic matchup. A straight-up hard counter was just barely beaten by Ta in this moment. And then game 3. This one was something crazy.
Yeah, I mean, you talk about that Baby
Yeah.
Dragon connection. The Baby Dragon comes in behind the Mega Knight, completely untouched, gets on top of tower. Then the Miner comes in to tank for that Baby Dragon.
Yeah.
And that was right after Ta had a huge uppercut on the left-hand side, and Droy immediately evens the playing field. And then it just comes down to Miner chip versus no spells Goblin Barrels, and Ta just gets by the skin of his teeth as he moves on in that lower bracket. Furkin and Ta stay alive. Droy and Vitor sent home. And don't forget, we still have 4 matches in our upper bracket to get to, but not before we say goodbye to 2 more players. Now we're going to go to maybe, I don't know, I was going to say maybe the most mismatch in terms of CRL competitive experience, but we do have some new players in Nuizi, Airbache, and Droy on the actual monthly final stage. We're going to go to Mohamed Light, who was 2-0'd by Asaf. The game number 1 against Asaf, we saw that Mo Light plays a shutout all the way through 4 minutes and 43 seconds. And then Asaf, never giving up, gets the huge breakthrough. Mega Knight hits the Dark Prince out of line of sight of the Evo Lumberjack, which then goes straight to the tower. Mo Light's bar barrel is a little too high, and Asaf takes game number 1. Then we get to game number 2. The layered offense from Asaf was just so clean. Oh, you want to play a log to defend, or you want to save the log and defend with something else? I'm going to get a Magic Archer at the bridge. Asaf just did really, really well in that matchup, but we all know Mo Light has been notoriously a guy that can go through the lower bracket no problem. As you said, Juicy, whether it's at World Finals, monthly finals, doesn't matter. He's done it in both situations. Going up against Airbache, who knows he's got a tall task ahead of him.
I know.
And Mo Light has gone from the crunch to the chair.
Yeah. It makes sense. I think he was he's probably like, all right, this didn't work out for me. I'm just gonna do my normal stuff now. And then Airbache on the other hand also is like, you know, he repeats a card, unlucky loss, and now he has to play against the 3-time world champ. Like, that's got to be pretty devastating. But he looks comfortable. He looks ready. Let's see what he can bring here. He looks like he's got a Monk Royal Hogs deck. Mo with guards, Miner, and Giant Skelly. Most likely a balloon deck here from Mo.
Yeah, that's a great call out. You know, Sub played that game number 1 immaculately with the Magic Archers, the abilities from the Magic Archers, and then we were looking forward to an exciting game 2 between Sub and Airbache, but Airbache repeats the Hero Dark Prince to get us to where we are now. Mo Light versus Airbache. That win rate from Mo Light over this month and last month is just absolutely insane. Almost a 90% win rate at the CRL stage, whereas you look at Airbache's 61% at CRL. That's great, but 86, that's unheard of.
I know. Unbelievable. So matchup overall here, looking at it, I think that the Giant Skelly, it's just something that I love to have for Monk. So this makes sense. Air defense wise, we haven't really seen anything for Herbache. Maybe, I mean, most likely he's going to have some sort of, I don't know, probably some sort of.
And we saw this kind of similar story with Vitor versus Riley, where lightning plus cannons is what you needed. Oh, he does have the Hunter, though. So while he takes damage here early, I don't know why he doesn't play the Hunter earlier. It's
That's
clearly
what I was trying to figure out.
Right?
Yeah, I was thinking, I was lost in thought, like, wait, what does he have for Balloon here? Because it's not Mother Witch. He probably would have played that already. It's not going to be Furnace. And he had the Hunter the whole time, but he plays the Lightning first. It costs him quite a lot of damage here. But overall, the Hunter should be pretty helpful for the rest of the game, at least.
Yeah, that's really interesting, because even if you're playing the cannon first to get around to your Evo cannon, you still have that Hunter up your sleeve. So great lightning value here for Herbache. Balloon does stay alive.
I love the idea. Sorry, I was just going to say, I love the idea to actually Hunter the Miner first, just to make sure that even if a snowball comes through onto your Hunter, your tower is still going to be locked in, but the death damage still comes through.
Yeah, and the Hunter, you know, just to add on to that point, the Hunter can still walk around and then deal with the Balloon, but yeah, death damage in. Now a little bit of Piggy's snout touching. 2177, the lowest tower for Mohammed Light. 1330, the lowest tower for Herbache, as the Berserker comes out to
Skelly!
the Giant Skelly's on tower!
Man.
And then that Balloon is also, oh no, does not connect. Also, remember, the Giant Skeleton did get a nerf on tower damage, but the tower damage from the Balloon death damage is going to come through as well. 299, 2177. Things going from bad to worse for Herbache.
It just seems like he's tilted, man. It seems like he's, I don't know. He doesn't seem like he's playing to the best of his ability right now.
Evo Piggies here as that Evo
Light effect.
Exy. Yeah, the Mo Light effect is true, and I agree. He does seem like not only is he playing a little tilted, he's also playing a little scared against that Mo Light effect, and this is an easy game one win from Mo Light, who's got a smile on his face after a very surprising maybe set number one against Asaf. He is back in fighting form. Herbache, a quick one up, one down for Mo Light, and now Herbache has to win out before he gets eliminated. Mo Light looking real good here with the game in hand.
Yeah, I don't know. I think that overall, Herbache, I like the idea at the end there. Like, you probably should go off lane this matchup, especially versus the Executioner. I think that there was a little bit of some sequencing issues, like the Hunter first in certain scenarios on the Balloon could have been pretty helpful. You do have to watch out for like the Snowball plus Balloon ability to take the Hunter out. But if that happens, then the Lightning always come out later. But then the Giant Skelly making a tower too. It's like, yeah, there was a tower damage nerf to the bomb that it has, but you still cannot afford. Yeah, it still hurts a lot. You can't afford that again to your tower.
Yeah, I think that's a great call, man. I really don't understand the delayed use of the Hunter on that first Balloon push. It just seems like, you know, you want to do the safest, smartest thing. You obviously don't want to overspend too much on the highest stage, but you do want to go for the sure thing defensively. And I'm not sure exactly what Herbache was thinking in terms of the long game with delaying that Hunter. So game number one, not going the way of Herbache, but we'll see if he can bounce back here in game number two. Mo Light now riding the wave of confidence as, you know, everyone that is playing in this lower bracket is done for the day. Whether they're done for the weekend or done for the day is the two situations that you can be in. Everyone playing two matches here today. And obviously everyone in the upper bracket has a life to give. They'll be sent down to the lower bracket, but we have to get through a couple more matches here first. Remember, guys, event.supercell.com/Clash Royale for you guys to get involved with predictions. I think there's some trivia questions. There's point drops. There's a lot of rewards. And at the end of that rewards journey is that bowler emote. So, you know, I think that emotes is a really great reward for the final reward, because, I mean, who doesn't want a free, cool emote?
Exclusive.
Yeah, exactly. It's exclusive. So remember to get involved with that to get your predictions and everything else in. everything for tomorrow will open up at the end of today's broadcast. So if you're wondering why maybe you can't get any predictions in for today, well, maybe you missed the window there. Well, why can't I get them in for tomorrow? Well, the window hasn't opened up quite yet. So again, event.supercell.com/Clash Royale. Shout out to our team for adding that in. I actually really love that addition. I also love Molight's 3 badges that he has. Those are world champion badges. All 3 of them. You know, some people just want a World Finals competitor badge. He's got 3 golden ones. So shout out to our only ever 3-time champion in Molight.
I never even thought about the fact that his 3 badges are literally just 3 world champion badges. There is no greater flex. I think my 20 win like little badge is cool, but no, like that's just crazy. I can't believe that.
Dude, I just want the 17 win badge. I've lost at 16 wins so many times. I'm actually pretty sure OJ gave me one of my 16 win losses. So shout out to OJ for crushing my dreams and not letting me get the 17 win badge. I don't expect to get 20 wins. That just might not be in the cards for me.
You can do this, Andrew. I believe in you.
I still remember you in Finland 2 years ago. You're like, I have 30 minutes. I think I can get a 20 win, and you did.
Dude, I love the 20 win challenge. I really do.
It's
I
so
think
fun.
that's kind of like where CRL all started, like the first qualification for like getting into the what was it called, the CRL combine, I believe, was like getting that 20 win, and y'all never forget that. That was insane.
There are only a handful of players, too, that have every 20-win badge from 2018 till now, which is a very difficult thing to pull off. Obviously, every single one of them CRL 20-win badges, and then there was the no-tilt Worlds in 2020. It's fun to kind of look through and see which players have that. Here we go. Game number 2, Airbache running some Mortar, so at least going to be in my good graces, but going up against Lava Hound could be a little bit tough. Not having...
Wow, look at those rascals, dude. My goodness.
Yeah.
Like, you got Skelly Drags one side, Dark Prince, and a Phoenix respawning. All good. Just one card. Rascals on the board. Boy tanking, girls putting out mad DPS.
Yeah, I love Rascals. I love that they're back in the meta. And it's going to actually be Royal Giant from Molight here instead, so probably happier to deal with that, having this building and not having to worry about as much air defense, even though he has decent air defense.
Log comes through in the Rascals. Minions forced out. Will we see the Boulder ability we do, but also Phoenix gonna drop down to that right away with that Dark Prince tanking as well from Mo. So much damage.
25-20. Airbache in the lead for the moment to 26-74.
Wait, the Phoenix Christ is over. Now the egg is going to stay alive. Rascals try to take it out right away, but it does respawn. And now Log coming through.
Oh,
That's
my
gonna be
goodness.
damage.
That is so much damage. And then the Skelly Drag is there to get rid of the minions, adding insult to injury. And as quickly as I said, the Airbache is in the lead. And you can see like he's already done.
Yeah,
he's out.
Done. Yeah. Man, I feel for him. I feel
Me
for
too.
him. Really tilted after that first set. You know, he repeats a card, and then you're, like Rich always says, from the frying pan straight into the fire of Molight here. And I don't know, man. I still think that he did let his emotions get to him a little bit too much. I think that, you know, I don't know. I just love to see players never go up to the final seconds. And you just never know. I mean, look at what Asaf did to Mo as well.
Yeah.
You know, he's losing the entire game. Last literally 10 seconds of the game, he takes his whole tower down to like 300 HP. You never know what could happen. But yeah, Molight, I mean, it is frustrating. Molight also is just so good at what he does in the way of like, okay, I have one chance, one opportunity. He made one little mistake. My Phoenix respawns. I'm going to take that one small mistake and turn it into a ridiculous amount of damage with that Royal Giant push.
Yeah, I mean, you know, welcome to the big stage is really the only way to put it. It's so difficult going from being top 1,000 to top 100 to top, 50 to then making it to the monthly finals, the Swiss stage, the group stage, to then getting on the actual monthly final stage. And then you run into the greatest player of all time, a very quick 2-0 victory for Muhammad Light. Now, remember, Airbache has never been in a monthly final before. The closest he ever got was back in 2024. He was number 36 and you know, that doesn't get you to the monthly finals. So this is just it's still an accomplishment in and of itself to get here, but now you have to get to that next level, right? Again, going from hearing pros talk about going from top 1000 to top 100 and the exponential growth that takes to get rid of that one extra zero. Now when you're on the monthly final stage, dealing with dual mode, dealing with the pressure of people watching, the commentators, you know, there's no way you're not thinking about all those additional layers. And Airbache, you know, welcome to the biggest stage, almost biggest stage in the world in terms of Clash Royale. The monthly final only second to the world finals, and you know, congrats for being here, and hopefully we'll see you again soon later down the line. Here we go. This is a great matchup. Former two-time world champion Mugi going up against a repeat world finals customer in Wallace.
Yeah. Huge shot to production. We're straight into the next match. Both players are leaking elixir though. Just trying to wait to see what the other is doing. We do see the furnace in the back. A great first play. And then to respond, Wallace just straight in with his executioner. Not only a great counter to the furnace, but both players just trying to cycle to that Evo.
Yeah, both these guys having great sets earlier on. Wallace losing 2-1 to New Easy, and Pedro beating Mugi 2-1. And Pedro played that set very, very well.
Monk at the bridge. Maybe we'll see an ability. I'd play it.
Fisherman. Is this just kind of a weird Royal Giant deck with the Exy?
Most definitely. And it's definitely weird because he's definitely not going to have the tornado since he is Fisherman. But I don't know. Evo Exy so strong, especially the fact that it's one cycle Evo. Sometimes you can just throw it in, and it synergizes really well with the Monk as well. And just like making it really disgustingly difficult to defend push in the Monk Exy RG push. If you get that combo together, it can be hard to stop.
Graveyard coming in here as we see that Fisherman is not going to pull it out of Princess Tower range, as we saw happen earlier today. You need to go up one more tile and one more tile to the right, and already that Giant Skeleton Bomb is on tower. So a handful of misplays put Wallace in a very tough spot here early on.
Yeah. Man, once again, it's just one of those situations where it's like, what went wrong? I think that part of it really was the Exy, though. I think that maybe the Executioner Evo didn't get as much value as he needed, and then immediately Mugi just goes straight in for the punish. Giant Skelly Graveyard. Fisherman, not quite enough for the Giant Skelly. Bar Barrel had to be placed onto the Furnace, and then the Graveyard did so much damage as well. This will be interesting to see how Wallace comes back here. I don't understand. I'm not going to question it because he's so good at RG, but I don't understand why he's putting his Monk and his Exy in separate lanes here.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, what went wrong? Yes. Just everything,
Right.
you know?
Yeah, true. 18 seconds left. He is going same lane, which I kind of feel like you have to. As like an Exy or Bowler player, you almost always go same lane and then counter push. It is hard to do into a Graveyard though. But let's see. This is the combo that he needs.
Gets the ability off. The Monk actually sneaks in front of the RG, exactly like you're saying, Juicy. This is exactly what he needs. Monk cleared off the board, though. That was a nice change.
Wow.
The Monk, it felt, was basically invulnerable once it popped its ability. Now it's still able to be cleaned off the board. Not easily, but more easily than in the past.
Giant Skelly's still a threat.
Skeleton.
Giant Skelly's still a threat. It's not going to get close enough, but it will clean up most of the Monk there. Wallace just leaking elixir.
Yeah, I thought he threw in the towel, but that's really not like him, so not the case.
He's not having good play. Decides to get a little bit of damage of the Fireball, but now the Furnace just continues to be a force to be reckoned with.
And that E-Spirit does chain nicely, but still damage in, and that's going to do it. That's a very quick, I mean, not super quick as we're, you know, pretty far into overtime, but a very dominant win there from Mugi, taking very, very little damage throughout that game. Yeah, Juice, that was just, you know, the building of the pushes, the placement on the defenses, all of it just kind of went wrong there for Wallace.
I know. I'm trying to think back to like what, I don't know. It just seemed like Wallace during that whole match was just unsure and kept playing certain cards. Sometimes he was leaking. It just didn't seem like he had a like good drive or good plan on like how to attack and approach the matchup. And I feel like that's something that's not really talked about a lot, but a lot of Clash Royale is just figuring out what your opponent is using, formulating some sort of plan, and then sticking to that plan in order to execute and win. Because if you're constantly thinking about exactly which card you're going to place and where and why, it's going to be tough. You're not going to be able to get those quick plays down. But if you can kind of take a step back during the match, kind of formulate a plan based on what you've seen so far, that's going to allow you to make those quick reactions and kind of quick plays, and get those counter pushes going. It just seemed like Wallace never was able to put that together.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the most impressive things about the best in the world is understanding the macro situation that you're in and kind of adjusting as the game goes on. Looking back at this replay, for the first graveyard that came in, Wallace was already a bit in the hole. He had 8 elixir in hand as a graveyard, giant skeleton, and a furnace were kind of crossing the bridge. The giant skeleton crossing as the graveyard came down. I don't know if... I'm pretty sure, like I said, the fisherman placement was wrong. It needed to be up 1 more tile and 1 tile to the right. But just to add on to that piece was that a fire spirit from the furnace actually snuck in front of the giant skeleton, causing the fisherman to take 1 step closer to the giant skeleton.
Okay.
So even if it was in the right spot, it still may have not pulled because of that fire spirit. So things just going from bad to worse there. Probably a bit of an over expenditure when you look at how much elixir was on the board for Mugi versus how much was in hand to defend for Wallace. And now, Juicy, this goes back to what you were just saying about Airbache. Again, much easier said than done, which is you got to get that mental reset. The best players in the world, even if you're tilted, you've got to be able to reset. I think that's one of the most impressive things about, not just to talk about Mo Light. Adriel is really good at that as well. I think Adriel is a guy that has... You can never tell if he won or lost a game. You can usually tell if he's won a set, but you also can't tell if he's lost a set. The only response you'll get out of him is like a little bit of a smile when he wins a set. Otherwise, good plays, bad plays, lost games, misplays, all that. He's pretty he's like emotionless, which I love. He's one of my favorite players in the game right now, and that's something that Wallace is going to have to get on top of, because we've already seen it so far in the lower bracket. You're already tilted when you get set down to the lower bracket, but when we look at Vitor, when we look at Airbache, obviously Vitor much more seasoned, and he's always been an emotional guy. One of the things that we love about Vitor, you could tell he was in his head a little bit and a little frustrated. Airbache was just kind of over it once he repeated that card in set number 1. So we'll see if Wallace can bounce back here in game number 2.
Game 2, Berserker the back from Mugi. And a zap from Wallace. Whenever I see Evo zap, I always think lava. Berserker's interesting. A lot of different options, but Hyperbait has kind of been the more recent idea. Okay, interesting. Cage Evo in general is going to be pretty strong versus that Hog Rider. And then a boulder from Wallace. Interesting.
I'm finally deciding to check on my predictions.
Yeah, let us
I only
know how
have
it's
360 points, so it's not going well.
I'm sure I'm right there with you. King activation. What?
I was gonna say, you know what? I've got a few rewards in hand already.
Very nice.
But yeah,
Always day 2.
Yeah, thanks.
Always day 2. Event.supercell.com, guys. Get some rewards. Participate in the predictions. Fill out those brackets. Maybe you'll have better luck than us.
Yeah, I hope you do. Here we go. Piggies coming out on the left-hand side. Bowler to meet those piggies. Does a bit of a misplacement on that bowler, as it only hits 2 of the piggies off bat, but doesn't want to give the Magic Archer lineup, which is why that synergy is so nice. And we should see a... Oh, wow. Wow. That placement from the E-Spirit was perfection. Although it does allow the Spirit Empress to connect on the right-hand side, it was out of range of the Spirit Empress to distract from the bowler ability. So I guess maybe just put in a hard spot between a rock and a hard place was Mugi there. Down a lot of damage here.
Prediction Magic Archer ability for the Mega Knight. Arrows onto everything. Barb... That's the thing that's really difficult with the Barb, and we saw it for the Spirit Empress, and we saw it for protecting the Archer. Is it's almost kind of like a delivery, except even more difficult in the way of like you really have to have a lot of foresight when you're playing it down and be very quick with it. Not only that, but let's just say it just got in your hand, you know, it makes it even more difficult sometimes on trying to get that down in time.
I like this Hog Minions push on the right-hand side, knowing that Evo Cage is in cycles. So even though Wallace did lose game number 1, it seems like he's kind of dialed here in game number 2.
Yeah, I really like his deck pick too. Like, this deck pick is such a Wallace deck pick in the way of like he's just got solid cards. And I don't know, it's kind of a weird way of saying it, but he just has really good counters to the piggies. He has really solid synergy. He has a couple spells to help break through. And it's already paying off for him right now. But once again, with these big Mega Knight decks, once we get to double Elixir, it's going to be really hard for Mugi to suppress these huge pushes that will come down the lane.
Evo Zap comes in. That Hog Rider getting tanked for now baits out a Fireball. Don't even know if that Fireball was 100% necessary, but that definitely hurts Mugi's Elixir situation. And yeah, we were talking about it in Wallace's first match where it felt like he was maybe being a little bit too cute with his deck pick. Although these piggies will get on tower for a lot of damage here for Mugi.
Yep. Not as much as it was before the nerf, but the Evo Pigs still do solid damage. Marcher's going to get a little chip as well. And then instant boulder ability. Going to try and lock in the Marcher, but the E-Spear's down in time. Oh, he takes it out. This is good.
Push. I don't know if he has enough Elixir for this,
Elixir
Juicy.
bar. That's what
yeah,
I'm
he's
saying.
got nothing in the tank. And the minions have to go up high, Bandit down low. And while the tower will stay alive, damage already done. Fireball, 2 fireballs away is Mugi here from a clean sweep.
And look at the Evo Cage as well. It turns that Mega Knight into minced meat in the blender. That is the Evo Cage. And I was going to say, with Triple Elixir coming through, we're going to see some fireballs start cycling down. Wallace has one more chance, and I don't even know if he has that. This fireball's already back in cycle, Andrew.
And Wallace knows he got. I do like his deck pick more in this second set. Although, again, when you get a little too cute with your decks, you might not know how to play it as well. And that was kind of what we saw in game number 1, right? We were talking a lot about, you know, I mean, the Fisherman placement is one thing, but the Monk plus Xe plus RG push, I think only happened one time in that entire game. And then you get into game number 2. I think what you were saying, Juicy, was like, you know, a lot of really strong cards in the game. It might sound weird, but when you're talking about the Spirit Empress, the Minions, the Bowler, the Mega Knight, those are 4 of the strongest cards in the game at the moment. So it makes sense to try to put a deck together like that. Also, the Hog Rider, a good win condition. You know, there are seasons where Hog is more forced than it is actually dominant. This is a season where the Hog is a good card. But when you talk about the matchup that he's in here against Mugi, it just felt like not only is this deck pretty heavy, but it just felt like he kind of lost sight of where he was at once he got a lead, Juice.
Yeah, I really don't. I don't know. I love Wallace, but it feels like this was just a throw. Like you know your opponent has pigs in cycle, and you know you should probably be playing same lane. Sure, you have damage right side, but you drop a 7 Elixir card. You drop Mega Knight in the back on the right side when your opponent has Evo Cage in cycle, and they already have, like, I think you already had Skelly Drags on the board. It's just something that you can't really afford to do. Those Royal Hogs come through, just take the tower down. That was it. Looking at the bracket, we just finished up the lower bracket, and now to finish out the day, we're gonna be heading back over to the upper bracket to see who's gonna be making it into the semifinals. We got Viper and Riley, Ian versus Morton, Sub versus Saf, and then Louisi versus Pedro.
Yeah, really excited for these final 4 matches of our day. Remember, there's a whole second day of action coming to you guys tomorrow. Same place, same time. And then when you talk about the lower bracket, we have 4 world finalists and 2 world champions, and the 2 only ever solo world champions. We got Mugi alive, we got Mohammed Light staying alive, both of them coming off of clean sweeps. Ta staying alive, former world finalist there, and then Furkan also, which means the chat will be lit again tomorrow. Excited to see all the Turks in the chat, but Furkan is staying alive after his 2-1 win over Vitor, and like you said, Juice, getting to that upper bracket, Viper versus Riley. It definitely feels like Riley is the favorite here, but Viper played really really, really well earlier on today. You know, he drops game number 1, and then he's able to turn around and pull off that reverse sweep against Furkin. Excited to see what he does here against our world runner-up in Riley from a couple years ago. You know, Riley has made both monthly finals. Only a handful of players made both monthly finals this year. I know Mohamed Light, Ta, Riley, and Vitor, I believe, are the 4 that are the repeats. And here we go, hopping in just a little bit late. You know what? I'm not mad about it. Production is a moving. Viper bottom of your screen, Riley at the top. We did miss the first 45 seconds of gameplay, but we did not miss any damage until just now coming through. And we are actually blessed with a little bit of knowledge, seeing 5 cards played from Riley, 4 from Viper, as he takes that hit from the Brawler.
Yeah, Brawler gets a hit. Sometimes you just have to do that, especially with a deck like Viper. I mean, Viper just likes to use these tornado, kind of heavier cards decks. Sometimes you can't respond to something like a Goblin Brawler, but instead he gets the King activation, decides to play a Bowler this time, probably just because, you know, he's getting to 10 Elixir, might as well play something in this situation, and then, of course, you get the Bowler ability on offense as well.
And as you talked about, Juicy, any fast-moving unit cycled opposite lane can completely counter that ability. E-Spirit still gets damage on tower. No reason to play anything into that E-Spirit for King Tower activation, because that was already done with the NATO plus Lumberjack.
Fireball comes through, trying to extend the lead a little bit. I feel like it's something that I sometimes forget to do. It's like, yeah, sure, they split Zappies. You can't hit all 3 of them, but man, you just got 200 damage on tower for pretty much even trade. Like, there's no punish. Why not? Why not take that damage sometimes?
And then you don't have to deal with the supported card, whatever it may be, as it crosses the bridge. I'm the exact same way. I mean, that's one of the reasons why Zappies and Skeleton Dragons are such a problem, is because they make you make bad decisions.
True. Let's see, Graveyard on offense. We see Viper's win condition. Freeze dropped as well.
Wow.
What? That E-Spirit was crazy. Yeah.
Just
oh my
a
goodness.
Perfect E-Spirit. We were talking earlier about how the E-Spirit maybe not as impactful as it has been in the past because of the set placement. But when the freeze comes down, it lines everything up perfectly for that E-Spirit. Great defense there from Riley as he gets good damage in on both lanes.
Man, that's such interesting insight there. I think you're so right about that freeze. Vipers, yeah, like you also said, struggling to defend these Royal Giants, and it makes sense. I mean, you play Zappies for the RG, it gets Fireballed. You play Tombstone for the RG, it gets Barb Barreled. You know, you get into situations like, all right, what do I do now? I think that you have to find other opportunities, like the Executioner, the Bowler, plus Tornado combo is important. Another thing you can do is you can play your Tombstone lower to where it can't get influenced or taken out right away, at the very least, by any Barb Barrels or E-Spirits.
Man, Riley has just been playing so clean today. It has been a pleasure to watch. We'll see if Viper can change that up. And he does here with the nice Executioner lineup. Gets some good damage on tower. A couple Skelly hits comes in. And a very, very late freeze to not take the lead, but put himself back in the conversation. But now the counter push.
Yeah, Phoenix respawns. Evil Exy and Cycle, though. As an Executioner player, Viper knows when he can be over-aggressive and allow that Executioner to really put in work. But Riley knows, as a Psycho player, that he needs to go off the lane of this Exy. So here comes the RG left lane with the Barb Barrel for the Tombstone yet again.
Good call there on switching lanes, and that's exactly what's happening here. Is Riley going to get
my
two
goodness.
shots in? Does he get a third? No. He has to use the freeze defensively,
Yeah,
does Viper,
brutal.
and that is pretty much going to be the game at this point. With only 50 seconds remaining, Riley happy to create offense to play defense here, spreading Viper's units out.
Yep. RG, Barb Barrel, gets one hit. Viper is setting him a counter push. I wonder if we'll see another RG left side from Riley or if he's confident in his defense.
Yeah, I mean, you feel like the Graveyard has to come in here on the right-hand side, and it does.
Wait, the
Riley
Bowler?
just happy.
Oh, it doesn't. It doesn't lock. Sorry. I thought the Bowler was going to lock as the cage went for a second. The freeze does drop down, though. Some Skellies are on tower. This game's all of a sudden pretty close, but this counter push is insane.
Yeah, and the firepower from the Fireball is going to be able to separate, and then the Royal Giant has to be defended. Graveyard comes in. There's the Fireball. Graveyard, can he get the freeze in time? He cannot. No Elixir in hand, and Riley takes that very close game, actually. Really, really well played there by Viper, using a lot of pieces of his old Hog Xe NATO deck to the utmost, but not able to hang on as Riley takes game number 1.
Man, Well played from both players. I really like how Riley played that. I think you called it perfectly in just saying, man, yeah, this guy is actually so locked right now. His micro is really great, but also the macro. I feel like in CRL, when the nerves start coming in, you know, the trained placement, the micro kind of never leaves these players. But as we've seen today, sometimes the macro strategy of like, okay, do I need to go same lane? Do I need to go ops lane? This kind of, I feel like, gets washed away with the noise sometimes. Sometimes people get too hyper-focused, too locked in on one lane. But Riley, he's just so aware. He's like, okay, he has XZ Boulder. I'm going to hit the RG other lane. Okay, he's defending over there now. I'm going to go RG in the right lane. It's just this constant switch. And when you're playing an Executioner or a Boulder deck, when your opponent is doing that, it's one of the most annoying things ever. Because all you want to do is just play your XZ and Boulder in a Tornado on defense and then counter push with Graveyard Freeze on offense. But Riley was not letting that happen.
Yeah, it's really interesting when you look at our world runner-ups for the past few years in Sub, Riley, and Pedro, because they're all players that you weren't exactly sure how they do on the live stage. Would they be able to execute the micro while understanding the macro? And as time has gone on, it's just gotten better and better, and the comfortability from these guys translates from playing at home to the live stage. And now for Riley, as experienced as he's become in CRL, he's just getting, you know, better by the second. He's training with the best in the world in Mo Light. You know, when he was world runner-up to Mo Light, you know, they were both so happy. I mean, obviously, I'm sure Riley would have loved to have won, but still, that good of friends and training partners being number 1 and 2 in the world, he's just gotten better and better. I know that last year was kind of a year off for him, but this is CRL. This is the most competitive scene there is. So looking at Riley's group stage again, remember, he lost to Furkan in EGW, but he was able to beat Cody Go. He was able to beat Ruben. He was able to beat Hasael. So he definitely had a tough group stage to work through. And Viper on the other side of it needs to figure out a way to bounce back here. It's so interesting because even looking at the first set from a bird's eye view, it felt like Viper kind of locked in late and maybe played a little more reckless early on. And it kind of felt that way here even in this game, where he kind of started to lock down the macro matchup to where maybe had he played a little bit more conservative earlier on in that game, he could have found himself in a better spot. I mean, these guys were separated by very, very little HP at the end when Riley had a huge lead earlier on. So can Viper calm the nerves, calm the pace a little bit, and take game number 2? We're about to find out. Back up against the wall, Riley with a life to give.
Barb Barrel from Viper, starting us off. Minions from Riley. Solid defense so far. Now Viper has to respond. It's the beauty of Clash Royale. It's all about min-maxing every single play. How can I force my opponent to use Elixir? How can I cheaply defend? How do I have to wait in this moment? Do I have an awkward cycle? Do I have to wait for my opponent to make the first play in order to defend and then counter push? There's so many moving parts, not only on camera and on stream in the gameplay, but in the background, like the duels formatting, putting these decks together. Every little minute decision matters so much.
And a Golden Knight here from Riley to meet that Lumberjack. Skelly Drags come out from Viper.
I feel like this Furnace, but instant Fireball from Viper to take advantage and make sure that Fire Spirit does not jump on Skelly Drags, but then a Hog to distract the Skelly Drags to give his Furnace some room, and then an instant Cage from Viper to defend that Hog. Lets the Furnace go, but the Fire Spirit spawns, and now the dust settles, and Riley's up for Elixir. This is another thing that it's like so important people don't realize. Like sometimes the plays that you're making isn't always to get damage, but it's instead to force your opponent to use Elixir, and then use that Elixir advantage to make the push that will get you damage. Now it's on Viper to defend.
Absolutely. That's just a great way to break it down. And you know that a pro recognizes immediately, oh, wow, he just Mega Knighted in the back, and I'm still at 7 Elixir. Okay, I need to play very conservatively. I need to either take damage here or defend for positive trades, and Viper has to take some damage there.
Yeah, I love how you said that, and it was literally happening on the screen as you're talking about it, of like Viper realizing he's down damage, let some damage, or sorry, down Elixir, but then let some damage go right side. Now he's kind of even the field. Maybe he can find a moment for him to attack himself now.
And the death damage from the Phoenix coupled with the Fireball, going to be a nice way to take that Furnace off the board. 40 seconds remaining here in regulation. And
This
Riley opting to leak a little bit.
Yeah. That's actually interesting. I guess he wants to make sure that when he plays his Mega Knight, it's going to be same lane as the RG. Yeah, I don't know. This is super fascinating. I was also going to talk about how, this is where really evolutions come into the play as well. It's like, whenever you get that Evo cycle, those positive elixir trades start to help out even more. But Riley's playing super patient here, and he knows that his Evo Mega Knight is the trump card to really just take out everything in the right lane. But then Viper responds with another RG left side.
Yeah, big push here on the left-hand side. No Evo Mega Knight to knock back that Royal Giant. And again, just to talk about the work-in-progress balance changes, the Evo Mega Knight is going to knock back the RG, less tiles in the future. Really nice send here from Viper on the left-hand side to take that damage lead. Needs to do something about this Furnace on the right-hand side. Maybe a little too focused on offense. And you know what? He's just going to stay on offense here. Fireball for the minions, maybe? Or is he just going to try to get a couple shots in? He does. He just takes a couple shots and is happy with the lead.
Solid amount of damage. Wait, the Gold Knight does dash. Not sure how much it matters here on the weak side tower. Will the Phoenix respawn? That's the next big thing. It does. Does Viper do anything? Or is this Furnace kind of blocking the lane? Looks like he's going to chill out, reset, and cycle back to the Evo cage.
I really like the change in the Phoenix. It felt like just a complete non-factor for so long, but now that ability to come back is just happening more and more, and we saw Mo Light win a game with it, and we see pressure being created with it here.
I know. You're so right. Hard barrel ability doesn't quite reach tower. Mega Knight Evo forced out, though. Maybe Viper will try and find an opportunity for another RG push. Evo cage, will he be able to protect this enough to get even more value? The arrows drops down to prevent that from happening, and the Hog is also coming through for at least one hit. But now it's Viper's turn to counter push.
Yeah, this is a big counter push, and look at these Skelly Drags pop up. Viper recognizing you don't have a great way to get on top of the Skelly Drags. You need a Fire Spirit plus the arrows. You need to get minions on top. Viper gets 2 shots in, not within spell cycle range yet. I mean, well, definitely within spell cycle range, but not within spell range yet. 87 HP, just needs one more Fireball.
Hogs comes through. Rage drops from the Lumberjack. Gold Knight dashes, but it's not enough. Skelly drags. Cage on defense. Another Fireball from Viper, and all of a sudden, we are tied up for this best of 3.
Yeah, going to game number 3. Riley playing really well in the beginning, had a bit of a lead. Viper, though, swings back hard on the left-hand side. Then the conversation is switched to the other lane because you have to use that Mega Knight to defend against the Royal Giant, but you still want to be able to send Hogs in. But the Hogs are easily defended by the Goblin Cage, so then we saw Riley have to be forced to play to the left-hand side so that he could defend and then counter-push. But Viper already had such a substantial lead there. Really, really nicely played. And then also when you talk about the air defense, right? You have to deal with the skeleton dragons, you have to deal with the Phoenix, but you only have arrows. Minions as well, but minions, you can always play the Phoenix first and then the skeleton dragons behind. So Viper, as we saw, there was a few times there where there was 3, 4, 5 skeleton dragons on the board. So really, really nicely played by Viper. And again, going back to the conversation of the skeleton dragons, some of the more frustrating cards to deal with. They're just good enough to always cause problems.
Oh, that's such a good way of putting it, because it's like, yeah, they just barely survive at 1 HP from like arrows plus Fire Spirit, and just the fact that there's able to just barely, take out minions instantly. Yeah, I love the way you put that. But anyways, looking at these locked cards, this is game 3 of the best of 3 once again. Red X's on the board are all of the cards that Riley has played so far in this best of 3. Blue X's are the ones that Viper has played. I like to focus mostly on the spells. Right now, arrows are out from Riley and Fireball's out from both players. A lot of times when Fireball's out from both players, this is where we're going to see Magic Archer come into play. I wouldn't be surprised to see both players run Hero Magic Archer in set 3 here.
Yeah, that's a great point that you make, and I agree. I feel like Magic Archer has been one of the most used cards on the day. Mega Knight has been up there as well. Graveyard, pretty heavily used. Skeleton Dragons have been used a lot. We used to talk about Piggies always being the option or the go-to, Piggies plus Flying Machine. Obviously, Flying Machine just not very popular in the meta at the moment, with Spirit Empress and Phoenix being, as strong as they are. But yeah, Fireball out. Very, very interesting. We'll see if players want to exploit that Magic Archer. And I feel like you just got to be right. I mean, at least from one of them, if not from both of them, will we see that Magic Archer. It's It's so strong, and I do feel like it's actually in a pretty good spot. With the one elixir ability, it was just being abused. You didn't have to really use your brain at all in terms of when you wanted to. It was just, I'm going to use the ability 100% of the time.
Right.
And so this is, this is interesting. I'll be excited to see what they come out with in game number 3. Let me take a look here at Riley's decks in the group stage. Decks, he definitely ran Evo Barrel with Wall Breakers, Valkyrie, and Hero Magic Archer. But that was actually the only... Nope, sorry. That deck was... Wow, he actually never won with that deck. He actually went 0-4 with that deck. The other time that he used Hero Magic Archer was with an Evo Mega Knight and Hog deck. But Hog unavailable for Riley as he played
Mega Knight out. Yeah. So that's interesting. Yeah, the other thing is like Log is available for both players. So, I mean, this is just actually a really good point you're bringing up here. It's just like, what deck, if you are to play the Magic Archer Synergized Vest, maybe it's the Miner. Maybe it's the Miner Psycho deck we'll see.
Yeah, that's a good call. And then Viper on the other side of it, he played Hero Magic Archer with Mega Knight twice. One Marcher Evo Mega Knight Minor Poison deck, and it looks like he's going to go to... Oh, no. He actually didn't play... Yeah.
I think we might have figured it out. We got Bats and Wall Breakers out. We might be seeing a Minor Marcher mirror matchup.
Yep, and Viper immediately going to the back here. Ooh.
Okay.
Very interesting.
Yeah. I mean, we did see earlier... Yeah, we saw earlier the Archer did pretty good versus Magic Archer earlier. Maybe this is something he's going for.
Yeah, no Fireball, no arrows. So those Archers are going to be very annoying to deal with.
True. It's not even Evo version either. It's just like, yeah, I'm just going to use Archers. I think they're good here. I like it.
Okay.
Did not expect Bowler.
Yeah. Maybe just looking for another win condition, or like a half win condition.
So true. Always useful. Wait, the Bowler gets one hit here.
Yeah.
There you go. Tesla dropping down.
With the work in progress balance changes, that Bowler would have not gotten that last hit, as it's going to go from 9 seconds to 7 seconds.
Okay, kind of looking at everything here. I think that I would say, oh man, this is tough. It's very even. I do think that like King Tower activation versus a Bowler with Tesla could really shift the tides for Viper. I think the other thing to talk about is just the fact that these Evo Bats are going to force out lots of Elixir and be fairly difficult to deal with since Viper doesn't have a Fire Spirit or any Spirit for that matter.
Yeah, so it feels like the best way to deal with the Evo Bats, or the only way really, is like you said, that Evo Tesla and Poison. Archers is obviously another option, but could be hard to get those Archers where you need them when you need them. And Riley looking to get those skeletons off the board for a lock, but a nice split there timed by Viper.
They're dropping on defense. Log. Yeah, perfect log there. I mean, Riley...
Right now, Viper's minor damage, though, is really good.
That's literally what I was about to say. Perfect Fire Spirit there, too. It does feel like Riley has a lot of momentum going for him, but the damage is just not there. Here's some big damage that starts to come through. Now we're starting to see Riley make this very even.
Yeah, what was that? That was the minor plus the...
Wait,
I guess
Rhino!
The poison.
Ooh, Rhino gets to sneak through and Wall Breakers don't. All of a sudden, Viper gets all his damage lead back just from one mistimed log. There's kind of a weird interaction in the game. Like, 2 knockbacks can't register at the same time. So Riley's a log was just slightly mistimed there, as the Bowler was also knocking it. So the log was not able to knock it back at all.
And a nice Skelly surround. Poison comes in.
Man.
Very close game here with about 100 seconds remaining.
That's some
Poison
again.
offense, yes, there it is. Poison on offense to clean up those bats. Now he needs to get something down for this Bowler ability.
Oh my goodness.
And that Dark Prince, though, should create some splash. Oh, does
That's
it not?
One. Surely
one.
one.
It does, yes. But the wall breaker connects in the opposite lane. This is huge. 770, 1190. Riley behind by a bit, but definitely coming back quick.
Oh man, this is so fun to watch. Bats are a threat, but archers do a pretty good job. Viper continues to hold on the damage lead just by sheer minor poisons and solid defense. Oh, wait. Oh, early celebration. Oh, it's over. What? Oh my gosh. Viper,
the wall breakers over and over and over from Viper, man. What a great set for him. Pulling off the second reverse sweep of the day is the Frenchman. First against Firkin, now against
crazy.
Riley.
Man, I feel like that was just such a hard-fought battle. And then all of a sudden, I just saw Viper celebrate. I was like, wait, what's he? And then I was like, well, okay, the wall breaker just connected just barely. And I don't know.
It felt like that
was wild.
bowler in the back was going to be perfect to get on top of the miner and the wall breakers. But Viper, just perfect timing, perfect placement, or maybe a slight misplacement on that bowler from Riley or timing. All of it kind of stacking up perfectly time and time again. Those wall breakers from Viper, very, very impressive throughout that game. I mean, Viper had so much minor damage early on. It felt like Riley was going to have to do a lot, but then you get a couple hero bowler connections, some difficulty with the bats, then some minor poisons, and all of a sudden we're in a very close matchup. Juicy, talk me through anything else here in games 1, 2, and 3.
Yeah, looking at the decks, first game, we talked about it a lot. Riley just did a great job of kind of abusing the Evo cage. I feel like that's so important. Like, just the fact that Evo cage is a one-cycle Evo, whenever you can get good value, it's really solid. And then second game, Viper kind of did something similar. Used that Evo cage well, had good pressure, and ended up winning game 3 as well. Viper with yet another reverse sweep versus Firkin, and also now versus Riley.
Here we go. We're going to go to Ian versus Morton next, which is going to be a very exciting one there. Then Cal Sub and Asaf, Noeasy and Pedro to close out our day. 3 more matches on our CRL Saturday as Firkin, Ta, Mo Light, and Mugi all waiting in the lower bracket. Now we're going to see Riley versus Mugi. Man, I'm jealous that we're not going to be there tomorrow. That's going to be a great match. I mean, so many great matches when you, I mean, again, just to echo what everyone was saying online is that this is one of our most stacked monthly finals we've seen in a while. These two guys with the exact same win rate. Ian probably hasn't moved in the last 3 hours as he's still laying in bed. And Morton here, top of your screen. Bowler for the Pigs. Going to be a little happy about that.
Yeah.
And
interesting.
Usually we see Pigs with lightning, so those minions may be able to get a bit of value as this matchup goes on. We'll have to see.
It's a good call. The other thing is the Skelly Drags, but then Morton has a Fireball for the Skelly Drags.
Yeah.
And yeah, there's just so many different moving parts here. I do like the bowler here, though. I think it's going to be super valuable. It's also pretty lightning resistant as well. And then I'm pretty sure Morton's going to end up having a mortar deck. Yeah, there's the Skelly Barrel. We'll see a mortar as well. Ian trying to apply some pressure. Does outcycle the bowler. Rasco Skelly's on defense. Does an all right job. And Log coming through to defend that barrel.
Yeah, now no login cycle, so maybe a mortar come down, and there it is. That's what I would have done.
Nice
Obviously,
call.
I taught Morton how to play.
Wait, the Skellies go back. That means that they're not going to distract the mortar as much. And the Dark Prince has to come down a little bit earlier. But a great E-Spirit to continue distracting this mortar. But it still stays alive. Oh, it locks.
Yeah, this is an interesting matchup. Mortar does get a shot on tower. The lightning is going to be something that he's going to have to think about as this game goes on. As, you know, we talk so much over the years about how lightning just makes you play a little uncomfortable because the value that you're giving when you place your mortar in that #1 spot, the lightning value, so that you want to play it up at the bridge, it just becomes, it's just something you always have to think about more than you want to.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, we've been talking about the work in progress balance changes a lot, but I got to give more credit to the balance changes team. They're doing such a good job. But there's going to be a lot of spell tower damage nerfs coming in soon. And I really have been thinking a lot about today and how that's going to affect how this game is played. Because, you know, I mean, that's just going to make a mortar onto a lightning or lightning onto a mortar just even less valuable, for example.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy. Almost every spell out there, Rocket, Lightning, Fireball, Freeze, Poison, Earthquake, Vines, Rage, Snowball, Zap, Arrows, Log, all getting reduced tower damage as this mortar is going to connect again. Taking some damage on the left-hand side, but a Tesla comes up to clean up to just one shot. Pretty close to even, but Ian up by 700 HP, and now no mortar in hand.
Roll Hog split makes a lot of sense when the bowler's in cycle, trying to get some damage on both lanes and not give the bowler too much value. But Morton with the big counter push now, I'm sure we'll see a mortar, probably with a bowler. Maybe we'll probably start with a bowler ability, force out elixir, and then he can go from there with potentially skeleton barrel or another mortar after this bowler runs its course.
These skeleton dragons have just been so annoying for Morton to deal with, though, getting cleaned up nicely by the minions here as he's got good dual lane pressure. Evo Mortar left side baits out the Evo Tesla right side with the Skelly Barrel, and now this damage, he needs to get some more support. There it is. Rascals come in, and Ian's going to have to play this perfectly, kiting with the Hogs now.
Yeah, that's the kite with Hogs.
Wow.
The minions are
perfect.
a big threat, though. Oh! The Fireball pushes the pigs off to the side, getting the mortar to connect, not once, but twice, for big damage on tower. Oh, you're right.
And now the barrel drops.
Wow. Down to 408. That's
two fireballs away. Yeah, exactly. Now should be able to play a mortar defensively. Gets it up high. Very nice there. Maybe some minions to clean up the rest of those piggies. No, he goes fireball on defense instead.
Man, I wonder.
Don't love that, but now he's in triples, so, you know.
Right. True. Yeah, just playing safe. Makes sense. Bowler gonna defend these Royal Hogs pretty well. It is triple extra like you called out. Ian's getting desperate. Needs damage now. And he's gonna get it. Fireball comes through. One more fireball is needed to win the game. Ian needs another lightning and a log. I don't even know if that's enough. He's going to need Royal Hogs to break through, but the fireball is in time. Morton takes game number 1 off of Ian 77 here. The battle of the creators here.
Very well played by Morton. You know, that was a great back and forth. Yeah, exactly. Battle of the creators. And you look there with that mortar connection on the left-hand side. He was able to just pile things on, create a lot of discomfort for Ian. It was the moment when, you know, it's always tough when you have to defend with a card that doesn't provide any defensive utility, right? So when those piggies go opposite lane, yes, you are forcing out a response from Morton, but he's also happy to eat a little bit of damage there to make his offensive push really, really heavy. So then you get the Evo Mortar down, the Rascals up high, then the Evo Mortar gets a shot, then you get the late Evo Skelly Barrel in, just perfect sequencing there from Morton to create a ton of damage, and then he finds himself basically in 2 fireballs away. And I mean, Ian still made it very, very close. I liked how Morton recognized I need to create something in the opposite lane, or else that lightning value is going to cause a lot of problems as this game goes on.
Yeah, man, I mean, you broke that down so perfectly. I don't even know if I have much else to say. You're the mortar guy, dude. I guess maybe the last thing that I would talk about is just the fact that like the lightning is hard to get value sometimes. Like, it's really good versus mortar and getting damage on tower, but I think that, you know, with the Rascals and the minions and these different like multi target, kind of similar to Zappies in the way, it's like I think Morton knew that, and that's why he specifically a lot of the time would not actually play a mortar or a boulder on defense for his weak side tower. A lot of time you drop those Rascals or those minions and Skellies to just prevent lightning as much as possible. And it's just that awareness that Morton has from playing this game and playing at such a high level for such a long time.
You know, I might get flamed in the chat here, and I'm fine for it. It happens anyway, but did something change with lightning? Because I feel like you used to be able to play like a mortar up at the bridge, and it would be out of lightning range. But now you can still hit the Princess Tower and the mortar at the bridge. I don't know. Am I just stupid?
I don't think you're stupid. So I think that, I mean, you can go anti-lightning if you play mortar like at the top and slightly in the other lane. Yeah. Similar to Earthquake. And I think that's what people do a lot of the time. And it works especially versus like Ram Rider, versus Battle Ram is super helpful. But with the Hog Rider, it has a little bit of a more constricted sight range. So if you do go for that mortar up high,
push it.
Yeah, you got to push it with those Larrys.
That's so weird, man. I feel like there was, I don't know. I just feel like that interaction changed, but obviously it was never announced in the balances, so I know it didn't. But anyway, here we go. Go ahead, chat. Have fun. Game 2.
Game 2. Hog immediately from Ian, trying to get in there. Bomb tower from Morton. A little bit of a surprise placement. Not an optimal placement. Morton's like, are you kidding me? You think that rage is going to... Did you see that? You see his little hand gesture? That was hilarious. Okay. Minions. Probably gonna be a Mega Knight hog deck from Ian now.
Yeah, Morton has a little bit of feist in him, which I love to see.
Yeah.
The hand was like, "What are you doing? What is that supposed to do?"
Wow, Mega Knight as well from Morton. Insane.
You know, second place as many times as Morton has got, and you know the villain arc has to come eventually, and I'm here for it.
I'm ready. I feel like Mo is also entering his villain arc. I feel like his confidence is starting to turn into like a slightly cockiness. Like just the fact that he's like laughing, bro. I swear he's getting some villain in him for sure.
I'm okay with it. One of the nicest guys you'll ever meet, and it's fun to see him have a bit of swagger on camera as this balloon's going to get a nice shot in here from Morton. Now, a counter push comes through. Ian already calling good game. Now, again, we talked about this before. Ian is definitely not... He definitely doesn't believe
maybe he
the
meant
game
good
is
game
over.
for him.
Yeah,
maybe.
maybe.
Oh,
NATO.
nice NATO, though. Okay. Okay.
All right. Morton with a slight smile there, if you want to call it that. And, yeah,
bro, these emotes,
this is classic Ian with the white flag and the good game, but we've seen him win a lot of games where he does that. Luckily, Morton has that NATO to pull the hog. Ian probably recognizing that. The guards are going to be super annoying to deal with. They're a great way to deal with the Mega Knight. You know, the surround there, also a good way to get good damage on the hog. And then, of course, the NATO, super annoying. Morton's just going to eat this.
Bro, these emotes are cracking me up. Let me focus though. So this is Evo Mega Knight, Evo Eggsy push with the balloon. I'm sure we'll see like a NATO plus balloon ability play is my guess. But instead, oh, NATO zap, even better. Cleans up the minions, and now just full HB balloon on tower.
Wow. And Morton going to pull off the 2-0 sweep most likely. You know, Ian still has time here with 25 seconds remaining, but just so well played by Goaten. Love to see it.
For real. I don't know. I guess Ian was being serious about the good game. Like, you got a great matchup. NATO, Bomb Tower, Evo Mega Knight. But most of all, the Executioner, man. The Executioner did such a great job blocking up that lane. NATO zap cleans the minions, and that's just going to be a solid win. No building for Ian either to pull those balloons away.
Yeah, and then you talk about the minions maybe being able to have some impact. The NATO plus the zap is going to be very difficult, or even just the NATO plus the Exy didn't even need that. And then, of course, the Mother Witch. We've talked about her in the past. Just not a lot of single-target DPS. So Morton moves on, going 4-1 on the day. Love to see him in that upper bracket. Would love to see him at World Finals again, as he's taken a little bit of time off from World Finals. I know I'm a little biased. I love Ian. I love his content. You know, he's been a great dude to meet. But man, Morton since day one, he's been my boy. So it's great to see him playing well. Juicy, talk to me a little bit about what we saw here in games 1 and 2.
Yeah, just great deck picks from Morton overall. Ian, definitely one of the best decks in the game with these Piggies deck. He was able to hang in there and kind of, I don't know, use the cards that are helpful, like the Dark Prince and the Tesla. It's all about recognizing your advantages, right? But Morton, like you talked about, dual lane pressure, Skelly Barrel left side, Mortar right, big counter push, no login cycle, cycles back to Skelly Barrel, perfect fireball on the pigs, along with having that boulder for solid defense. He locked it down. Second game, I mean, we just saw it. Really not much to be said. Ian really just struggling to defend against this balloon when the NATO zap comes through on those minions.
And this is an interesting spot to be in as we get through to tomorrow. You know, Mo Light in that lower bracket. We're going to see Viper and Morton in the upper bracket semifinals, and obviously still 2 more matches on our day to get through Sub and Asaf versus Nuizi and Pedro. But remember, second place, if it's to Mo Light, gets you a golden ticket this month. Now, Mo Light has a lot of work to do. He is in the lower bracket, and our lower bracket is absolutely stacked when you talk about the players that are in it. So we're going to see Mo Light versus Elian, and then whoever wins that is going to have to go up against Riley or Mugi. I mean, that foursome in the bottom of the lower bracket is just insane. 4 of the absolute best players in the world. World number 2, Ian was world number 6, and then both of our world champions in the solo stage, all in that lower part of the bracket. So, you know, feeling a little bit better, Artaw and Firkin being on the top side of the bracket, but still, obviously going to wait to see who their opponents are going to be over these next 2 games. But as I said, Mo Light did win month 1. He has the golden ticket, and he has known to run lower brackets time and time again. So second place to Mo does give you a golden ticket this month, but still a lot has to happen before we even enter that conversation. Next up, Asaf and Sub.
I'm excited for this one.
2-0s. Yeah, me too, man. I mean, a very different stories in their 2-0s. Asaf does it to Mohamed Light, which very rarely ever happens, especially after that tough game 1. And then Sub on the other side of it, a great game 1 juice, but then a rough game 2 where Airbachi repeats the hero Dark Knight. Tell me what you're looking forward to in this game.
So Sub, obviously number 2 at World Finals last year, but Asaf, I feel like he's always been in the equation in the last years, and even got like very close to qualifying for World Finals. But I feel like this year there's something different about him. I actually played against him in the Swiss stage for the qualifiers for this monthly final, and I got a free win. He forgot to check in for the first game, and then he just reverse sweeps me, 2-0s me, and I'm just it was insane. Like, he's just playing on another level. His deck picks are solid. I'm very impressed with Asaf so far this year.
Yeah, I echo your sentiments in saying that Asaf in the past, it's felt like he's been a one-trick, obviously a great ladder player, obviously well-respected in the pro community. He's a very, very good player, but every time I saw him get to the CRL stage or near it, I was always like, yeah, there's still a good amount of work that needs to be done. Now, even without the 2-0 over Mo Light, just in terms of his deck pool and the way that he's playing, it's definitely elevated. And then you add in that 2-0 over Mo earlier today, and it does feel like we might just be seeing a different level of Asaf now, as you expect from players that just grind year in and year out. You imagine they're going to get better. You imagine that deck pool is going to get greater, and it feels like this 2026 could be the year for Asaf to put all those things together to at least make a real World Finals run, which I'd be here for.
Yeah, I think that I'm just thinking about like what it takes to master something, and half the battle is just showing up. If you show up every day, you put in the work, whether it's Clash Royale, the gym, anything else, you're going to get better. You're going to see improvement. I feel like that's what Asaf's done these last few years. He keeps showing up like constantly on ladder, but he keeps showing up in these tournaments, in practices. Sub, on the other hand, same thing. I mean, not only does he keep showing up, but there's a reason why we call him the king of consistency. He's always showing up to these monthly finals. He's always accumulating those leaderboard points. And then to really like kind of shock everyone, he's like, you know what? I'm not just a consistency king. I can actually show up and get number 2 in the world finals as well, which is so impressive. So we cannot underrate Sub here in this matchup whatsoever.
Yeah, I mean, I've been one of those people that has not given Sub the credit that he deserves. Dude, I knew he was a great player last year. I know he's
event.supercell.com. Go put in your predictions, and we'll get the game to you as soon as we can.
We want to be off camera and in the game as badly as you want us off camera and in the game. Okay, let's just be real here. Event.supercell.com/Clash Royale, as Juicy said. And yeah, looks like a shout from our production team here. It looks like a soft did appear, which is actually great context to get with you talking about playing against him in the Swiss stage, that he also was late to check in for a game, and he did take an L there. So this is a rule that we take very seriously. You know, I don't know if there's even a little bit more grace given just because it's the monthly finals and we're expecting to watch him on broadcast, but we do hold all these players to the same standard of showing up, checking in on time. So it looks like he is now getting the countdown from production, which, you know, no one, I don't know. I'd be happy to take a game win from someone not showing up. I know it's not the way you want it to go, but that would be interesting if Sub gets a game win from a repeat and a game win from a no-show. But here we are. We are in-game. Asaf has shown up. Sub, bottom of your screen. Asaf, top of your screen. Neither of these players have lost a game yet today.
Okay, Miner comes through. Looks like it's some sort of mirror matchup here. Wall breakers now from Asaf. This is interesting. I feel like both of these players are really good at these types of decks, but I might give a slight advantage to Asaf. He's just so good with specifically wall breakers. I feel like wall breaker decks are just his bread and butter.
Yeah, especially because there's a time there where you're talking about Asaf, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a time there where wall breakers and drill was a very, very strong combination. So putting two of his favorite things together. As this delivery off to the side just a bit, and now he knows he's in trouble. That is not the delivery he wants, with a great Magic Archer lineup to start here, and one more shot from the Hero Magic Archer ability, and just like that, an 800 HP lead in favor of Asaf.
Miner comes through, delivery and drop onto Sub's Magic Archer, and then immediate pressure with the wall breakers to force out Elixir, actually opting to let this Miner get chip, just trying to extend his damage lead further. Not gonna work, but Asaf continues to be up Elixir.
Looks like Sub's playing from the quietest room in the world. See all that soundproofing on the walls?
Yeah, complete noise cancellation. Full
Which is hilarious, because Sub is like the quiet, like him and Pedro are two of the quietest dudes ever. Yeah. So
that's true, actually. Why do you need soundproofing if you're just chilling, you know?
2072, 2611. Magic Archer cycled on either side of the board.
Yeah, double Elixir is about to come through, and this is about the time we're going to start seeing Evo wall breakers make their appearance from both players. It's going to force out a building on both sides. Interesting decision for Sub to start going other lane. Ooh,
yeah, you know,
King.
I'm obviously, yeah, it's a good King Tower activation there. I'm obviously not even close to as good as these guys, but I did play in a similar mirror match yesterday with these kind of Magic Archer spammy decks. And if you're down a lot of damage in one lane, I feel like it's really hard to come back from. You need to start splitting the attention, and maybe that's just Sub's idea here.
I would really actually agree with that. And I think that you're completely right about like that being the main reason he's switching lanes. Wait, this is a crazy bridge battle. Who's going to come on top? Sub actually comes out on top on the bridge battle. He's also got the King active, and he's starting to get damage through. So big outplays from Sub here. Impressive stuff.
And he goes high Magic Archer to protect against the Magic Archer of Asaf. Now these Evo Bats could cause a little bit of a problem as delivery is placed to the left, but Magic Archer plus delivery going to be more than enough. Bomb Tower here to clear up. Bomb Tower untouched.
Magic Archer.
1827, 1927, and a little bit of damage in there from the Miner. So we find ourselves in a very close game.
Little chip damage from that Marcher. Miner comes through. Wallbreakers to block that Magic Archer. Bats as well. Doing everything he can to not let this Marcher hit his tower. And that's what it's all about. It's about the Magic Archer protection program right here.
Bomb Tower takes just enough damage to where he doesn't have to worry about it being cannon fodder for another Magic Archer. It does get the shot on tower, but also activates the King. So now minor damage going to be less impactful. Love this mind game that's going on in this mirror match.
Man. Yeah, now it's all of a sudden starting to look a little bit better for Asaf. Bomb Tower has to drop down. It's so even, though. This is insane.
Yeah, it's interesting because the Berserker is the more expensive card here from Asaf.
Yeah.
But Sub's still having trouble keeping up with this cycle.
Yeah, I think, honestly, another big part of it is this Tesla. The Tesla is so much better at blocking bridge and winning these bridge battles because of the fact that it can go underground, because of the fact that it has more DPS. So this is something that's...
block there. As you're talking about the Tesla being as good as it is, a great block from that Tesla at the bridge.
It's true. It's all about protecting these marchers. It's all about protecting them. And once again, Sub does win that battle at the bridge, but it's not getting him damage. And the Tesla and the delivery blocking the bridge continue to prevent marcher connection.
And you see the bit of the shake of the head there from Sub, recognizing that he is just out of range now. And honestly, that all comes down to that misplaced recruit in the beginning of that matchup.
It's true.
Right? That misplaced recruit, you saw it immediately, the tilt of the head from Sub, recognizing that marcher from Asaf is going to get so much damage. Then you see that Sub has to change lanes to kind of even things up, and then they go back into the same lane conversation because they're close in damage. Then that conversation about the Tesla that you're bringing up, Juicy, ends up dominating those bridge battles. Really, I mean, Asaf hasn't lost yet.
Yeah, really nice played all around. It seemed like Sub started to kind of crawl his back way into being evened up. He got the damage kind of even up at one point during that game. But once that K activation comes through, all of a sudden, Miner starts doing less damage, but also less wall breakers are connecting the tower. And then I think Asaf also really figured out, once it got towards the end game, of like the value and the advantage he had in the Tesla. Because the Tesla was constantly being placed right at the bridge there, and then constantly protecting the Tesla as well. Sub did the best he could to win those bridge battles with those marchers at the bridge. But in the end, even if you win the bridge battle, even if you keep your magic archers alive, if you're not breaking through for damage, then what's the point?
Yeah, that's such a great point that you made about those Teslas. Because the other part of it is that, like, the bomb tower, if placed up high, can still, I think, lead to a lineup, whereas the Tesla cannot, right? Because, I mean,
more difficult.
Kind of can, but it's like the Tesla's going to take the marcher off the board, so you have to, like, double drop on top of that, and then you're kind of, your offensive pushes are out of sequence. So, yeah, it just becomes a conversation about the building battle at that point. So, great call there on the advantages of the Tesla. And also, as we talked about, understanding the macro matchup and then adjusting. Great adjustment by Asaf. I always have the replay up, or the broadcast up, on my other monitor, just to see what chat has to say. No, just to see what just happened. And there were a lot more low Teslas through the entirety of regulation. But it was about when overtime ticked in that Asaf recognizes, I need to play my Teslas up at the bridge, and then all of a sudden that just became the deciding factor. So good call by you. Great recognition there by Asaf. And here we go. Game number 2 coming your way. Like I said, both these guys were perfect coming into this. Asaf 2-0 over Mo, and Sub 2-0 over 2-0 over Airbache, but with a repeated card from Airbache. So now Sub kind of like 1-1 on the day, if you really look at it in terms of actual games played. So Asaf doing really great stuff now against the number 1 and number 2 in the world. Yeah, really surprising. But also, once again, we're just talking about how he keeps showing up. And like, that's the other thing is, this conversation of like, what does it take to become, like, to go from a top 1,000 to a top 100? And then what more does it take to go from top 100 to top 10? And when we get down to it, like, yeah, there's definitely players that have more accolades on this stage in this monthly final. But when it really comes down to it, the margins of skill are so razor thin sometimes that it's just the smallest things will just cost you the whole game. And that's what we saw from Sub there. Like, I saw what he was trying to do with his roll delivery at the beginning. He purposely played it to the right in order to take the things out, take the bats out, and also take the miner out. And he plays it to the side because he doesn't want the march to line up. But then the miner doesn't die as quickly as he thought he would. So the roll delivery just walks over to that miner one step. That's all it takes. All of a sudden there's a march on your tower and it does 800 damage. And you find yourself in a hole that you have to dig yourself out of. Yeah, it's crazy. If instead he goes late Skellies on the miner and then goes royal delivery at the bridge, we might be having a very different conversation at the end of game number 1. But not the case, and here we go. Asaf giving the people what they want with the game in hand. He's going to go to Evo Drill. Drill not being played as much. Drill Rocket has been being played a little bit more, but we're seeing Drill, regular Drill with Rocket, more than we were seeing Evo Drill, period, because of the recent nerf, but still a strong card in the game. It was just felt a little broken in the past, so I'd love to see what Asaf does with his, you know, comfort deck here.
Yeah, he's already getting really aggressive with his ability. Tesla does a great job from sub, though. And then, yeah, it's just going to be Hog the Firecracker here. Interesting. High got, but trying to prevent any sort of spell value from coming through. But a nicely timed log from sub is going to force something out from Asaf, and Skellies do the job.
So, probably still Earthquake, question mark? At the bottom of the screen. Could be, I guess, Lightning as well.
Yeah. I would say there's definitely a good case for both. It could be either. I would say that since we do see the log, it's possible for it to be Lightning. But if you see a Bard Barrel ever, you know it's got to be Earthquake. That's just because of like different crowd control things. So it's definitely possible for sub to have either. But honestly, I might even say that Lightning might... Okay, I was wrong.
Okay. So it is Earthquake.
Good chip.
And yeah, thinking about the Ice Spirit, the Snowball, the Goblin Hut. Oh, wow, and that's a great ability there. Going to get those goblins on the front of tower, so we have to see an Evo Tesla come out. And right now, Asaf is just playing some lights-out Clash Royale.
That's so true. Sub needs to find a way to attack. But the Gob Hut is a passive building, so you can use anti-earthquake placements like we will see right here without even the needed pushover that you might normally. We see Sub shaking his head immediately as he knows that that is just going to connect. Gob Demolisher, showing why it's super good in synergy with these drill decks.
Yeah, you got to defend down low, and then you have to worry about what's going on up high. And then by the time that you recognize that that Goblin Demolisher is still going to connect, then you're thinking, well, can I really afford the elixir to deal with it? And that's a nicely timed snowball to bait out another Spirit, and it's still a small connection. 1740 as this Hog finally gets a good hit on that left-hand side. Now a Firecracker lineup, but an Ice Spirit from Asaf just in time. 2289, 1740, Hog Rider coming in.
Okay, force out the Evo Snow. Tiger
That's a bit
does
of a
this
out cycle, right?
Yeah, it's a nice out cycle, forcing out Evo Snow. And then also the fact that you can't use that on offense anymore is important. Wow, that's insane that the ability actually hits the Firecracker there.
That's a great use of that Dark Prince ability. That Firecracker was causing a lot of problems for Asaf and actually evening this game up quite a bit. And then a great use of that Hero Dark Prince ability. Now Hog Rider should get a hit. Now Snowball comes out.
Snowball comes out and the Firecracker will activate King. That's the least of Sub's worries, though. He needs a way to get some solid damage here because this Evo Drill plus Poison is going to be pretty consistent. Even with the Dark Prince in the log, it seems to be getting quite a lot of damage. You see Sub just shaking his head here.
Yeah, it's just so tough when you go down against these drill decks because as you get in double and triple elixir, this cycle is just so insane. So we see this nice high Firecracker, but it's still going to give poison value, which is just demoralizing.
Yeah. Spear God doesn't get a hit. Dark Prince prediction, but this Gob Demolisher is a threat. High Tesla. Great defense, but once again, it's just a matter of how are you breaking through right now? Because Earthquake cycle is not going to be enough.
Yeah, so you got to send in a Hog, and then you think the Goblin Hut, wow, it still goes high. I actually love that will they, won't they play by Asaf, thinking, okay, the Tesla's across the bridge, so he thinks I'm not going to play my Goblin Hut into the Tesla, but just enough HP on that Gob Hut. Really smart play there.
Good log. Needs an Earthquake. But the problem is not only just the Gob Hut, it's just the Snowball. Like, it's not talked about enough of how important the Snowball is here. The Snowball. Okay, wait. Out cycle and Snowball's not here.
Does he have the elixir for the hut? He does, just in time. Firecracker does line up, but Asaf, 4-0 over on the day over our defending world number 1 and 2. He has gone 4-0. An insane day for him. Absolutely, Juice. That's crazy.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, I didn't really realize it, but yeah, 2-0 Mo. 2-0 Sub. That's world #1 and #2 from last year. Sub really showing up. Impressive plays all around. I think that at the end there, I started to get a little bit worried, but Soft cycles back to the hut. He has solid damage in with the drill. And honestly, I feel like that matchup, once again, I feel like Sub actually has a great shot to win that there. Looking at the decks, once again, we saw that Tesla really show up in first game for Asaf, but in the second game, I mean, look, the Dark Prince, the Log, and the Firecracker is solid here. There's a lot of chances to break through for damage that isn't the Hog, like Earthquake and Firecracker chip, but Asaf just played it perfectly in the way of getting the damage in early, capitalizing off of Sub's mistakes, and then really just locking down the Firecracker. I feel like he did a great job of preventing that Firecracker from getting too much chip damage throughout the game.
Yeah, and you know, even just to add on to the defense against the drill is you have the E-Spirit and the Berserker. So you have so many cheap options to make sure those goblins don't get on tower on top of the Dark Prince and the Log and the Firecracker opposite lane. But you know what? That's why it's his comfort deck. You come out with it in game #2 when you're already up a game. You know, you get to play your favorite deck in a moment where you have a life to give. And now our upper bracket is starting to flush out. Will it be Nuizi or Cal Pedro in that final spot with Asaf, Viper, and Morton? And the lower bracket, Sub now against Ta, Ian against Mo Light, Riley against Mugi. Now Furkin waiting to see who he's going to face off against in this absolutely insane lineup. Final match of the day coming your way. Remember, everyone, we're going to be back same time, same place tomorrow. Rich and Josh will be taking over the broadcast. Excited to see what those boys bring to this insane lineup here in Maine.
We're straight
Can
in.
Nuizi pull off the upset?
Pedro versus Nuizi. If I'm not wrong, I'm going to double check this. Let's see. I believe that Nuizi beat... No, he did not beat Pedro yet in monthly finals or in group stage, but he has beat a couple of heavy hitters. Let's see if he can, like you said, make another upset and really kind of solidify himself as a very strong competitive player here.
Yeah, Nuizi was able to beat Adriel and Sandbox in his group stage, and Adriel and Sandbox were both very, very strong last month. Sandbox getting second place. Adriel, like I said, looked like he was going to take the whole thing based off of how his day 1 and the beginning of day 2 went, but was, you know, again, CRL happened to him. So Nuizi bringing out our first golem of the day. Nuizi? Who knows? Maybe he can tell us. Maybe we'll find out as his star grows as that golem bursts on top of tower. Also giving us our first hero mega minion of the day.
Man, I love it. Yeah, just run the golem, get a solid lightning up, I don't know, about 1,000 damage, and now defend a 5 elixir card with a 2 elixir card and be up elixir even after all that.
Definitely a bit gutsy to run a deck like this against Pedro, who's known for having some of the best defense in the game. But I love to see it. Not scared.
Yeah, he's got the bowler as well. I've played this deck a little bit in the Swiss stage, and I think it's really strong. Last couple cards should be Tornado and Skeleton Dragons. And there's those Skelly Drags.
Someone in chat saying it should be pronounced Neozi. Shout out to Smurfblade. Definitely seen that name in the chat for a long time. Neozi? I don't know. Is that real or not? That's probably a better guess than I have.
Neozi. Either way, he's got great gameplay in Clash Royale. That's what we're here for, right?
And Balloon coming in. Mega Minion there to meet.
He's got the King active, and he can play the Mega Minion ability whenever he wants.
And that golem's going to get another burst on tower. So that's... Oh, the NATO away from Pedro as a lightning comes in.
Yeah, beautiful lightning there.
Now we have an opportunity for a good counter push here. Or he might go dual lane pressure. We'll see what Pedro wants to do.
Dual lane pressure makes sense. Minor Balloon. But once again, Skelly Drags. You got a Cage. You got Tornado. I guess if a Snowball comes on these Skelly Drags right now, no chance. With the King active especially, it's so hard to break through there.
Someone in chat saying that Pedro has a 1,000-0 matchup, but as of right now, Neozi making that making that difficult for Pedro. 2268, the lowest tower for him. Pedro's lowest tower, 1607. Has a nice lightning here at the bridge. Evo Snowball comes in to pull back that Mega Minion, and now we see a great send, but that NATO has just been so difficult to deal with.
Ooh. Pedro actually does get quite a lot of chip here from the miner, from the balloon death damage, and it feels like he's playing a little bit too defensive. I feel like Neozy could probably drop a golem here at some point. Maybe after this really solid hero bowler defense, he's going to try and make that happen. Wow.
Yeah, and I don't know if he needs to switch lanes so that he can start playing into this so he gets a good counter push, but he decides to go golem in the back on the right-hand side, as you said, Juicy, after a really nice defense there from the hero bowler. So now the hero bowler kind of clogging up the lane just a little bit, and now the option to get his final golem in the right-hand side.
He cycles back to another bowler ability, taking out the giant Celia on the left side. Now the golem becomes an even bigger threat, and the lightning value is insurmountable here. Another X he's going to drop down. No lightning in hand, but the hero Mega Minion.
Here, Mega Minion going to dash in? No, it doesn't.
Oh my goodness, so patient. I love it.
Yeah.
30 seconds, another lightning. Yeah. It's all about the lightning chip and that golem height chip damage as well. Just so much damage comes through. Now he just needs one more solid defense to finish it out.
And I love this high bowler because it's going to make it so nothing can really cross the bridge well. And it's not going to get Evo snowballed. Fascinating there.
What? Is that an interaction? And then along with a perfect tornado to pull that balloon, and this executioner is too far away to have a chance of reaching tower. Perfect game of Clash Royale from our newcomer.
Absolutely. I mean, that was just brilliant gameplay. And as you said, Juicy, great patience. It felt like, oh, now's the time he's going to use that Mega Minion ability, or now he's going to lightning, but he would always wait till the second or third target would come down. I don't think we even saw him use the Mega Minion ability, at least not on offense. And that's fine. You know what? Instead, he just piles up more units at the bridge. He gets Skeleton Dragons behind. Executioner was out of cycle. I love that hero bowler ability. I don't know if that's exactly what he was thinking with the Evo Snowball, but playing that bowler up high already clogs up the lane. Then you hit the ability, and that Evo Snowball doesn't do anything. And, of course, those last-second nados time and time again. I mean, you're a master with the nado. That was some pretty great nado gameplay.
Yeah, great tornadoes to keep the balloon away from the tower, but also great tornado on offense with the Mega Minion, pulling the Executioner in. Very common idea, especially with that lightning being out of cycle. But I feel like this is, once again, like you said, it was just textbook. He got the golems on the board when he was allowed to, and he made sure that he was playing them in the right moments. He's like, okay, I'm going to make sure I lock down this defense. Perfect hero bowler, gets the golem down. He cycles one lightning to break through the bomb tower and execution on the left side, then gets back to another one with the patience that he had, getting more lightning value on offense. And I feel like this is kind of the evolution of Golem, especially at a high level.
Yeah.
It used to be, okay, I'm going to make one big push. I'm going to try and steamroll. And that never really worked very well in CRL. But now with the Golemite change that we saw a few months ago, it's just super solid defensive capabilities with the tornado, with the bowler, chipping away with Golemites, and then just winning the game as the timer clicks down.
Yeah, that's such a great call that you make, because so much now is about that golem death damage and then the golemites, and that's what we saw Neozy. You go, okay, look, I can't support this golem. I'm not going to force it. I need elixir spent in the opposite lane. I'm going to defend. Oh, and by the way, there's a golem on your tower now that you've overcommitted on offense. That's what he did a couple times. Then you saw the big beatdown push towards the end of the game when he had the elixir. And again, just wonderful patience from Neozy. Neozy.
Now, Neozy coming with a Cannon Card Bridge Spam deck. Thought it was going to be P.E.K.K.A. But Cannon Card going to mean something else. Maybe Ram Rider. Pedro, just solid. He's sticking to his guns. He's going with what he knows best. Solid cycle controls decks. This time we got the Lightning. Sorry, not Lightning, but the Hog, Mega Knight, and maybe Lightning. Maybe Earthquake. We'll see.
Yeah, this is definitely more Pedro's style, even though the last deck he had did have Miner in it. One of the best Miner players to ever do it. And, you know, again, the advantage of being a lesser-known player in Neozy is you don't know exactly what he's going to come out with, and you don't know exactly his playstyle, but so far it's been quite methodical. Surgical, if you will.
I know. It's so interesting because a lot of the time the surgical playstyle is played with Psycho and control decks, but it's almost like he's combined bridge spam and beatdown to be control oriented. Because, I mean, he's just got solid defense, and then he's just waiting for his perfect time to strike to break through for damage. It's super interesting.
Hog Rider going to go right on through. Tesla just misplaced there. Not misplaced, but just not in the right spot for Pedro.
Mega Knight on defense for Neozi, going to defend pretty well. Problem here is, if he doesn't support this, it's going to jump to the Tesla, and Psycho Card just brings this straight to King.
And there it is. You good call, though, on the support, but just a little bit late, Juice, as we tick into double elixir, and now that King Tower is activated just like you called. Definitely going to be a bit harder for those hogs to get damaged, but luckily he's got this, like you said, kind of a weird bridge spammy aspect to it as well.
Hog going through straight into a Tesla. Not sure about it.
Yeah,
Maybe
I don't know
awkward
about
cycle.
this play. Yeah, exactly. Awkward Cycle is a great call, but now this Hog Rider is just going to get great damage on the right-hand side.
And the Evo Tesla continues to get value, doing even more damage. Not only taking up the whole hog and whatever it did before that, but also damaging the Evo Mega Knight. Pedro's got to be feeling pretty good right now. We still don't know what the last two cards are for Neozi, and I think that's also important to note, like, with surprise factor here. It's definitely a possibility. Wow.
And that zap coming in to try to stop the hog, but still hog hit will come in. 1467, 24-18. Pedro making a good case to push this to game number 3. Obviously 2 minutes of overtime coming your way in our final match of day 1.
Decent arrows. Force out another Tesla. Maybe we see a hog left lane. He leaks a little elixir. Maybe he's a little bit unsure because there is an Evo Mega Knight cycle. Seems like Pedro's just got this defense so locked down right now.
Yeah, he's got so many great options. The double stun, the Tesla, the Evo MK. Just a lot of great options for him.
Yeah. And even if he
There's
gets
the
into...
lightning.
Oh my goodness. And the Mega Knight jumps on tower as well.
Splash. Should get one more hit. Maybe even 2. Oh, no, just the one. Wow. 750.
Yeah. Evo Mega Knight hog push trying to break through. And the other thing I was going to say is this Musketeer as well. I mean, look at the spells for Neozi. His arrows and an Evo Zap. That does not take out a Musketeer. So this Musketeer is a menace on defense. And don't get me even started about like him trying to break through the Muskie ability as well.
Yeah, right. He's got 2 buildings there as well. And, you know, with only a minute remaining, it feels like Neozi is forced into this left-hand side. And if I'm Pedro, I mean, maybe he gets back on offense just to bait out Elixir, but he can basically just chill and defend and only respond at this point, as you see with that high log to the middle of nowhere just to get on top of that Royal Ghost. He's just playing very, very comfortable here.
What is this last card? Imagine he pulls like something crazy out in the last 30 seconds right now.
Evo Rocket. I'm calling
Evo Rocket. I don't know. I guess we'll... Okay, there it is. Hero Wizard. Yeah, it makes sense why he hasn't played it till now. The lightning. That's just free lightning value.
Just exactly. Great call there.
Yeah. Yeah, not breaking
Hog
through.
Rider. No. I mean, you talk about a bad matchup, and we just saw one. That is a real tough one. I mean, not to take away too much from how well Pedro played that, but for our final match of the day, we are going to a game number 3. Our former world runner-up evening things up against the newcomer here in Neozi, who has shown that's here to hang with the best of them. Finally, going to game number 3. Juicy, that was a tough spot. That deck was a little funky. I don't know.
Yeah. I'd love to have production pull up really quickly the map of cards that they've used, because this game 3 is super important for these players. I mean, going down to the lower brackets, definitely not something either of them want to do. But overall, thinking about what we just witnessed, I mean, Pedro is doing Pedro things. And that's like where these Mega Knight cycle decks really come into play. Is previously, these different Hog cycle decks, they really struggle with dealing with super heavy stuff like Goldem and stuff like that, especially with all of the nerfs to like the buildings, the cycle cards, all these DPS nerfs. So instead, Evo Mega Knight really showing up and just locking down everything. And yeah, I mean, now that we're looking at the lock cards, Andrew, I mean, I don't know. I'm just trying to think of what are these
There's just so many options out there. But yeah, I mean, I mean, maybe E-Giant? E-Giant could be interesting from Neozi.
Yeah, there's been some E-Giant Fireball decks in the on the meta in top ladder right now. But man, with Zap and Lightning used from Neozi, I just, once again, my prediction here is we're going to see some sort of Graveyard deck from Neozi because he's probably too scared to play RG. And I bet Pedro runs like a Mother Witch, Inferno Tower, like bait deck or something to really cover a lot of bases. I feel like that's, especially with how much time they're taking for this very important final game of the best of 3.
Yeah.
I feel like we might see something like this.
Neozi did not run Graveyard without Mega Knight. He ran Graveyard one time, but he could obviously swap it with a Knight. Yeah, wow. All right, here we go. Excited to see what these guys come up with. Final game of the day in our best of 3. One of them down to the lower bracket. The other one stays up in the upper bracket and will face off against Asaf, who has been untouched. Hey, at least I called the Archers.
You did call the Archers. Better than I did. Goblin Demolisher as well. And a Fireball now. Wow, great Fireball there.
Archers, I mean, excuse me, Demolisher is almost always with Drill, as we were talking about before, but also Archers never with Drill, so this could still be anything.
Okay, Roll Hogs. Fireball dropping down. Fascinating. Maybe Pedro also just has Roll Hogs, and he wants Gob Demolisher trying to cover some sort of base. I'm not sure. I like this idea from Neozi. Like, especially with Inferno Tower being such a threat, going with Roll Hogs makes so much sense.
Yeah, that's a great call, Juice. And then this Monk for the Magic Archer. I like that. This is going to reflect onto the tower. Nope, never mind. It's late. Still gets the King Tower activation in. That's a really nice micro interaction there from Pedro.
Man, this is so interesting. We do see a little counter push, but I think that this is, oh man. Okay, I was literally about to say this is a really solid net positive for Pedro, but then he just takes 2 lumberjack hits on accident. So I don't know.
Good call though on the piggies, Juice. You called that out just a little bit ago, saying that maybe he's just going to pigs, and he does. So a lot of split lane pressure here. You have the Monk there to reflect anything from the Magic Archer, the Fireball, and the Mother Witch. But now takes another shot from the Dark Prince on the left-hand side. Pedro playing a little off kilter right now.
What is? I'm so confused. I mean, the only reason you would ever let that hit your tower is if you were going to try to make some sort of push with your evil archers to get damage back, but he just lets his archer die. So interesting.
Yeah. A couple times that's happened today, man, where we're like, why are you taking the damage that you are? And sometimes it looks like it could have been a connection issue, but that's obviously not the case here. Piggy's going in behind this Monk push, and Piggy's getting good damage on the right-hand side, going to even things up. 2065 to 2047 as a huge counter push, though, coming in on that right-hand side. Fireball down to clear everything up for Pedro, but then Piggy's on the left-hand side get great damage in. And another pig should spawn. Yeah.
Mother Witch does spawn in. Archer's helping out. Pedro's just really struggling here. I think his deck is just super awkward cycle, maybe. Kind of seems to be that way, but Neozi, on the other hand, seems like he just has a lot of pressure and a lot of cards he can just continue to put on the board, and Pedro's just continuing to defend repeatedly.
And tries to get the King Tower activation there, maybe does Neozi, but not quite the lineup he wanted, but it does avoid the tower damage as well, so not all is lost. 1369 to 2065. Nice cover here of the Archers. Yeah, that's really nice.
Maybe we'll see some sort of pressure here. Okay, Monk, and then Pigs behind with a Monk ability. Deflect the Fireball, win the game.
Like that. I like that call. Fireball late, though, as Neozi goes, yeah, I'm not going to get caught by that. 1813, 1369. That's a game-losing play if he does Fireball too early, so nice hold there to take a little bit of damage and then clean everything up.
Yeah, really well played there. Also just kiting that Monk backwards and up towards the top left of the map to make sure that the Fireball is able to connect. That was just really patient. Once again, he seems to have really great patience, and it's paying off for him here.
Monk in, tanking for these pigs. Demolisher does not connect, but Monk still tanking as the Magic Archer turns around. 1843, 1739, the two weakest towers for Niuzi, but the lowest tower on the board is about to get a little bit lower with this Magic Archer connection on the left side, 1083.
Whoa. Yeah, no kidding. Pigs coming through. Mother Witch up high, trying to turn the tide here. Giant Skelly Bomb does some on the right in Lion, but once again, these Evo Archers, you called it, they are sitting in the middle of the map, destroying everything on both sides of the map. But is it enough to get some damage through? Here comes the Royal Hogs.
There's the Monk ability again, the late Fireball once again, but now the Monk tanking as Pedro takes the lead with 14 seconds remaining. No Fireball
Magic
in cycle.
Archer over to the river. Royal Hogs inbound. Log comes through. He's trying to save up for Fireball. The pigs are not making. Fireball gets there in time, but so does Pedro. And he is going to take the 2-1 in the best of 3 to finish out day number 1.
Pedro pulls off the reverse sweep, doing exactly what he's known to do, which is just stay calm, stay locked in. Now we see the emotion afterwards, but Niuzi giving us something to look forward to tomorrow as well. Great gameplay from the newcomer. Really, really methodical, really surgical, very patient. Just exciting stuff to see from a name that I am just going to learn more and more as 2026 moves on. But our former world runner-up in Pedro does what's expected of him in this situation, is able to take the dub. 2-2-1.
My goodness, so many reverse sweeps today. It's insane. Looking at the decks, Golem Lightning. I love this deck. It's super consistent. You got a great matchup versus an air-based deck here, and you locked it down with Pedro. Game number 2, similar idea. Just super solid cycle, control, Musketeer, Evo Mega Knight to counter the opposing Evo Mega Knight, and that Lightning just absolutely shut down the Wizard and the Cannon Cart. And finally, that brings us to game 3, where honestly, Niuzi's just winning the entire game. He's applying lots of pressure. He's putting Pedro in really awkward situations, probably mainly caused by the fact that he has Gob Demolisher and Archers, 2 range units, rather than, cycle cards or another tank to help him defend. It's awkward for him, but eventually Pedro fixes his cycle, gets the Evo Archer value that he needed in order to get the damage through and finish it out with the Fireball and Tower.
Yeah, Evo Archers coming through a lot today when their opponents don't have the correct spell response. It's been actually pretty cool to see the Evo Archers plugged and placed in different spots. Obviously, famously with Expo, and then we've seen it more with Mortar this season, but great to see it throughout the day. Here we go, upper bracket, flushed out, Viper and Morton, Asaf and Pedro. Very excited to see how our upper bracket goes, but of course we have players in the lower bracket with no lives to give, and maybe our most stacked lower bracket to date when you talk about both of our world champions in the lower bracket. Someone in Niuzi who has shown that he is here to stay, going up against Furkin. That is going to be the first, or one of the matches in our lower bracket. I can never remember if we start from the bottom or the top on day number 2. But Niuzi versus Furkin, Sub versus Ta. Crazy matchup there as well. Ian versus Molite. Love to see it. And Riley versus Moogie. Josh, AC, Sharon, and Rich Slayton have a very exciting day for you guys all tomorrow. Remember, this is only day 1 of 2. Same time, same place to crown our second monthly champion, to give out our second golden ticket, a lot of money in cash prizes, and of course those ever important leaderboard points. Remember, you guys can get involved in on the action. Try to get that handsome bowler emote. event.supercell.com/Clash Royale. Before we say goodbye, Juicy, is there anything else you want to say about today's amazing action?
Man, the action was great. The reverse sweeps were surprising. My predictions are in shambles. And once again, what a pleasure to commentate with you, Andrew.
Yeah, man, it's so good to have you in the booth. Like I said, congrats on going to the Swiss stage. Happy, though, that you weren't on the broadcast so that you could be with me on this part of the broadcast. Again, same time, same place tomorrow. Make sure you guys go and get your predictions in for the day tomorrow. Excited to see you all. And again, crowning our second monthly champion in 2026. For Jackson Juicy Wall, I am Andrew Guy. Make sure you guys are here tomorrow for more CRL action. We'll see you there.
Ayo, what is up? We did it. Great day. W casting, W CRL, W reverse sweeps. Insane. You were great. Thank you, man. Thank you. 6 hours into the stream. It's 2:42 p.m. What do you guys say? Should we do another IRL stream? Saturday IRL stream? Where should we go? Chat, what kind of food should we get? What kind of food should we eat? Strong work today. Thank you, Parmaker. There's no time to claim the emotes, right? Yes, there's still time. Go to event.supercell.com. If you get enough predictions tomorrow, you should be able to get the emote, but you got to lock in. Who you thinking will win the league this year? If I was a betting man, bro, I got to pick Muhammad Light. My dark horse pick, though? How did Sub do again? Did Sub win? Should I Sub in the upper bracket or lower bracket right now? Wings, all flats. Wings would be good. Burrito or tacos? Sub is lower to bracket. Man, I don't know. Oh, man. Riley's doing very well. Maybe I'll pick Riley as my dark horse pick. I think he's practicing a lot. I think he's grinding. Alvin's working with him too, which is nuts. I feel like that's a good team right there. Lower bracket is jammed, bro, for sure. Why you not join the league? I tried to qualify, but I didn't make it to the next stage. I did pretty good in the Swiss. Maybe next month. Did Mo play? Mo did play. When will day 2 predictions open? I'm not sure, man. Probably, I don't know. Probably maybe like in like 8 hours or something like that. What's the website for predictions? It's event.supercell.com. She's got banned for 31 days. Uh-oh. On where? On Clash Royale? I cannot help you. I'm sorry. I haven't seen Riley for a minute. I thought he retired or something. Seems like he's making a comeback, man. I'd love to see it. All right, chat. Let's do this thing, bro. IRL stream time. Let me set this thing up. Okay, once again, chat. If you guys are watching on TikTok or YouTube, we're going to be doing IRL stream. I'm going to go somewhere downtown Lincoln, Nebraska, go eat some food and do a rating. We did last time we did like Middle Eastern food. We had some pita bread. We had some lamb. It was pretty tasty. But yeah, drop in the chat. What kind of food, what kind of ethnicity of food should I try today? Where's my invite, dog? I love food. Sushi? Indian? Go get some sushi. Oh man, these all sound like great options, dude. I'm not gonna lie. Where's my phone? All right, I think I'm gonna end the TikTok stream right now. If you guys watch on TikTok or YouTube, come to the Twitch stream, join up for the IRL stream, and we're also gonna be playing Resident Evil when I get back. So come on through for that. Juicy on Twitch. I'll see you guys over here. Links in the bio. Juicy on Twitch, guys. Do it. Do it. If not, I'll see you guys on Monday for more Clash Royale. Peace. Peace. All right, TikTok stream done. We'll keep the kick stream rolling as well. If you're watching on YouTube,